Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
The person in the black robe starts by unlocking an Iron Man suit. Part 1. A parallel world. Blue Star, the United States, New York. The drizzle was like a woven veil, making a dull sound as it hit the black umbrella. Qin Tian stood before the tombstone where his parents were buried together, his custom black suit dampened at the shoulders by the rain. A day ago, at 23, he had inherited billions of dollars in assets from Titan Industries, becoming a hot new tycoon in New York. For him, as a transmigrator, this felt like a dream. In his previous life, as a corporate slave, he wouldn't have dared to even imagine such a thing. But at this moment, he couldn't feel happy at all. Although he was a transmigrator, he had transmigrated at a young age and had deep feelings for the parents of this body. He had long since regarded them as his own biological parents. But just 7 days ago, his father, Qinming Yuan, and his mother, Lin Yuan, had suddenly died in an accident, and he hadn't even been able to see them for the last time. More importantly, after his preliminary investigation, he discovered that his parents did not seem to have died by accident. Thinking of this, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Have you found out clearly? All right, I understand. I will transfer the final payment to your account. I don't want a third person to know about this matter. After speaking, Qin Tian hung up the phone. Just after the call ended, he received a video on his phone. After opening the video, a scene appeared before his eyes. In the footage, two armed robbers were holding a middle-aged Chinese couple hostage, and this middle-aged Chinese couple was none other than Qin Tian's parents. Seeing this scene, a flash of agitation couldn't help but cross Qin Tian's face. And just at this moment, a handsome man with golden hair descended from the sky. The blonde man was wearing a bodysuit with a stars and stripes cape draped behind him. After landing, a standard smile appeared on his face. Afterwards, he said something to the two armed robbers. The two armed robbers were immediately enraged and opened fire on the blonde man, attempting to force him back. However, their bullets hit the blonde man's body without even tearing his clothes. On the contrary, this action of theirs only enraged the blonde man. The next second, red light erupted from the blonde man's eyes. Hiss. In an instant, two crimson laser beams shot out from his eyes, piercing through the bodies of the two robbers on the spot. Pierced along with them was the middle-aged Chinese couple whom the robbers had been holding in front of them as shields. Seeing this scene, Qin Tian immediately clenched his fists tightly, anger rising from the depths of his eyes. But soon he loosened his fists, the anger in his eyes replaced by helplessness, especially when he saw the blonde man with the stars and stripes cape in the video. Because he had already recognized the identity of the blonde man, he was Homelander from the Seven, the superhero team created by Vought International. That's right, the world he was in was not an ordinary world, but the boy's world. The true culprit who killed his parents was the ceiling of combat power in this world, Homelander. He really couldn't think of how he could fight against Homelander, a superhuman who had almost no obvious weaknesses and possessed an almost anti-human personality. Is there really no way to avenge my parents? Did they just die in vain? I am not reconciled. Watching the video playing over and over on his phone, he really wanted to post this video on the internet to ruin Homelander's reputation. But in the end, he gave up. Not to mention Vought International's public relations tactics, just considering Homelander's vindictive personality, he might have just posted the video, and the next moment Homelander would show up at his door and throw him out the window. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian tucked his phone into his pocket, then took one last look at his parents' tombstone, and turned to walk out of the cemetery. Raindrops tapped against the window of the stretch limousine. Qin Tian leaned back in the rear seat with his eyes closed, but the scene of his parents being pierced by heat vision played repeatedly in his mind. A sense of powerlessness wrapped around his heart like cold vines. Facing Homelander and the Vought International behind him, individual power was as insignificant as dust. Mr. Qin, we have arrived. The driver's voice pulled him back from his painful thoughts. Qin Tian opened his eyes. The car had already stopped downstairs at his penthouse apartment in the Upper East Side. He nodded, got out of the car without a word, and walked into the mansion that was now suffocatingly empty. Meanwhile, in the center of New York City, on the top floor of Vought Tower. Inside the office of Vice President Madeline Stillwell. Have you confirmed it? Madeline stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, back turned to her assistant, her voice revealing neither joy nor anger. Yes, Ms. Stillwell. The assistant respectfully handed over a thin report. Qin Yuan's son, Qin Tian, has, over the past 3 days, hired at least 3 groups of private investigators and a former Department of Homeland Security information analyst through multiple covert channels to investigate the cause of his parents' death. He is very cautious, but our people still caught traces. Madeline turned around, her well-maintained face showing little expression, but her eyes were sharp. What did he find out? The worst-case scenario. The assistant pushed up his glasses. One of the detective groups seems to have come into contact with a backup of the traffic surveillance from that night that should have been completely deleted. Although our people cleared the source in time, we cannot be 100% sure that the backup was not copied or transmitted. Madeline's eyes sank slightly. The mistake in Homelander's rescue operation was something she had personally ordered to be covered up. A blurry video might not be enough to shake Homelander legally, but in the arena of public opinion, it would be devastating, especially in this social media age, where the public is increasingly demanding of the perfect image of superheroes. Does Qin Tian himself have any unusual behavior? Apart from the investigation, he keeps to himself, refusing all business meetings and condolences. His mood seems very depressed, but there are no radical remarks or actions. The assistant added, it looks more like a young man who cannot accept the sudden passing of his parents. Cannot accept. Madeline repeated softly, a cold arc appearing at the corner of her mouth. No, he has started looking for answers, and some answers are more dangerous to know than not to know. She walked back behind her desk and sat down, her fingers tapping lightly on the smooth tabletop. Homelander is in the Midwest participating in a promotional tour, we can't let him be distracted by this kind of thing. Furthermore, he is not suited to handle this kind of delicate trouble. If we let him handle it, he will only create bigger trouble. The assistant understood. What do you mean? Create an accident and make him disappear. Madeline's tone was as flat as if she were ordering a cup of coffee, for example, an accidental car crash, or being robbed by criminals. Yes, Ms. Stillwell. The assistant bowed and quickly retreated. Madeline cast her gaze back toward the brilliant city lights outside the window. An insignificant rich second generation, a small cleaning operation, in the face of maintaining the Vought Empire and the Seven, especially Homelander's flawless image, this didn't even count as a minor interlude. Qin Tian did not know that his business was already known to Vought International. He returned home, took off his damp jacket, and walked straight to the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Outside the window, the V logo on top of Vought Tower shone brightly in the night sky. He turned on the ultra-high-definition TV. A promotional video for Vought International was playing on the screen. Homelander was holding a little girl he had rescued from a fire, flashing a sunny, warm, and infectious smile at the camera, his voice deep and powerful. Every day, every moment, Vought and the superheroes are fighting to protect the lives of ordinary people. Your safety is our primary mission. The scene switched, followed by Queen Maeve, A-Train, the deep, black noir, translucent, each one bright and beautiful, packaged as the embodiment of hope and justice. Qin Tian picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. The room fell into silence, with only the faint buzzing of the city coming from outside the window. Irony and a sense of powerlessness almost drowned him. It was these heroes, these protectors, who had taken his parents' lives, and he couldn't even make the truth public. Is that it? He muttered to himself, his fists clenched tight, his nails almost embedding into his flesh. The identity of a transmigrator had not brought him superpowers, and his vast wealth was akin to waste paper in the face of an existence like Homelander. For the first time, he hated his own ordinariness so much. Just as the feeling of despair climbed to its peak, almost about to swallow him up. Ding! Detected host's intense emotional fluctuation and potential for world line interference. Binding conditions met. Myriad worlds can opening king system binding. 10%. 50%. 100%. Binding successful. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Qin Tian shuddered, stood up straight abruptly, and looked around in suspicion and uncertainty. Was it auditory hallucination? Or was the mental pressure too great? This system aims to assist the host in redeeming cans from the myriad worlds by acquiring influence points, unlocking infinite possibilities. Influence points can be acquired by generating widespread attention, changing established fates, or creating or participating in sensational events. In short, the more the host's actions can influence this world, the more influence points will be obtained. Beginners can has been issued to the system space, please check it. As the mechanical voice faded, a translucent, sci-fi interface projected directly onto Qin Tian's retina. The interface was simple and clear, with a virtual can glowing with alluring golden light in the center, and a few lines of data beside it. Host. Qin Tian. Influence points. 0. Items. Beginners can X1. Mall unlocked after influence points is greater than or equal to 100. System. Opening cans. Has my cheat arrived? Qin Tian's heart began to beat violently. The memories of a transmigrator made him instantly understand what this meant. He forced down his excitement and focused his intent on the golden virtual can. Open beginner's can. Yes. Open it immediately. Qin Tian thought without hesitation. The golden can before his eyes vibrated violently, then exploded, turning into countless streams of golden light. These streams of light did not dissipate but rapidly gathered and solidified in the air before him. Click, click. The teeth-aching sound of metal deforming and combining rang out, and within just a few seconds, a suit of Iron Man suit with great industrial aesthetics, red and gold, accompanied by the faint sound of mechanical operation, landed steadily on the expensive handmade wool carpet in the living room. It did not look as streamlined or futuristic as some of the armors Qin Tian had seen in movies, but rather carried a solid, heavy mechanical aesthetic. The armor's surface reflected a cold metallic luster, and a circular glowing device on the chest was slowly pulsing with a deep blue light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the beginner's can and obtaining Mark III Iron Man suit. Includes Arc Reactor Miniaturization Technical Principles, Basic AI Friday Auxiliary Module, and Weapon System User Guide. Special note. This suit is an early version, energy duration is limited, and armor defense has an upper limit. Please use it reasonably and acquire influence points as soon as possible to upgrade or open more powerful items. Mark III. Iron Man suit. Can something like this be opened too? Qin Tian gasped, even with some expectations, actually seeing this creation full of power appear before his eyes still left him shocked. He walked up to the armor and reached out to touch the cold metal shell. The real sensation made his last shred of doubt vanish. Meanwhile, a stream of information surged into his mind, knowledge about the basic principles of the arc reactor and the basic operation of the suit. Although it was only basic, it opened the door to a whole new field for him. Friday. He tried to call out. At your service, sir. A gentle yet capable female electronic voice sounded in the room, seemingly coming directly from the armor. Mark III suit self-check complete. Energy remaining 100%. Weapon system ready. Life support system normal. Please instruct. Hope. A true fire of hope burned fiercely in Qin Tian's eyes. With this system, he was no longer that helpless rich kid. He walked behind the armor and, according to the knowledge in his mind, gave an instruction. The back of the armor unfolded like an elegant mechanical flower, revealing the space inside that fit the human body perfectly. Qin Tian stepped in. The armor components quickly closed, wrapping him tightly. The mask lowered, the world before him was replaced by a high-tech HUD interface, various data streams clearly presented. He tried to lift his hand, and the armor's arm responded synchronously, flexible and free. A sense of power, an unprecedented sense of power, filled his whole body. Although Mark III wasn't considered outstanding among Iron Man's various suits, for an ordinary person, this was undoubtedly a black tech existence. Wearing it, an ordinary person could immediately transform into a superhero, possessing powerful combat capability. Of course, Qin Tian was also very clear that relying only on this suit, he could in no way defeat Homelander. System, you just said that I can redeem cans through influence points. What exactly can be opened from those cans? As soon as Qin Tian finished asking this question, the system responded immediately. The cans contain everything from the myriad worlds, including technology, cultivation techniques, superpowers, bloodlines, and devil fruit. While answering, the system screen also displayed various items. Every single one was an incredibly powerful existence. Inside, Qin Tian saw devil fruit from the One Piece world, saw the Infinity Gauntlet from the Marvel Universe, saw the Dragon Balls from the Dragon Ball world, and saw the 12 talismans from the Jackie Chan Adventures world. Seeing these items possessing powerful strength, Qin Tian's heart was instantly ignited. If I can open these things, so what even if it is Homelander? Influence points, I must obtain more influence points. The excitement of obtaining the armor and the anticipation for the future temporarily suppressed the gloom in Qin Tian's heart. Wearing the Mark III armor, he familiarized himself with basic movements, turning, and simple arm gestures in the spacious living room. Friday connected to the apartment's network and began silently gathering data on Bot International, the Seven, and all recent abnormal events in New York with top-level permissions, establishing an initial intelligence database. Time passed in focus until Friday gently reminded him, "Sir, it is 4:17 a.m. Based on your physiological indicators, it is recommended to rest for at least 3 hours to maintain optimal condition. Additionally, I detected a brief trace of external data probing against your apartment's security system 2 hours ago. It has been successfully intercepted and backtraced, pointing to the Viper Gang, a street criminal organization active in Brooklyn. This organization is linked to multiple vicious cases and is suspected of having external financial support." Qin Tian disengaged the armor and rubbed his brow. The Viper Gang. I shouldn't have any connection with them. Could it be Vought International? Have they already realized that I am investigating them? Thinking it over, this was the only possibility. Understood. Friday. Maintain the highest level of vigilance. Directly record and analyze any abnormal behavior approaching the apartment or attempting to intrude into my network. After saying this, he took off the armor, took a quick shower, and, wearing pajamas, walked straight toward the large bed in the bedroom. Lying on the bed in the bedroom, he felt no sleepiness. His parents' revenge, the threat from Vought International, the opportunities from the system, and that suit of armor standing quietly in the living room, countless thoughts churned in his mind. It wasn't until the sky began to brighten that he reluctantly closed his eyes. At 9 in the morning, Qin Tian's private driver drove the car downstairs on time. He changed into a well-tailored dark suit, looking no different from the usual young business upstart. Today, he needed to make an appearance at the Titan Industries headquarters to stabilize the company's morale, which had been wavering due to his parents' sudden passing, and to handle some urgent documents. The stretch Lincoln drove steadily into the traffic of Manhattan. Qin Tian leaned back in the comfortable rear seat, closing his eyes to rest, while actually maintaining contact with Friday through a micro-communicator hidden in his ear canal. "Sir, the vehicle status is normal, and traffic conditions along the route are good. But about 150 meters behind us, a black box truck belonging to Lightning Express has been following the same route since we left the apartment. Its behavioral pattern does not match that of a normal freight vehicle. It has been marked." Friday's voice came directly into his ear. Qin Tian's heart skipped a beat. "Can you find out the background of this vehicle?" Searching. "The registration information for this license plate does not match the actual vehicle model. It is a fake license plate. Lightning Express is a small transportation company, but its bank transactions over the last 3 months have been abnormal, with several large remittances from anonymous overseas accounts. There is a 65% probability of an indirect financial connection to the Viper Gang that probed the apartment network last night." It had come as expected. Qin Tian opened his eyes, a chill in his gaze. Maintain surveillance and predict their possible action patterns. Based on current speed, route, and the signal cycle of the intersection ahead, if the other party wants to create an accidental collision, the most likely location is at the intersection of Franklin Avenue and 7th Street, 2 blocks ahead. The traffic light there has a long duration, and there is a bank nearby, making it easy to disguise the motive for the crime. Qin Tian nodded and said nothing more, but slightly adjusted his sitting posture, his muscles in a relaxed state ready to explode at any moment. The car continued forward, getting closer and closer to the intersection predicted by Friday. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Woo woo. Woo woo. A piercing siren sounded from behind, and the black box truck suddenly accelerated like a crazed bull, violently ramming a car next to it, and charging fiercely toward Qin Tian's stretch Lincoln. Even more outrageously, the rear door of the truck swung open, and 2 burly men wearing black masks and holding automatic rifles leaned out, firing wildly into the sky and at surrounding vehicles. "Robbery! Get the fool out of the way!" They roared with clumsy lines while firing, trying their best to disguise this attack as a street chase and accident caused by a daring robbery. "Sir, impact is expected in 3 seconds. Friday's warning sounded. Initiate emergency protocol." Qin Tian said in a low voice, his prepared finger pressing hard on a hidden button inside the car door. Bang! Bang! Several inconspicuous small devices suddenly ejected from the sides of the stretch Lincoln's specially modified tires. After hitting the ground, they rapidly expanded into gas-filled cushioning pads. At the same time, a slight mechanical sound came from the chassis, and the center of gravity and structure of the entire vehicle were micro-adjusted in an instant. Almost at the same time, the roaring box truck slammed hard into the rear right side of the Lincoln. Boom! A huge crash sounded, metal twisted, and glass shattered. The truck, with the advantage in weight and speed, knocked the luxury sedan directly onto its side. It rolled half a turn on the road, ending up with its 4 wheels facing the sky, sliding more than 10 meters before stopping. The car body was severely deformed, emitting black smoke, a miserable sight. Done. The truck braked hard and stopped. The two robbers jumped out of the car, looking at the wrecked Lincoln with hideous smiles behind their masks. With such a serious car accident, the person inside absolutely could not survive. Mission accomplished, a generous bonus in hand. One of them even pulled out a pistol, intending to go up and fire a few more shots just in case, while also creating the illusion of the robbers eliminating witnesses. However, just as he approached the wreckage of the upside-down sedan, creak, clang, a teeth-grinding sound of tearing metal rang out. The door on one side of the severely deformed Lincoln was actually torn open and kicked away from the inside by a terrifying force. In the horrified gaze of the two robbers and the pedestrians in the distance, who were stunned by the gunshots and the car accident and were hiding behind cover peeking, a red and gold figure filled with a sense of mechanical power slightly hunched over and stepped out of the twisted cabin. It was Qin Tian wearing the Mark III Iron Man suit. Except for a few scratches, the surface of the armor was almost intact. The electronic eyes on the mask scanned the two robbers coldly. Is this the kind of trash bot sent? The processed electronic voice carried undisguised mockery. Fire! Kill this tin man. The robber leader recovered from extreme shock, let out a hysterical roar, raised the automatic rifle in his hand, and emptied a magazine at Qin Tian. The other robber also reacted, pulling the trigger frantically. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Scorching bullets poured onto the red and gold armor like raindrops, making clanging sounds and sparking countless flames, but they couldn't even leave a white mark, all were deflected. Under the mask, Qin Tian's eyes were indifferent. Friday, initiate non-lethal neutralization protocol. Understood, sir. Wrist-mounted electric stun projectile launcher ready. Just as the two robbers emptied a magazine and were fumbling to reload, Qin Tian raised his arms, the armor on his wrists flipped open, revealing two small launchers. Swish, swish. Two special warheads with thin wires accurately hit the chests of the two robbers. Arg. High voltage current instantly flowed through their bodies. The two couldn't even scream for more than a second before they convulsed violently, foaming at the mouth, rolling their eyes, and collapsing to the ground, losing consciousness. Everything happened too fast. From the crash to the robbers being subdued, it was only a short minute. The crowd watching from afar burst into exclamations, and some began to take out their mobile phones to record. There are children. Watch out. Suddenly, a woman's terrified scream came from the crowd. Seeing the driverless box truck, because the handbrake seemed not to have been pulled tight, or perhaps it was damaged in the collision, it actually began to slide backwards slowly along the slightly sloping road. And not far in the direction the truck was reversing, two children, only about 5 or 6 years old and clearly stunned, were standing by the sidewalk, blankly watching the huge steel monster crushing towards them. No. My children. The mother of the children let out a desperate cry, wanting to rush over but was blocked by the terrified crowd. Friday. Qin Tian's heart moved when he saw this. Thrusters at maximum power. Calculate the best interception path. The thrusters on the soles and back of the Mark III armor burst forth, and the blue-white exhaust flames blew away a circle of dust on the ground. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the red and gold steel figure, like a bolt of lightning, instantly crossed the distance of dozens of meters and accurately inserted itself between the sliding truck and the children. Ha! Qin Tian let out a low roar, his armor's arms extended forward, firmly bracing against the rear of the truck. The heavy truck rubbed against the road surface under his feet, creating a piercing sound and blue smoke, but the backward momentum was actually stopped by him alone. The steel boots plowed two shallow marks on the asphalt road. This scene was deeply imprinted in the mind of every witness. Confirming the truck was stable, Qin Tian let go, turned to look at the terrified children, and the mask lifted, revealing his young but currently resolute face. He said in a gentle voice, "It's okay now, little ones, go find your mom." The children burst into tears and ran toward their mother, who was rushing over. The mother hugged the children tightly, thanking Qin Tian incessantly with tears streaming down her face. Thank you. Thank you. Are you a superhero? What is your name? Qin Tian did not answer. He just nodded slightly to the mother, and then the mask closed. He walked to the two unconscious robbers, searched them for communicators and some evidence that could prove their dealings with the Viper gang and suspicious funds, and then, amidst the increasingly dense mobile phone cameras and exclamations, the thrusters under his feet started again. Everyone, New York's public security shouldn't just be a show for Vaughn and the Seven. Leaving this meaningful remark, the red and gold armor rose into the air under the admiring gaze of the crowd, cutting through the New York sky and quickly disappearing among the rows of skyscrapers. It wasn't until long after he left that the scene erupted into huge discussions. People excitedly discussed the shocking scene just now, sharing the captured footage and videos. Ding! The host has made a debut in public with an extraordinary presence for the first time, successfully stopping a vicious crime, saving innocent civilians, and causing a local sensation. Obtained influence points, 850. Current total influence points, 850. High in the sky, Qin Tian listened to the system's prompts, feeling the faint clamor coming from the city below, his heart calm. He suddenly had a brilliant idea, a way to quickly obtain a large amount of influence points. I can completely announce my identity as Iron Man to the public in a high-profile manner, just like Iron Man in the original work, and let everyone know that I am Iron Man. But before that, I need to get more opportunities for camera exposure. Hovering hundreds of meters above New York, Qin Tian looked down through his mask at the still bustling street intersection below. The sound of sirens approached from afar as NYPD vehicles finally arrived, taking control of the scene and the unconscious robbers. The crowd below had yet to disperse. Even in the daylight, the glow from countless smartphone screens was faintly visible, like a galaxy on the ground. Friday, monitor online public opinion, specifically discussions regarding keywords like Red Iron Man, Mysterious Hero, and non-bot superhumans. Executing now, sir. Preliminary scans show that the popularity of related topics on major social platforms like Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram is rising rapidly. Video clips uploaded by eyewitnesses on YouTube are gaining over 50,000 views per minute. Mainstream news media outlets have already dispatched news vans. The corners of Qin Tian's mouth curled slightly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Instead of returning to his apartment immediately, he piloted the armor in a large circle over Manhattan, deliberately passing through several high-traffic areas. Ensuring his facial details wouldn't be clearly captured, he left behind several fleeting red trails before quietly landing in front of the broken floor-to-ceiling window of his apartment. As he deactivated the armor, the slight fatigue brought on by continuous combat and emotional fluctuations quickly faded. He walked to the bar, poured himself a glass of water, and fixed his gaze on the giant screen on the living room wall. Friday, pull up the top 5 most popular related news stories. Yes, sir. The screen lit up, divided into several windows. NY Daily News live stream. The footage was shaky, clearly filmed on a phone, but it clearly recorded the Iron Man stepping out of the scrapped car, ignoring bullets, stunning the thugs, and the most crucial scene, like a giant from myth, using his body of steel to stop the sliding truck and save the child. The voice of the beautiful female reporter was excited. Incredible strength and speed, a style completely different from the bot heroes. He is more pragmatic, more direct. Who is this mysterious guardian? Twitter trending #1 hashtag Red Steel Savior. Under the hashtag, videos from various angles and excited comments were flooding the screen. He's so cool. Much more down to earth than Homelander. What did he mean by that last sentence? Bots show. I cried when the kids were saved. This is what a hero should do. Did anyone see his face? He seemed to smile at the kids. The mask can open. Bot International News Channel. What was playing was an edited version. The focus was on the police's rapid response, the scene being brought under control, and the lack of serious civilian casualties. The footage of the Red Iron Man was glossed over, and the announcer said in a standardized tone. It is reported that this incident may be related to gang conflicts. The New York police reminds citizens to call the police immediately when encountering danger, and let professionals and authorized superheroes handle it. Do not blindly imitate dangerous behavior. Typical bot-style downplaying and co-opting tactics. Qin Tian turned off the screen, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. The effect was even better than he had anticipated. The public craved a fresh, authentic hero image. They were already experiencing aesthetic fatigue and a faint distrust toward bots' increasingly formulaic and commercialized performances. And his line about how New York's security shouldn't just be a show for Bot and the Seven had undoubtedly struck a chord with many people. Just then, a series of notification tones sounded in his mind. Due to the host's actions receiving mainstream media coverage, influence points +20. Due to the host gaining fans' admiration, influence points +50. After more than a dozen consecutive notifications, Qin Tian's total influence points instantly broke the 1,000 mark. Facing this result, a smile couldn't help but appear on Qin Tian's face. It seems my idea was correct. Being a superhero is the fastest way to gain influence points. I must strike while the iron is hot. The vague idea in Qin Tian's heart quickly became clear and firm. Like Tony Stark, stepping into the spotlight and openly announcing, I am Iron Man, would not only gain explosive influence but also bind himself to Titan Industries, providing a legal and powerful public identity for protection. If bot wanted to eliminate him through an accident, again, they would have to weigh the terrifying tsunami of public opinion that would be triggered by the accidental death of a well-known entrepreneur and rising superhero under the global spotlight. But this required preparation. He couldn't just be a flash in the pan mystery man. He needed more heroic deeds and more continuous media exposure to deeply brand the name and image of Iron Man into the public's heart. Friday, filter for small to medium-sized newspapers or online news media in the New York area that have a good reputation but are facing financial difficulties or have shareholders interested in selling. I want to acquire one with full controlling interest. Filtering complete. There are 7 targets that meet the criteria. I recommend the New York Frontier newspaper. It has a 30-year history with a balance between print and online business. The editor-in-chief is known for daring to report on sensitive social news. In recent years, it has faced operational difficulties due to pressure from bot-affiliated media, and the major shareholders intend to sell. Estimated acquisition cost, $80 million to $120 million. Contact them and talk today. A premium within 20% is acceptable, but I want absolute controlling interest and content leadership. At the same time, I need you to use your expertise to delve into the New York police system, 911 dispatch, and underground web forums. Filter for high-profile violent crimes involving civilian safety that the police or bot heroes have failed to handle promptly or have mishandled for various reasons, especially kidnappings, serial robberies, and organized violent crimes. The intelligence must be real-time and accurate. Understood. The acquisition negotiation thread and the intelligence filtering thread have been launched simultaneously. The power of money began to move. That afternoon, under the operation of the professional team authorized by Qin Tian, the letter of intent to acquire the New York Frontier newspaper was reached with astonishing speed. By evening, the newspaper's online homepage was quietly revamped, adding a City Guardian column. The editor-in-chief personally wrote a passionate editorial titled, "We Need New Heroes, starting from the Red Steel Savior." The article skillfully guided public opinion, defining Qin Tian's actions during the day as the rise of a new heroism while subtly criticizing the rigidity and pragmatism of the bot system. Meanwhile, Friday, relying on her powerful information processing capabilities, identified the first stage for Qin Tian from a massive amount of cluttered data. Brooklyn Docklands, an old warehouse. Time, 1:30 a.m. The cold wind howled, kicking up scrap paper and dust on the docks. Several unmarked vans were parked outside an abandoned cold storage warehouse, with faint whimpers and curses coming from inside. Inside the warehouse, the lights were dim. A dozen fierce-looking men were counting a pile of firearms and powdered goods. In a corner, 3 ragged, shivering young men and women were bound hand and foot, their mouths stuffed with rags, their eyes filled with despair. They were students from a nearby university who had accidentally stumbled into a Viper gang stronghold used for transactions and holding goods during a foolish urban exploration trip. Boss, this batch is high purity, straight from South America. What do we do with these 3 brats? Ransom them or, a man with yellow hair made a vulgar gesture. The man with a scarred face, called Boss, took a swig of beer and grinned savagely, take photos for ransom first. Once the money is in hand, HMPH, after we've had our fun, sell them to the West Coast. Consider it their bad luck. Before he could finish his sentence. Boom. The warehouse's massive rolling shutter door, along with its frame, was smashed open from the outside by a red and gold figure with incomparable force. The twisted metal let out a piercing screech as it slammed heavily onto the ground, sending dust flying. Who's there? Fire. Though the thugs in the warehouse were terrified, they were all desperate criminals. Instantly, 7 or 8 people pulled out pistols and shotguns, firing frantically at the sudden figure at the entrance. Bang, 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 rat-tat-tat. The bullets hit the Mark III armor, resulting in nothing but futile impacts and ricochets. Qin Tian braved the hail of bullets and strode into the center of the warehouse. His electronic eyes scanned the area, instantly locking onto the hostages in the corner and the scattered drugs and firearms. Drop your weapons and get on the ground. This is your only chance. The processed electronic voice echoed in the cavernous warehouse, carrying an unquestionable authority. Go to hell, you tin monster. Scarface roared, pulling a modified, thick-barreled shotgun from behind him and pulling the trigger at Qin Tian. Bang! With a dull thud, the specialized slug hit the armor's chest with even greater kinetic energy, yet it still only left a slightly visible white mark before the bullet deformed and fell away. Obstinate. Qin Tian raised his hand, the palm repulsor glowing slightly as a low-power pulse accurately struck the shotgun in Scarface's hand. The shotgun instantly shattered. The fragments and high-temperature metal turned Scarface's hand into a bloody mess, and he fell to the ground screaming. Monster. He's a monster. Run. The remaining thugs finally broke and scattered in a panic. But the warehouse's exits had already been mostly blocked by the structural damage Chin Tien caused upon entry. Friday. Deploy stun grenades and capture nets. Ready. The armor on his shoulders and legs flipped open, firing several non-lethal flash-bang stun grenades and electrified capture nets. The blinding white light and explosions left the thugs temporarily blind and deaf, while the capture nets bundled them up one by one like cocoons. The battle ended within 30 seconds. Chin Tien walked to the corner, gently snapped the ropes on the hostages, and removed the rags from their mouths. It's okay, you're safe now. Can you walk? The three students were still in shock. Looking at the tall steel figure before them, it was as if they were seeing a guardian deity from myth. Tears instantly welled up, and they could only nod frantically. Follow behind me. Chin Tien led them, like a shepherd leading his flock, stepping over the moaning thugs scattered across the floor as they walked out of the warehouse. And in the shadows not far outside the warehouse, the newly appointed special correspondent and photographer from the New York Frontier newspaper were faithfully recording everything with telephoto lenses and high-speed cameras. They had been lying in wait here for half an hour after receiving a tip from a mysterious anonymous call. The next day, the front-page headline of the New York Frontier newspaper featured a highly impactful high-definition photo. Iron Knight in the dark. Mysterious hero strikes again, destroys Viper Gang stronghold, rescues 3 kidnapped students. The article described in detail how Iron Man crushed the criminal gang with overwhelming power and focused on the details of him rescuing and gently escorting the hostages away. The online version even released processed clips of the scene, setting the internet ablaze once again. Chin Tien harvested 1,200 influence points from this, bringing his total influence points to 2,227. However, this was only the beginning. Over the next 3 days, New York seemed to have welcomed its own exclusive guardian deity. On the second night, a jewelry store in Queens was hit by an armed robbery, and the robbers took several employees hostage. As the police were in a standoff with the hurriedly arrived Impact, Iron Man descended from the sky. With lightning speed, he used precise miniature missiles to blast the weapons out of the robbers. Hansen used his armored body as a shield to block stray bullets, rescuing the hostages. Impact was barely able to lift a finger throughout the entire process, his face looking exceptionally grim. And soon, the New York Frontier newspaper provided exclusive coverage of the event. Efficiency comparison. Iron Man resolves battle in 1 minute. What were the bot heroes doing? This report added another 1,000 influence points to Chin Tien's total. On the afternoon of the third day, in Midtown Manhattan, a homeless soup who had lost mental control due to compound versus side effects and whose skin had turned to rock went on a rampage. He was smashing vehicles, and Bot's crisis management team tried to subdue him with tranquilizer guns and nets to little effect, resulting in a stalemate. Iron Man arrived and analyzed that the opponent was in pain rather than completely insane. Using the armor's powerful force field constraints and the weakness frequency analyzed by Friday, he emitted a specific sonic frequency to temporarily weaken him, finally subduing him safely and calling for actual medical assistance. The New York Frontier newspaper commented, "The definition of a hero, is it to subdue, or to save?" Chin Tien harvested another 1,500 influence points. Continuous, efficient, and compassionate heroic acts, reported through the professional and biased lens of the New York Frontier newspaper, quickly shaped Iron Man into a powerful, reliable image, one that was more authentic and cared more about ordinary people than the bot heroes. The clamor on the internet grew louder, with endless posts speculating about his identity. However, Friday strictly monitored and guided public opinion to ensure it did not shift toward Chin Tien's true identity. At Bot Tower, in Madeline's office, the atmosphere was even more solemn than it had been a few days ago. Have you found out? Who exactly is this Iron Man? What is the source of his technology? Madeline's face was as dark as still water. In just a few days, this suddenly appearing Tin Man had stolen a huge amount of the spotlight from the bot heroes. More importantly, his actions and words were subtly dismantling the superhero narrative that Bot had carefully constructed. The technical analysis team believes that the technology of that suit is extremely high level. The power system, material science, and AI are all far beyond current civilian technology, and even surpass certain projects in the Bot labs. However, it doesn't look like a product of compound versus, it's more like a pure technological creation, the technical director reported, wiping away sweat. As for his identity, we have no leads. The suit's concealment is too good, and his movements are completely irregular, but the New York Frontier newspaper manages to arrive on the scene early every time. We suspect there's a connection between them, possibly even that the newspaper is controlled by him. But the entity that acquired the newspaper is a shell company of Titan Industries, and the actual controller is Qin Tian, the assistant added cautiously. Qin Tian. Madeline's pupils constricted slightly. The same Qin Tian we almost got rid of. He bought a newspaper. A coincidence? Not sure. Qin Tian's public itinerary shows he's been staying indoors these past few days, handling company affairs and his parents' funeral arrangements, nothing unusual. Moreover, given Titan Industries' previous research direction, the technology for that suit is unlikely to be. Just then, another assistant knocked and rushed in urgently. Ms. Stillwell. Emergency. Titan Industries just sent out invitations to all mainstream media for an emergency press conference in an hour at the plaza in front of their headquarters. The theme is unclear, but it's said to be related to the legacy of the late founder, Mr. Chen Mingyuan, and the company's major future strategy. A large number of reporters have already gathered, including those people from the New York Frontier newspaper. Madeline stood up abruptly and walked to the window, her sharp gaze shooting toward the Titan Industries building on the other side of Manhattan. An extremely bad premonition welled up in her heart. Get through to Homelander. Tell him to end his promotion and come back immediately. Also, notify the Media Relations Department. I want to know every single move made at that press conference. The Titan Industries building plaza. The massive company logo gleamed under the sunlight. Media outlets that had caught wind of the news swarmed in, their cameras and microphones aimed at the temporary press conference stage. The crowd was bustling, and various speculations were constant. Everyone was curious about what this tech giant, which had just experienced tragedy, was about to announce. The reporters and photographers from the New York Frontier newspaper occupied the best positions. When the time came, the current CEO of Titan Industries, a capable middle-aged white woman, walked to the microphone. She briefly introduced the company's recent stable operations, then changed her tone, her voice filled with emotion. Mr. Chen Mingyuan and Ms. Lin Yuan were not only outstanding entrepreneurs but also people with great love who firmly believed that technology should create a safer and better future for humanity. Their unfortunate passing is a huge loss for the company. But their spirit will continue to guide us. Today, we gather here not only to console the deceased but also to practice their ideals and open a brand new chapter for Titan Industries. Next, please welcome the largest shareholder of Titan Industries, the son of Mr. Chen Mingyuan and Ms. Lin Yuan, Mr. Qin Tian, to elaborate on the company's future. The spotlight hit the side of the stage. Dressed in a dark haute couture suit, with a tall stature and a face that appeared more resolute and mature after the settling of grief, Qin Tian stepped onto the stage with steady strides. His appearance caused a stir and a dense flurry of shutter clicks. Qin Tian walked to the microphone, his gaze sweeping over the dark mass of people and lenses below. He spoke calmly, his voice carrying across the plaza through the speakers. Thank you all for coming. This past week has been dark for me and for Titan Industries. I lost my closest kin, and many employees lost their respected leader. But as the name Titan implies, we are the descendants of giants. We carry a responsibility, and we must rebuild upon the ruins, and we must build higher and stronger. My father always believed that true power comes from respect for life, from taking on responsibility, and from the willingness to protect with wisdom and courage. It is not to be used as a showground or a business. These words made many reporters in the audience prick up their ears, there were hidden meanings here. In recent days, a new guardian has appeared in New York, whom people call Iron Man. Qin Tian paused, and the plaza instantly fell silent as everyone held their breath. In his own way, he practices a similar philosophy, using the power bestowed by technology to directly and effectively protect ordinary people and combat evil. He has shown us a possibility, a path to being a hero that doesn't rely on innate superpowers, but originates from human wisdom, courage, and determination. Inside Vought Tower, Madeline's expression had turned very ugly as she watched the live broadcast. Today, right here, Qin Tian raised his volume, his eyes burning like torches. On behalf of Titan Industries, I solemnly announce that we will fully commit to the research and development of a new generation of personal protection, emergency response, and auxiliary livelihood technology, so that more people have the ability to protect themselves and their loved ones. This is the core strategy for Titan Industries' future, and the best tribute to my parents. And to convey this concept more clearly, to prove that technology and determination can create the power to protect. At this point, Qin Tian suddenly took a step back. To everyone's confusion, he abruptly threw his arms wide. In the next moment, an incredibly shocking scene occurred. Behind the stage where Qin Tian stood, a hidden hatch suddenly opened from within the glass curtain wall of the Titan Industries building. A red and gold stream of light, like a homing bird, shot out at an astonishing speed. Clang, clang, clang. The dazzling sound of metal transforming and assembling was amplified through the high-quality sound equipment on site, echoing across the entire plaza. Before thousands of spectators and countless live streaming lenses, that Mark III Iron Man suit, which had already become New York's new legend, seemed to possess a life of its own. It decomposed into dozens of parts in midair, and then precisely and swiftly attached to and encased Qin Tian's body. The helmet finally dropped, fitting perfectly. The eyes of the faceplate lit up with a deep blue glow. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, filled with the beauty and power of future technology, taking less than 5 seconds. Quiet. A deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene that exceeded the imagination and only appeared in sci-fi movies. They forgot to breathe, forgot to press their shutters. Until that electronic voice, processed by a voice changer, yet instantly associated with Qin Tian himself because of the preceding speech, rang out clearly, firmly, and powerfully through the suit's external speakers. I am Iron Man. Boom. Instantly, the silence was broken by a tidal wave of sound. Exclamations, screams, and shouts of disbelief almost overturned the plaza. Reporters pushed forward like mad, the sound of shutters merging into a piercing white noise as camera flashes submerged the red and gold figure on stage. Online live streaming rooms instantly crashed, and social media was directly paralyzed. Brief news flashes with the headline, Titan Industries boss Qin Tian as Iron Man. Exploded like a virus, sweeping the globe. Inside Vought Tower, the coffee cup in Madeline's hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Her face was pale as she stared fixedly at the red and gold figure on the screen, and that young face. Qin Tian. She almost squeezed the name out from between her teeth. On stage, facing the boiling ocean of people, Qin Tian raised one arm and made a gesture for silence. Miraculously, the clamor actually subsided quickly, and everyone waited for his next words. The world needs heroes. But heroes should not have only one appearance, should not be monopolized, and even less should they be reduced to a performance. From today on, Iron Man and Titan Industries will be another choice for protecting this city. A choice that is more transparent, more responsible, and originates from the courage and wisdom of every individual. Thank you. Having finished, he stayed no longer. Under the gaze of countless fanatical, worshipping, shocked, and complex eyes, the thrusters at his feet spat out hot flames. The red and gold suit soared into the sky, drawing a soaring arc across New York's clear sky before disappearing into the distance. He left behind a completely boiling plaza and a New York that was thoroughly ignited, its landscape fundamentally changed. Ding! The host has publicly announced his identity as the superhero Iron Man, triggering a global sensation and greatly impacting the existing superhero system, causing a significant shift in the world line. Obtained influence points, 10,000. Current total influence points, 16,227. Purchase permission for purple jars in the mall has been unlocked. On the top floor of Titan Industries, within the newly repaired and reinforced private space. The night breeze blew in through the specially preserved viewing window, bringing a hint of coolness. Qin Tian deactivated the Mark III armor and walked straight to the bar. After pouring himself a drink, he opened the system interface. He saw a clear number displayed in the influence points column, 20,089 points. After he revealed his identity as Iron Man, influence points had been rolling in every single second. In just over an hour, his total influence had reached 20,000. Seeing this number, excitement flickered in Qin Tian's eyes. The next second, he opened the shop interface, where jars of different levels were neatly arranged. White jars for 100 influence points, green jars for 500, blue jars for 2,000, purple jars for 10,000, golden jars for 100,000, epic jars for 1 million, and legendary jars for 10 million. 20,000 influence points is enough to buy 2 purple jars or 10 blue jars. Opening only purple ones is a bit risky, since I don't know exactly what's inside. I'll open a few blue ones first to test the waters. Then I'll open the purple jar. After a moment of thought, Qin Tian made his decision. Consumed 20,000 influence points. Obtained purple jar times 1, blue jar times 5. 6 virtual creations floated in his conscious space, 1 purple and 5 blue, with halos of light swirling around them. Qin Tian took a deep breath, his gaze first falling on the 5 blue jars. Open. The first blue jar, Blue light exploded like a deep-sea vortex, and a roll of holographic data pads glowing with a cold metallic light solidified, with countless nanoscale blueprints, molecular formulas, and energy flow diagrams appearing and disappearing within. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening a blue jar and obtaining full series design blueprints and technical details for the Mjolnir-powered assault armor from Halo's UNSC. A massive stream of information flooded into Qin Tian's mind like a waterfall. These weren't just simple drawings, they contained a complete industrial system, from basic material smelting, miniature fusion reactors, AI fire control systems, magnetic acceleration weapons, to the most core element, the single-person tactical power exoskeleton and sealed armor. From laboratory prototypes to mass-produced standard models, to the early Mjolnir-powered assault armor models optimized for Spartan warriors, and even maintenance equipment and training simulators, everything was included. This is an entire system of individual powered assault armor that can be industrially produced. Qin Tian endured the slight dizziness from the information overload, his eyes flashing with an amazing light. The Mark III was powerful, but it was the crystallization of Tony Stark's personal wisdom, a top-tier luxury item, a perfect combination of technology and art. It was extremely difficult to mass-produce and had demanding requirements for the user. In contrast, the Mjolnir-powered assault armor from Halo was a piece of standard-issue equipment that had been tested in brutal interstellar warfare and could be used to arm elite units in formation. While its individual performance might not be as flashy as later Mark armors, its stability, environmental adaptability, firepower, and most importantly, the possibility of mass production, were exactly what Qin Tian needed most right now. With this, Titan Industries would truly take off. Forcing down his inner excitement, Qin Tian turned his gaze to the second jar. The light receded, and an indigo-blue fruit with strange spiral patterns emerged, emitting an aura of wildness and agility. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening a blue jar and obtaining Zone-type cat fruit, model, leopard. Devil fruit. Looking at the item in the second jar, Qin Tian's heart, which had just calmed down, became excited once again. A single devil fruit could create a superpowered individual. Its effects were not at all inferior to Compound V, and its ceiling was even higher. The only drawback was the fear of seawater and sea stone. Although Qin Tian really wanted to gain powerful strength quickly, he gave up the idea when he thought of the devil fruit's obvious shortcomings. He would be facing Homelander in the future. How could an ability with such a glaring weakness compete with Homelander? However, just as he thought his luck was off the charts for pulling such a powerful item as a devil fruit, what happened next left him a bit stunned. In the next two blue jars, he pulled devil fruits one after another. The third blue jar contained the zone-type dragon fruit, ancient model, Spinosaurus. The fourth blue jar contained the Logia-type rumble fruit. Including the previous cat fruit, he now had 3 devil fruits in his hands. He could use them to create 3 superpowered individuals. It even included a Logia-type fruit. Of course, Qin Tian did not intend to use them himself, even with the rumble fruit among them. Firstly, because the fruit's abilities required constant development and training, and secondly, because the fruit's weaknesses were too prominent. Is my luck this good today? 3 devil fruits in a row. I wonder what's in this last blue jar. With a hint of curiosity and anticipation, he turned his gaze to the final blue jar. Under his watchful eye, a golden syringe appeared inside the 5th jar. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening a blue jar and obtaining Super Soldier Serum perfectly optimized version. It's actually this. Seeing the golden syringe and the system prompt, Qin Tian's expression changed instantly. The Super Soldier Serum was the very thing that created Captain America, the "I can do this all day, Captain." Although it couldn't grant superpowers like Compound V, it could develop a normal person's physical potential to the human peak. Strength, speed, endurance, recovery rate, and learning ability would all reach the human limit. In the movies, Captain America could even trade a few blows with Thanos thanks to it. More importantly, it had no side effects. Qin Tian was a bit tempted. With Captain America's physical fitness combined with the Iron Man suit, his combat power would be further enhanced. Never mind, I'll hold off for now. Although the Super Soldier Serum can make me stronger, it's still a bit weak compared to those superpowered individuals in the 7. I probably wouldn't even be able to beat Black Noir or A-Train. After saying this, Qin Tian turned his gaze toward the final purple jar. Open the purple jar. The purple jar spun silently, suddenly bursting with a deep light. One last golden speck of light floated within it and slowly drifted toward Qin Tian. He subconsciously reached out his hand, and the speck of light landed lightly in his palm. It felt warm and throbbed slightly as if it were alive. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening a purple jar and obtaining Kryptonian bloodline pure, solar furnace effect not yet activated. The notification sounded in his mind. Qin Tian looked at the golden light in his palm, and his breath hitched. The notification sound rang in his mind. Qin Tian looked at the speck of golden light in his palm, his breathing hitching. Kryptonian bloodline. Holy crap. Is my luck really this good today? A Kryptonian is called a Kryptonian on Krypton, but on Earth, they aren't called that, they are called Superman. What kind of existence is Superman? Put it this way, even if the entire planet were filled with Homelanders, he would still be Superman living among them. Homelander's heat vision, steel-like body, and flight, anything he can do, Superman can do. Anything he can't do, Superman can still do. All of Homelander's abilities are just weakened versions of Superman's. After the excitement passed, an unprecedented calm took over. He clenched his palm, feeling the faint warmth emanating from that speck of golden light, as if he were holding the key to the future. System, use the Kryptonian bloodline. He gave the order in a low voice, making his decision without a moment's hesitation. To hesitate for even a second would be a sign of disrespect toward the Kryptonian bloodline. With the Kryptonian bloodline, things like the super soldier serum or devil fruits were nothing in comparison. The golden speck in his palm seemed to hear the summons. It suddenly brightened, then transformed into a soft yet irresistible golden current. It flowed up his arm, surged straight into his chest, and merged into his heart. The fusion began. At first, it was warm, like soaking in a hot spring on a winter day, as the warmth pumped from his heart to his limbs and bones. Soon after, the warmth intensified, turning into a searing heat that reached deep into his marrow and touched every single cell. But this heat wasn't painful, instead, it felt like forging, purifying, and ascending. Qin Tian could clearly feel the drastic changes occurring within his body. Every cell seemed to turn into a tiny furnace, with its structure being optimized and strengthened. Muscle fibers became denser, containing power far beyond anything he had before. The texture of his bones seemed to change, faintly taking on a metallic quality. His metabolic rate skyrocketed before quickly stabilizing at a new, highly efficient yet slow equilibrium. The world became clear. He could hear the footsteps of stray cats several blocks away, see tiny scratches on the glass of distant buildings, and feel the slightest air currents and temperature differences in the air. A flood of information surged in, making him slightly dizzy, but he quickly focused his mind to adapt to and control this new perception. An indescribable feeling of fullness and lightness occurred simultaneously. It was as if his body density had increased, yet gravity's hold on him had weakened. He stood slightly on his tiptoes, and his body easily floated a few centimeters off the ground before slowly descending. This wasn't flight yet, it was a faint, instinctive resistance to gravity following the comprehensive upgrade of his physical functions. The most core change happened at the center of his body's energy. He felt as though a brand new energy absorption and storage network, spanning his entire body, had been constructed. But this network was currently empty, in a state of extreme hunger and dryness, instinctively craving a specific type of energy to fill and ignite it. The entire process lasted about 10 minutes. When the final warm current settled within him, Qin Tian slowly opened his eyes. His appearance hadn't changed much, but a closer look revealed differences. His skin was smoother and tighter, with a faint healthy glow. His physique tended toward a perfect streamlined shape, with muscle lines that weren't exaggerated but were full of explosive beauty. Most notable were his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a trace of almost imperceptible pale gold had settled. When he focused, his gaze was exceptionally sharp and bright. Friday, scan my physical condition. Qin Tian's voice rang out, steadier now and carrying a strange resonance. Yes, sir, Friday's voice carried distinct analytical fluctuations. Scan complete. Conclusion. Your life form has undergone a fundamental leap. 1. Basic physical attributes are approximately 10 times higher than before, with extremely high growth potential. 2. Sensory sensitivity has increased to an unquantifiable level. I have activated auxiliary filtering protocols for you to avoid information overload. 3. Detected that cells throughout the body possess high-efficiency energy absorption and storage characteristics, but current energy reserves are nearly depleted. Based on the new metabolic model, the optimal energy source is G-type main sequence star radiation. 4. A faint bio-force field has been generated on the body surface, capable of resisting microparticles and basic environmental hazards. Its strength and range will increase with energy reserves. Simply put, sir, you have obtained a solar engine body with infinite potential, but the fuel is currently severely lacking. You need to bask in the sun, and you need a large amount of long-term sunlight exposure to continue growing stronger. Qin Tian clenched his fist, and the air between his fingers made a slight popping sound. He walked to the wall and lightly pressed his 5 fingers. He actually left 5 clear fingerprints in the specially reinforced wall. Powerful. Although it was just the beginning, this strength already far exceeded that of an ordinary person, even surpassing Captain America. And this was only the start. As long as he continued to bask in the sun, he would become stronger and stronger, unlocking more and more abilities, eventually becoming the true Superman. Isn't it just basking in the sun? Is there any simpler way to get stronger? He didn't waste time and immediately turned to issue orders. Friday, execute the following plan for me. Immediately arrange for personnel to build the most efficient sunlight focusing and energy collection platform on the terrace of the Long Island Villa. Use the best materials. I want to maximize sunlight absorption efficiency. Launch the Mjolnir project. Assemble Titan's top team. I want to see a prototype as soon as possible. Raise the security clearance to the highest level. Analyze the 3 devil fruits and the perfect serum to screen for potential compatible candidates. At the same time, I want the latest updates on Billy Butcher and Annie January. Continue monitoring Vought, especially Madeline and Homelander. Now that I've revealed my identity, their counterattack won't be far off. Understood, sir. All instructions have been recorded and execution has begun, Friday responded quickly. Qin Tian nodded and looked out the window again. At this moment, the first ray of dawn finally pierced the darkness. Golden light spilled over New York and through the glass, shining upon him. Warmth. It wasn't just the warmth felt by his skin, but the sense of satisfaction as every hungry cell in his body cheered and greedily absorbed the precious stellar radiation. He could clearly feel a faint but unmistakable energy flowing into his body along with the sunlight, filling the parched energy network. Cellular energy saturation, 0.000001%. 0.000002%. The growth was agonizingly slow, but Qin Tian's heart was full of hope. He knew that from this moment on, every sunrise would be a measure of his increasing strength. Wearing the armor, he was Iron Man, but taking off the armor, he would have another name, Superman. Time passed in the blink of an eye, half a month. Qin Tian, dressed in a well-tailored dark gray engineer's uniform, stood in the underground core laboratory of Titan Industries. The place was brightly lit, the air temperature and humidity were constant, and it was filled with a sense of futuristic technology. On a huge holographic screen, a 3D model of a silver gray, hard-lined, combat-ready powered armor was being displayed in real time, with various test data cascading down like a waterfall beside it. In front of him stood a dozen of Titan Industries' top engineers, material scientists, and energy experts in a row. Half a month ago, many of them had harbored doubts about this young heir parachuting in to lead the top-secret Thor's Hammer project. But at this moment, there was nothing left in their eyes but near fanatical reverence and admiration. Mr. Qin, Thor's Hammer Mark I prototype, full system live test, complete success. The project chief engineer, an old man with graying hair but a spirited demeanor, said, his voice trembling with excitement. All data met or even exceeded design expectations. The output power is stable, the armor's defensive capability perfectly withstood direct fire from a 20mm autocannon during the test, the response speed of the power joints is 300% faster than existing military exoskeletons, and the micro-fusion reactor is running smoothly with an astonishing battery life of 48 hours. Qin Tian looked at the steel giant standing quietly in the center of the testing ground, about 2.3 meters tall and weighing half a ton, and a strong sense of accomplishment welled up in his heart. This armor, based on the Halo technology tree, was not as flexible, versatile, or heavily armed as his Mark III, but its modularity, standardization, ease of maintenance, and relatively low barrier to operation were the keys to achieving mass production and team deployment. More importantly, it used relatively mature fusion technology. Although its energy core was not as heaven-defying as the arc reactor, it was enough to support its formidable combat capability, and there was no risk of radiation leakage, which was crucial for promotion and obtaining official certification. Well done, Dr. Johnson, and everyone. Qin Tian scanned the crowd, his voice steady and powerful. You have created a miracle. In just half a month, you turned a blueprint into reality. This proves that Titan Industries possesses world-class R&D and engineering capabilities. Thor's hammer will not just be a set of armor, it will be the key for Titan Industries to open a new era, the embodiment of our protective philosophy, and a tool to empower more people with safety and strength. Follow-up optimization and small batch trial production will follow immediately. At the same time, initiate the pre-research for civilian security and industrial enhanced variants. He issued his orders. Also, international applications for related patents must be carried out simultaneously, and the core parts should be protected by the most complex cross-patent network. I do not want to see any technology leaked. Yes, Mr. Chin. Everyone responded in unison, full of drive. Over the past half-month, they had witnessed their young boss not only provide a miraculous technical blueprint but also push the project forward at an unbelievable speed with astonishing focus, efficient decision-making, and seemingly inexhaustible financial support. He himself often immersed himself in the laboratory, solving technical problems with everyone, and the engineering literacy and profound understanding of energy systems he displayed completely conquered these proud experts. Qin Tian nodded slightly, left the heated atmosphere of the laboratory, and returned to the top floor, which had been renovated into his private space, half of which was a high-tech command center and studio, filled with various screens and precision instruments. The other half was a training area laid with special cushioning materials, and there was even a small temperature-controlled tanning platform in the corner. For the past half-month, his life had been regular and efficient. During the day, he handled company affairs, pushed the Thor's Hammer project, and occasionally made high-profile appearances as Iron Man to crack down on violent crimes that the police failed to handle or where bot heroes happened not to be present, continuously harvesting influence points and maintaining ultra-high popularity. In the evenings, he returned here to conduct high-intensity combat, tactical, and armor-handling training with the assistance of Friday. His body, baptized by his Kryptonian lineage, allowed him to learn at an astonishing speed, rapidly growing from a wealthy novice into a qualified warrior. The remaining time was non-negotiable sunbathing time. The results were also quite significant. In half a month, his total influence points reached an astonishing 58,742. Cellular energy saturation reached 0.015%. His basic physical quality was estimated to be about 15 times the limit of an ordinary human. Weakly unlocked abilities included, but were not limited to, super senses, basic bio-force field, weak heat vision, low-altitude hovering, etc. Great progress, but still a long way from a true Superman. However, combined with his increasingly exquisite armor handling techniques and combat capabilities, his actual combat power was now enough to easily crush second-tier heroes like Impact, and he even had the ability to fight against Black Noir or Queen May. Of course, except for that monster, Homelander. Vought International's reaction was calmer than expected. Madeline had called twice personally, using polite and even slightly flattering language. Expressing congratulations on Titan Industries' breakthrough in personal protection and stating that Vought, as an industry leader, would be very happy to conduct in-depth cooperation with Titan to jointly promote the harmonious development of superhumans and human technology, all of which were politely declined by Qin Tian on the grounds of different technical directions and no plans for cooperation for the time being. When asked about his opinion on Iron Man in a public interview, Homelander flashed his signature, sunnily fake smile at the camera. Iron Man. Oh no, it's Mr. Chin, right? He's cool, that tin suit looks pretty sturdy. I believe anyone willing to contribute to public safety is good. Of course, professional matters are best left to professional superheroes to handle. After all, the training we undergo and the talents we possess are irreplaceable, aren't they? Qin Tian just sneered at this. He knew that Vought would never sit idly by and watch the influence of Titan Industries and Iron Man continue to expand. The current calm was just the brewing before the storm. It was Madeline evaluating, looking for an opportunity for a one-hit kill, or waiting for some accident that would allow them to take the moral high ground. Another project he was secretly pushing was also progressing smoothly. Flashgram, a social app focused on short video sharing, was becoming popular among young people at an astonishing speed under the powerful algorithmic support of Friday and the secret capital injection from Titan Industries. Its unique recommendation mechanism, simple interface, and community atmosphere that encouraged originality and authenticity quickly formed a differentiated competition with the traditional social media controlled by Vought, which was filled with celebrity gossip and whitewashed news. Qin Tian did not personally endorse it, but many of Iron Man's first-hand shocking rescue videos went viral on Flashgram. This platform would be an important weapon for him to guide public opinion and expose the truth in the future. Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction, and Titan Industries' stock price had risen by a full 35% in the past half-month. Intel. Sir. Friday's voice interrupted Qin Tian, who was closing his eyes to absorb energy on the sunbathing platform. Monitored encrypted channel communications from the New York Police Department, as well as an abnormal surge in local topics on the Flashgram platform in New York. Incident location: the intersection of Kennedy Avenue and 7th Street. Preliminary information summary: a speeding vehicle lost control and hit a young couple talking on the side of the street. The female victim died on the spot, her body shattered. The male survivor is extremely distraught. Witnesses claim to have seen a blue blur pass by before the incident. Traffic cameras nearby have been accessed, and the footage is being restored and analyzed. Qin Tian opened his eyes abruptly, a sharp glint flashing in his pale golden pupils, and he sat up directly from the platform. Survivor's identity: Huey Campbell, 22 years old, record store clerk. Deceased: Robin Ward, his girlfriend. A blue blur. A-train. Qin Tian slowly uttered the name, his tone icy. What was bound to happen had finally come, the starting point of the story of the boys, and also one of the countless tragedies in this world. The restored footage is out, sir. Friday projected a somewhat blurry but identifiable video into the air in front of Qin Tian. In the video, Huey and Robin were laughing and talking on the side of the street. The next second, a blue shadow rushed out from the street corner at a speed difficult for the naked eye to capture. Robin instantly exploded into a mist of blood, Huey was blown away by the air pressure, and the blue shadow disappeared at the end of the street without stopping, leaving only a mess and Huey's heart-wrenching wails. As the image zoomed in, the silhouette of the blue blur could vaguely reveal the iconic helmet and uniform patterns of the Vought hero, A-Train. It really is him. The coldness in Qin Tian's eyes intensified. A-Train, the fastest member of the Seven, was arrogant and addicted to drugs. To maintain his shallow reputation for being the fastest and for the thrill, he had long been secretly and illegally using stimulants derived from compound verses. This accident was probably another case of him losing control and hitting someone after getting high. Vought PR department's reaction: they are initiating standard crisis protocols. It is expected that a statement will be issued within 10 minutes, characterizing the incident as an unfortunate traffic accident, expressing condolences to the victims, and emphasizing that A-Train was performing an urgent mission at the time. Surveillance footage of the relevant road section is being technically tampered with. Standard operation: cover up, lie, maintain image. Qin Tian got up from the platform and walked to the console in the work area. He looked at Huey's desperate and painful face frozen on the screen, and then at the screen on the other side, where the LED screen on the outer wall of Vought Tower was playing an advertisement for a sports drink endorsed by A-Train, with a bright smile. Friday. Yes, sir. Contact the editor-in-chief of the New York Frontier newspaper with the highest level of anonymity. Send him the anonymous on-site video of the Kennedy Avenue tragedy I just received, and remind him to pay attention to the public opinion manipulation that Vought might be carrying out. Contact our personnel developed within the New York Police Department to monitor this case, especially the movements of the victim's family member, Huey, and provide necessary, non-identifiable, covert protection. Initiate a comprehensive investigation into A-Train's recent whereabouts, consumption records, and medical records. I want the most detailed report. Finally, Qin Tian paused and looked at the bustling New York outside the window. Prepare the Mark III. Tonight, I am going to pay a visit to this Mr. Huey Campbell, who has just lost his beloved. It was time to officially make contact with another group of rebels in this world. With the Thor's hammer armor initially completed, it was time for him to start looking for the first batch of users for the Devil Fruit and Super Serum in his hands. Besides himself as Iron Man, Titan Industries might be able to have a few more superheroes. And A-Train, this beneficiary of the Vought system and pathetic junkie, might be the first gift he sends to the boys, and the first sacrifice in his formal declaration of war against Vaught's hypocritical order. The night grew darker, the neon lights of New York continued to flicker, but the trajectory of some people's fates would, from this moment on, deviate in unpredictable ways due to Qin Tian's intervention. The night was deep. Outside an ordinary apartment building in Queens, streetlights cut the streets into intersecting strips of light and shadow. Huey Campbell's residence was on the 4th floor of one of those buildings. At this moment, the light behind that window was still on, looking exceptionally lonely in the silent night. Qin Tian was not wearing his conspicuous Mark III armor. He had changed into an unremarkable black casual outfit, covered by a dark trench coat with the collar turned up, obscuring half of his face. With Friday's assistance, he easily bypassed the ordinary surveillance of several blocks, arriving silently beneath the apartment building like a ghost blending into the night. He didn't take the main entrance. Instead, he glanced up at the lit window on the fourth floor and exerted a slight force through his feet. His physical fitness, enhanced to 15 times the human limit, allowed him to leap without any assistance. With just a momentary burst of leg muscle power, he moved like a lithe leopard, using the fire escape and windowsills for leverage several times before landing soundlessly by the small, partially open kitchen window of Huey's fourth-floor home. The room was very quiet, save for suppressed, intermittent sobbing and the muffled background noise of the evening news playing on the television. The news seemed to be reporting on the daytime traffic accident. The host's voice was hollow and formulaic. Qin Tian gently pushed open the window and slipped inside, his movements fluid and silent. He passed through the small kitchen and entered the living room. The main lights in the living room weren't on, only the cold light flickering from the TV screen. Huey Campbell was curled up on a worn-out sofa, his body still stained with the dried, blackened blood from earlier that day. His eyes were bloodshot, staring blankly at the TV screen, his face covered in tear tracks, his body trembling slightly with grief. He tightly clutched a woman's scarf, Robin's memento. Hearing a faint footstep, Huey turned his head sluggishly. When he saw a tall, unfamiliar figure appear in his living room like a phantom, he was initially dazed, but then terror and a hint of desperate anger erupted in his eyes. Who are you? Get out! Get out! He growled hoarsely, fumbling around and grabbing an empty wine bottle, pointing it tremblingly at Qin Tian. Relax, Mr. Huey Campbell, Qin Tian spoke, his voice steady and carrying a strange, soothing power. He no longer deliberately disguised himself, returning to his original voice, but fine-tuned by his Kryptonian bloodline, the voice was more penetrating and convincing in the darkness. I'm not with Vought, nor am I a reporter. I'm here to talk to you about what happened on Kennedy Boulevard this afternoon, about Robin. Hearing Robin's name, Huey's body jolted violently. The hand holding the bottle shook even harder, and tears welled up again. Talk about what? What's left to talk about? She's dead. She was right in front of me, shattered. He was incoherent, on the verge of collapse. That wasn't an accident, Huey, I know. Qin Tian took a step forward, stopping in the shadows not far from the sofa to ensure he didn't put too much pressure on the startled young man. The one who ran over Robin was A-Train. Vought International's superhero, A-Train. Huey snapped his head up, his bloodshot eyes staring intently at Qin Tian, filled with shock, suspicion, but mostly a frantic desire for confirmation. How do you know? Who are you? How I know isn't important, Qin Tian said slowly. What matters is that I have evidence. Surveillance footage from a nearby convenience store that Vought luckily didn't delete immediately. It's a bit blurry, but enough to see that blue uniform and the speed. Moreover, I know he uses a special stimulant long-term to maintain his speed. That afternoon, he had just finished an injection. Qin Tian's words were like heavy hammer blows, striking Huey's heart one after another. That fool. Hero. Bullshit. They're murderers. Vought is an accomplice. He growled, panting heavily from anger and grief. Exactly, they are, Qin Tian affirmed Huey's anger. But anger and crying won't change anything. Vought's PR machine is already in motion. Tomorrow morning, all the news will say it was a tragic accident, that A-Train was on an emergency mission. They'll give you a generous condolence payment and then make this whole thing disappear as if it never happened. And Robin will have died for nothing. No. Never. Huey stood up abruptly, the wine bottle falling to the floor and shattering. I'm going to report them. I'll make the video public. I'll let everyone know their true faces. And then, Qin Tian countered calmly. Vought has the best legal team, a nationwide media network, and countless citizens blinded by them. You, alone, with a blurry video, against a billion-dollar giant. You might not even live to see the trial. Think about it. A grief-stricken boyfriend, unable to accept his girlfriend's accidental death, loses his mind, forges evidence to frame a hero, and then perhaps commits suicide. Vought is more than capable of writing that script. Huey seemed drained of all strength, collapsing back onto the sofa, covering his face with his hands and letting out a pained whimper. He knew what Qin Tian said was the truth, and that was the most desperate part. So, you came here to tell me all this just to make me more desperate. Huey's raspy voice came through his fingers. No. Qin Tian walked up to Huey, looking down at him. In the darkness, his eyes seemed to have a faint, imperceptible golden glow. I'm here to give you another choice. A choice that isn't just crying and waiting to die, nor is it a reckless, hopeless suicide mission. Huey slowly lowered his hands, a weak spark of hatred mixed with the will to survive reigniting in his red, swollen eyes. What choice? Join me, Qin Tian said directly. Take revenge on Vought, take revenge on A-Train for killing Robin, and take revenge on this twisted superhero system. But not by throwing your flesh and blood against them alone. Use intelligence, use power, and use methods they would never expect. Huey froze, looking Qin Tian up and down, this mysterious stranger. Who are you? How can you say you can take on Bot? Just then, from the shadows of the hallway leading from the living room to the bedroom, came a cold, raspy voice full of caution and hostility. Oi, that's a question I'd like to ask as well. A tall figure stepped out from the shadows. He wore a leather jacket, had stubble on his chin, and his eyes were as fierce as a wounded lone wolf. His right hand hung seemingly casually at his side, but Qin Tian's enhanced senses could clearly hear the slight sound of muscles tensing, ready to draw a gun at any moment. Billy Butcher. He was indeed here. Or rather, he had been secretly keeping an eye on Huey, a key witness to the accident. Butcher's gaze scraped over Qin Tian like a knife, finally landing on the lower half of his face, which wasn't completely covered by the collar, as if trying to identify him. I've seen you, no, I've heard your voice. On the roof of Titan Industries, that rich guy in the tin suit who announced he was a superhero. Qin Tian. Qin Tian wasn't surprised by Butcher's appearance. He slowly turned around, facing Butcher's oppressive and hostile gaze directly, while gently pulling down the collar that obscured his face, revealing his full countenance that had appeared on television countless times. Good evening, Mr. Butcher, Qin Tian said calmly. Or should I say, former CIA agent, Billy Butcher. The man who will stop at nothing to find the truth about his wife Becca's whereabouts, making an enemy of all of Bot in the process. Butcher's pupils contracted sharply, and the dangerous aura emanating from him surged instantly. He stared fixedly at Qin Tian, saying word by word, "You know too much, rich boy. That's dangerous. I know far more than you imagine." Qin Tian didn't back down, his pale gold eyes appearing deep and penetrating in the dim light. I know about Becca Butcher, formerly Becca Shaw, who disappeared 8 years ago in Idaho during a so-called soup out of control incident. I know the hero Bot sent to handle it that night was Homelander. And I know even better that Becca isn't dead, but her current situation might be worse than death. You. Butcher lunged a step forward, his right hand already reaching for the gun grip at his side. Veins popped on his forehead, and his breathing grew heavy, like a beast whose most sensitive nerve had been touched. Huey shrank back, frightened by the sudden tension. Calm down, Butcher, Qin Tian's voice remained steady, as if he didn't see the gun about to be drawn. If I wanted to harm you or trade this information for favors from Bot, I wouldn't be standing here. You and I, strictly speaking, have the same enemy, Bot, and the monster they created, Homelander. Butcher panted, staring fiercely at Qin Tian for a few seconds, seemingly judging the truth and intent of his words. Finally, the hand reaching for the gun slowly relaxed, but the vigilance in his eyes didn't diminish in the least. Even so, so what? With your tin toys and your Playboy act, you think you can take down Bot. You have no idea what you're facing, kid. I know Homelander can tear through tanks with his bare hands, shoot lasers from his eyes, move fast enough to break the sound barrier, and is nearly invulnerable. Qin Tian listed them off, his tone as flat as if he were discussing the weather. I also know Bot created most of the so-called superheroes with Compound V, that they've covered up countless accidents like today's, that they're conducting illegal human experimentation, and that they're trying to rewrite the future political landscape with superhuman genes. With every sentence he spoke, Butcher's gaze darkened, and Huey listened in stunned silence. As for my tin toys. Qin Tian paused and took a small, silver metal device from the inside pocket of his trench coat, about the size of a USB drive, with a smooth surface. Friday, show them. A beam of light shot from the top of the device, forming a clear holographic image in the air. In the image was the Mjolnir-powered assault armor Mark I, full of rugged industrial beauty, undergoing various tests, resisting autocannon fire, easily lifting several tons, maneuvering with the agility of an off-road vehicle, and its shoulder-mounted railgun precisely hitting a target a kilometer away. This is Thor's hammer, a tactical-powered armor for individual soldiers that Titan Industries is about to launch. It's standard equipment and can be mass-produced, Qin Tian introduced, while closing the projection. It might not be able to beat Homelander, but it's enough to give an ordinary person the power to face soups on the level of A-Train, Impact, or even Black Noir. And this is just the beginning. Butcher looked silently at the device in Qin Tian's hand, then at Qin Tian himself. He had to admit that this young man before him was completely different from the pampered, boastful billionaires he remembered. He was calm, dangerous, focused, and seemed to truly possess something that could break Bot's monopoly on force. What do you want with Huey? Butcher's voice was still raspy, but the hostility had lessened, replaced by scrutiny. An invitation. Qin Tian looked at Huey, who had raised his head again, a strange light burning in his eyes. Huey, I know all you want right now is revenge. But revenge requires power and a method. I can give you power, and the chance to get justice from A-Train and Bot. But this path is full of danger. Once you step on it, there's no turning back, and it might even be harder than dying. Are you willing? Huey looked at Qin Tian, then at Butcher, and finally his gaze landed on Robin's scarf in his hand. The grief and despair on his face were gradually replaced by a nearly obsessive determination. He wiped away his tears forcefully and stood up. Although his body was still trembling slightly, his voice was exceptionally clear. As long as I can make them pay, as long as I can tear off their hypocritical masks, I'll do anything. Robin can't have died for nothing. Very well. Qin Tian nodded and took another specially made metal box from his coat. Opening it, he revealed a syringe filled with a flowing golden liquid. Inside this is the super soldier serum developed by our Titan Industries. It can enhance your body to the human limit, giving you the physique of a top athlete, superhuman endurance and recovery, and significantly increased learning ability. Qin Tian placed the metal box on the coffee table in front of Huey. Once injected, you'll have the foundation to throw a punch at A-Train. If you don't use it, you can still follow Mr. Butcher and do things your own way. The choice is yours. After the injection, come find me at Titan Industries, or contact this number. He left a card with only an encrypted email address. After speaking, he looked at Butcher again. Mr. Butcher, I know you don't trust me. That's fine. But we have a common goal. For the short term, at least, we don't have to be enemies. Bot's attention will soon focus on me. This might create some breathing room for your activities. Additionally, regarding Becca, if there are more specific leads, perhaps we can exchange information. You can use this channel for one-way contact with me. He left another, different encrypted contact method. Butcher stared at Qin Tian, making no move to take the card or look at the metal box. He only said coldly, I'll be watching you, rich boy. If you're the same as the rest of Bot, or if you try any tricks, I guarantee you'll regret it. You're welcome to keep an eye on me anytime. Qin Tian didn't care about Butcher's threat. He pulled up his collar again and walked toward the kitchen window. Huey, I look forward to your choice. Mr. Butcher, until we meet again. As the words fell, his figure flashed, and he vaulted out the window like a cat, merging into the night and vanishing as if he had never appeared. Silence returned to the living room, with only the television continuing its tireless broadcast. Huey stared blankly at the metal box and the card on the coffee table, then at the blood-stained scarf in his hand. His eyes struggled intensely before finally settling into a look of absolute resolve. Butcher walked to the window, gazing in the direction Qin Tian had disappeared, his brow furrowed and his expression complex. After a period of intense struggle, the hatred in Huey's heart finally triumphed over everything else. He slowly picked up the golden syringe left by Qin Tian before him. Taking a deep breath, Huey Campbell tremblingly aimed the golden injector at his thigh, closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and pressed the injection button. The moment the serum flooded into his body, it wasn't the agonizing pain he had expected, but rather a searing heat. Like molten gold flowing through his veins and throughout his entire body, every cell felt as if it were being ignited, tempered, and reshaped. He gritted his teeth, his muscles tightening and trembling uncontrollably as sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. He could hear his heart beating wildly like a war drum, and the sound of his blood rushing was like a river roaring in his ears. Ah! He couldn't help but let out a suppressed low growl, collapsing onto the sofa and curling up. Beneath his skin, it felt as if countless tiny electric arcs were darting about, his muscles visibly expanded and contracted slightly, becoming more defined and chiseled. His bones emitted faint but dense crackling sounds, as if growing wildly. Old, weak tissues were being rapidly metabolized, while brand new, tougher cells were being frantically generated. Butcher stood to the side, watching the scene with a complex gaze. He didn't stop him, for he saw in Huey's eyes the same desperate resolve he once had. He simply kept a silent watch on the surroundings while observing the changes in Huey. The transformation process lasted for about half an hour. When the last trace of heat receded like a tide, Huey felt as if he had been reborn. He slowly sat up, looking at his hands in disbelief. Beneath his skin were smooth, powerful muscle lines. The dizziness and weakness brought on by grief and frailty had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented, explosive sense of vitality. He lightly clenched his fist, and the air in his palm emitted a faint pop. He tried jumping in place, his body was incredibly light, nearly hitting the low ceiling. How do you feel, kid? Butcher's voice came through. Huey turned his head. His eyes were no longer hollow and despairing but had become exceptionally clear and sharp, as if they could pierce through the darkness. He took a deep breath, feeling his lung capacity was staggering. I feel great. Better than ever, full of power. He looked at the faint outline of abdominal muscles beneath his blood-stained clothes and touched his cheek. His previously somewhat loose skin had become tight, and even his vision seemed much better, allowing him to see the finest wrinkles on Butcher's face in the dark. Remember this feeling, and remember what this power is for, Butcher said solemnly, putting away the metal box and the card. Since you've chosen this path, don't regret it. That rich guy, Qin Tian, he's not simple. What he's given you, he'll surely make you pay back in another way in the future. Be careful. Huey nodded vigorously, carefully folding Robin's scarf and tucking it close to his body. The flames of revenge burned fiercely in his chest, but now, those flames had powerful fuel to sustain them. The next evening, Huey sent out a message using the encryption method on the card. An hour later, an unmarked black van quietly pulled into the alley behind the apartment, picked him up, and drove toward Long Island. The underground training base of the Titan Industries seaside villa was even more massive and advanced than Huey had imagined. Various training equipment he couldn't name, holographic combat simulators, and weapon testing platforms were all available. Qin Tian was already waiting there, still dressed in simple casual clothes, but Huey could feel that this seemingly relaxed young man possessed a power far greater and deeper than his own. It seems the serum's effects are good, Qin Tian said, looking Huey over and nodding with satisfaction. Next, we'll conduct some basic tests. Follow me. After saying this, he stood up and led Huey toward his private training grounds. Over the next 2 hours, under Friday's guidance, Huey completed a series of physical, strength, speed, and reaction tests. The results were shocking. His 100-meter sprint easily broke 5 seconds, his bench press reached 1,000 kilograms, his reaction speed was more than 5 times that of an average person, and his stamina was terrifyingly long-lasting. Although still far from being comparable to a monster like Homelander, he had comprehensively surpassed the limits of human Olympic champions, reaching the true pinnacle of humanity. Very good, the basics are up to standard. Qin Tian clapped his hands, and a wall on one side of the training ground slid open, revealing an equipment display room. Under soft lighting, a suit and a shield were quietly displayed in the center. The uniform was primarily deep blue, accented with red stripes and white star and stripe elements. Its design was modern and tactical, made of what looked like a special elastic composite material that provided protection without hindering movement. The shield beside it was a classic circular shape, painted with red, blue, and white concentric circles, with sharp edges and a white 5-pointed star in the center. The shield's surface had a matte metallic texture, appearing heavy and solid. Huey was stunned, the design was all too familiar to him. Captain Federation, Qin Tian uttered the name. The second superhero under Titan Industries. You, Huey Campbell, will be his representative. Qin Tian stepped forward, picked up the shield, and casually tossed it to Huey. Huey instinctively caught it. It was heavy, but with his current strength, it felt just right to wield. The shield is made of a composite of Titan alloy and the same grade of material used in Mjolnir armor. It's been lightened, but its defensive power is enough to withstand a direct hit from a standard rocket. Its edges are specially reinforced, so it can be used as a throwing weapon if necessary. As for the uniform, it has built-in shock-absorbing fibers, a temperature regulation system, and a basic bulletproof layer. Huey stroked the cool surface of the shield, feeling the power and responsibility it contained. Why me? Why Captain Federation? He asked. Because we need a symbol, a mortal hero symbol representing courage, justice, and indomitability. Iron Man represents technology and the future, while Captain Federation will represent spirit and legacy. Qin Tian looked into Huey's eyes. You've experienced the deepest pain in the most powerless moments. Now, you have strength. It's up to you to show everyone that even without innate superpowers, as long as one has firm conviction, an unyielding will, and is willing to work and sacrifice for it, an ordinary person can become a hero and fight against injustice. This is a direct counter to Vought's theory of natural privilege. More importantly, Qin Tian's tone turned serious, you need a new, powerful identity. This identity will protect you and allow you to build up your strength. Regarding the A-Train matter, we need a more stable way to resolve it. Now is not the time for an all-out war. But every action by Captain Federation is about accumulating chips for the final unveiling. Huey's heart beat violently, not out of fear, but out of a heavy sense of mission. He understood Qin Tian's strategy, make a high-profile debut, build up prestige and a public base, while secretly gathering evidence and waiting for the right moment. I'm willing, he answered without hesitation, gripping the shield tightly. In the days that followed, Huey moved into the training base and began hellish special training. Qin Tian personally served as the instructor, using various combat data and simulation programs provided by Friday to train Huey in all aspects, including hand-to-hand combat, shield usage, tactical maneuvering, and urban tracking and counter-tracking. The super serum not only strengthened his body but also significantly enhanced his learning ability and neural reflexes. He was like a parched sponge, frantically absorbing all combat knowledge. The training was brutal, he was often exhausted to the point of collapse, and his body was covered in countless bruises. But whenever he wanted to give up, Robin's blood-stained scarf and A-Train's hypocritical face would appear before his eyes, causing him to grit his teeth once more. Meanwhile, Qin Tian also began to build hype for Captain Federation's debut. A few blurry short videos, seemingly showing someone in a Stars and Stripes uniform fighting thieves and helping the homeless late at night, began to quietly circulate on the Flashgram platform. With titles like, Suspected New Hero, or, Guardian of New York, and with the precise push of Friday's algorithm, they slowly accumulated some curious attention. 1 week later, Huey's basic combat skills had taken shape. He wielded his shield with virtuosity, and his combat techniques were sufficient to handle multiple armed thugs. It's time. Qin Tian watched Huey, who was panting on the training ground but had sharp eyes, and issued the command. Friday, filter for a suitable stage. Target locked. Brooklyn Dock area. Tonight there is an illegal activity involving gang arms dealing and human trafficking. Police intelligence has confirmed it, but BOT's rapid response team delayed their deployment, citing the need to verify the intelligence. The transaction is expected to take place at midnight, involving 15 to 20 armed personnel with heavy firepower. There are civilians being coerced at the scene. This is the one. Huey, go get ready. Understood. As he spoke, Huey's eyes were filled with excitement and thrill. Midnight, Brooklyn Docks, abandoned warehouse No. 3. The transaction was proceeding tensely. Two gangs were in a standoff, with stacks of arms crates and several young men and women, bound, gagged, and shivering, in the middle. Just as the leaders of both sides were preparing to inspect the goods and exchange money. Bang! The skylight glass at the top of the warehouse shattered with a roar. A blue and red figure, holding a star-spangled shield in front of him like a god descending from heaven, plummeted from above, landing precisely in the open space between the two sides with a heavy thud, sending dust flying from the ground. Good evening, gentlemen. Huey, or rather, Captain Federation, stood up, his shield pointing diagonally at the ground, his gaze from beneath the mask sweeping across the stunned thugs. The party is over. Drop your weapons. Where the hell did this freak come from? Open fire. The gang leader reacted and roared. In an instant, gunfire erupted. Bullets from automatic rifles and shotguns poured toward the lone figure in the center of the venue like a metal storm. Huey moved. He wielded his shield like an impenetrable wall. Clang, clang, clang. Countless bullets struck the vibranium composite shield, bursting with dazzling sparks, but they were all deflected. He pushed off the ground, the speed of a super soldier erupting, and rushed into the group of thugs on the left like a ghost. The edge of the shield slashed fiercely against a thug's wrist, the sound of bone breaking and a scream rang out simultaneously, and the firearm fell. Sidestepping, then an elbow strike, another thug was hit hard, flying backward and knocking over a pile of wooden crates. A roundhouse kick sent the third thug crashing into the wall, knocking him unconscious. His movements were concise, efficient, and full of power, with no unnecessary flair. Every strike was aimed at neutralizing his opponents. The thugs on the right tried to suppress him with heavy firepower, hoisting a rocket launcher. Huey's eyes narrowed, and he violently hurled the shield in his hand like a frisbee. The shield traced a graceful arc, whistling through the air, and precisely struck the muzzle of the rocket launcher, crushing and twisting it. It then bounced back, knocking two other armed thugs to the ground, and finally spun back into Huey's hand. The entire process was smooth and fluid. The battle was a one-sided steamroll. In less than 3 minutes, more than 20 armed thugs were lying all over the floor, groaning and wailing. The kidnapped civilians were unharmed. Huey walked up to the terrified gang leader, stepped on his gun-holding hand, and said coldly, "Tell the police who saved you." Just then, sirens sounded outside the warehouse. The NYPD, having received an anonymous tip and positioned themselves in secret, rushed in and secured the scene. In several hidden corners, reporters from the New York Frontier newspaper and certified videographers from the Flashgram platform faithfully recorded the entire process of Captain Federation descending from the sky, crushing the thugs, and saving the civilians, including his final calm and powerful words. The next day, media in New York and across the US were ignited by the sudden appearance of Captain Federation. Especially on the Flashgram platform, high-definition first-person videos and photos from different angles went viral. Mysterious Captain Federation appears in New York, takes on gangs to save civilians. Friend or foe? New hero's tough style is vastly different from the bot system. Shield hero. Does he represent a new philosophy of guardianship? Discussion reached an unprecedented high. People were attracted to this new hero, whose combat style was tough and direct, full of masculine power, and who seemed to have no ties to bot. Especially the image he displayed during the battle, not relying on superpowers, but crushing enemies with a mortal body and exquisite skills, formed a stark contrast with those high and mighty, sometimes even clumsy, superhumans of bot. In Bot Tower, the air pressure in Madeline's office was terrifyingly low. Another uncontrolled hero, and one clearly related to Qin Tian and Titan Industries. But this time the other party did not name names directly, leaving her unable to launch a legal offensive on grounds of defamation or similar reasons for the time being, which made her even more irritable. 3 days later, just as speculation about Captain Federation's identity reached its peak, Titan Industries held another globally broadcast press conference. This time, more media gathered at the scene than last time. Qin Tian, still in a suit, walked to the stage steadily. Without too much pleasantry, he cut straight to the point. In recent days, a new guardian has appeared in New York, whom everyone calls Captain Federation. Many people are curious about his origins, his identity, and his relationship with Titan Industries. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the eagerly awaiting reporters and countless cameras below the stage. Today, I will solemnly announce here, Captain Federation is not a born superpowered being. He is a brave young man who, after experiencing some things, chose to take on the responsibility of a guardian. He accepted Titan Industries' latest biological enhancement technology, underwent grueling training, and finally gained strength and skills that surpass those of ordinary people. And the source of his strength comes not only from technology, but more importantly from his inner persistence for justice, his compassion for the weak, and his love for this city. Now, I invite him to come and meet you all. The spotlight suddenly hit the side of the podium. The passage opened, and Huey Campbell, in a classic red, white, and blue star-spangled uniform and holding a round shield, walked to Qin Tian's side with firm and powerful strides. He took off his hood, revealing a young face that appeared more resolute after a week of training, though the original youthful contours were still visible. The scene went silent for an instant, and then erupted with even more intense exclamations and shudder sounds than last time. Many people recognized him, the victim of the A-train incident. He had actually become Captain Federation. Huey stepped forward and stood in front of the microphone. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below, seeing countless faces that were surprised, sympathetic, or curious. His voice spread throughout the venue through the loudspeaker, carrying a trace of imperceptible trembling, but mostly firmness. I am Huey Campbell. Not long ago, I experienced a terrible tragedy and lost the person most important to me. His voice choked up a bit, but he quickly forced it down. That tragedy let me see the other side of this city. It let me see the powerlessness of ordinary people facing danger beneath the bright and beautiful surface, and it also let me see the despair brought about by certain covered-up truths. He gripped the shield in his hand tightly, his knuckles turning white. But I did not choose to sink. Because someone told me, and made me believe, that crying and waiting won't bring anything back, true remembrance is ensuring that the same tragedy never happens again. Today, I stand here as Captain Federation. This identity does not belong to me personally, it belongs to every ordinary person who still believes in the light in the darkness and still chooses to be brave in desperate situations. I don't have superpowers, but I have the belief to never give up, the determination to fight to protect others, the strength gained through arduous training, and, even more, trustworthy companions. He looked at Qin Tian beside him, then faced the camera again, his eyes burning like torches. From today on, I, Captain Federation, will fight together with Iron Man and all those with justice in their hearts for a more real, safer, and more just New York. We will prove with our actions that a hero's heart can belong to anyone, the power of guardianship stems from choice. The young man's resonant, passionate, and determined declaration spread to every corner of the world through the live broadcast signal. He did not name names, but the accusations of covering up the truth between the lines and the exaltation of the power of ordinary people were like invisible sharp swords, pointing directly at Vought's core narrative. Titan Industries' stock price soared again, and traffic on the Flashgram platform skyrocketed. Inside Vought Tower, Madeline turned off the live stream, her face sinking like water. Although the other party did not declare war directly, this was more troublesome than a direct declaration of war. This was a carefully packaged, highly infectious challenge that was shaking the foundation of Vought's rule. Contact A-Train, she said coldly to her assistant, tell him to behave himself recently and not cause any more trouble. Also, initiate a comprehensive assessment of Captain Federation and Titan Industries. I want to know all their weaknesses. In the Seven Towers lounge, Homelander watched the young, hate-filled face of Huey on the screen, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a cold, temperatureless arc. Captain Federation. Another clown in a costume. He muttered to himself, a flash of red light passing through his eyes. Looks like I'll have to find time to teach these newcomers what a real hero should look like. The media buzz in New York was like the weather in July, scorching and fickle. The sudden emergence of Iron Man and Captain Federation was like throwing two boulders into the still waters carefully maintained by Vought International. The ripples, fueled by the algorithms of the Flash Shadow platform, quickly evolved into massive waves. In just 2 weeks, the cumulative views for their exclusive hashtags surpassed 1 billion, and both of their follower counts broke the 5 million mark. Titan Industries' stock price rode a rocket, while topics such as tech-empowered heroes and the courage of mortals began to spark discussions on a broader societal level, subtly shaking the foundation of Vought's narrative that superpowers are destiny. However, the reaction speed and counterattack intensity of Vought International, a media and superpower empire that has been entrenched for decades, far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. The atmosphere in the strategic meeting room on the top floor of Vought Tower was heavy. On the massive circular screen wall, data curves displaying traffic for Iron Man and Captain America on the Flash Shadow platform, the K-line chart of Titan Industries' stock price, and sporadic criticisms appearing on major social media platforms regarding the formulaic and condescending nature of Vought heroes were displayed in split screens. Vice President Madeline Stillwell sat at the head of the table. There was no smile on her well-maintained face, and her eyes were as sharp as a scalpel. Seated on both sides were Vought's chief PR officer, Director of Media Operations, Director of Superhuman Affairs, and Homelander, who is currently out of town and joined via holographic projection. Our heat has been surpassed, there is noise in public opinion, and the public's attention is being diverted. Madeline's voice was steady, but every word carried pressure. This is not just a problem with two new internet celebrities. Chin Tien of Titan Industries is systematically challenging our foundation. He is trying to prove that without Compound V, humans can become heroes through technology and training, perhaps even more reliably. This is a subversive threat to Vought's business model. We have already initiated an A-level PR response plan, the chief PR officer reported immediately. We have contacted all partner media, increased positive publicity for the 7 and second-tier heroes, and simultaneously released a large number of soft articles about the uniqueness of the superhuman gene, talent, and responsibility. We have also started to secretly guide discussions about the dangers of unregistered superhuman activities and the potential for technological equipment to malfunction. In addition, we have found several family members of gang members who were previously accidentally injured by Iron Man and are encouraging them to file civil lawsuits. Not enough. Homelander's hologram spoke. He still wore that perfect smile, but there was no temperature in his blue eyes. The buzzing of ants cannot be driven away just by the wind. We need a fire, a performance that makes everyone remember who the giant is that can truly hold up the sky. A grand, perfect show that can crush all noise. The director of media operations understood and pulled up an encrypted plan. The Sky Rescue Plan is ready. We have arranged for a Boeing 787 passenger plane flying from New York to London to have special programs embedded in its engines and parts of its control system. When flying over the Atlantic Ocean, it will simulate an extreme emergency of dual engine failure and structural damage. At that time, Homelander will happen to be testing new abilities in the nearby waters. He will single-handedly lift the out-of-control passenger plane, safely force land it on the sea, and save the lives of over 300 passengers. Global live streaming is already in place. Madeline looked at the rendering in the plan, a stunning image of Homelander, godlike, carrying a massive passenger plane with his steel body while slowly descending under the sunrise or sunset, and nodded. This was indeed a trump card that could instantly detonate globally and reclaim all attention. Is the risk controllable? Controllable, the technical lead replied. We have our most reliable crew on the plane, and the passenger list has been screened. The special program ensures the plane won't actually disintegrate, and Homelander's strength is sufficient to handle it. The only variables are the weather and psychological pressure, but that's not a problem for Homelander. Homelander's smile deepened. It was a look of absolute confidence. I like this plan. Let the world see what real power is, and what real salvation is. As for those two in costumes. He paused, his tone dismissive. After this show, if they are sensible, perhaps we can give them a chance to appear in the scraps. If not. He didn't finish, but a red light flashed in his eyes and vanished. Additionally, the director of Superhuman Affairs added, to maintain the heat and suppress any potential new moves from Titan, we plan to arrange an exercise against a vicious superhuman criminal in the Brooklyn Industrial Zone in a week. The target is, the Butcher, John Krieger, an incarcerated felon who has caused the deaths and injuries of multiple police officers. He has been detected with unstable, low-concentration compound versus residue in his body and has a tendency toward berserker rage. We will arrange for his prison break, and he will engage in a fierce battle with the arriving Impact and Lamplighter, only to be heroically killed in the end. This can demonstrate Vought's ability to deal with internal threats, reinforce the narrative of the dangers of uncontrolled superpowers, and indirectly strike at those guys at Titan who rely on technology and serum. Madeline weighed it quickly. Agreed. But we must ensure it is foolproof. Krieger's emotions must be controlled, the scene must be cleared thoroughly, and the live broadcast must be spectacular. I don't want to see any unplanned spectators or accidents. Understood. The meeting ended, and the massive Vought machine began to run at full speed for these two big shows. Countless calls, emails, and funds flowed into the shadows, media channels were cleared, and emergency plans were repeatedly rehearsed. The top floor of Titan Industries, the Sunlight platform. Qin Tian lay with his eyes closed on a specially made platform that had undergone multiple upgrades and could now efficiently collect and convert over 70% of incident sunlight. The morning sunlight spilled onto him, and the countless miniature solar furnaces within his body greedily absorbed the energy like seedlings that had long been parched for rain. He could clearly feel that with every minute and every second, his strength was growing at a faint but steady speed. The cellular energy saturation had broken through 0.1%, his bio-force field was more solid, his low-altitude hovering time had extended to 5 minutes, and the power of his heat vision was sufficient to instantly melt through steel plates. But at this moment, his brows were slightly furrowed. Friday's report rang in his ears. Sir, Vought's public opinion counterattack is strengthening. We have detected a large number of organized troll accounts on Flash, Shadow and other platforms setting the narrative, attempting to define the actions of Iron Man and Captain Federation as dangerous individual heroism and a disruption to the existing superhuman regulatory system. At the same time, the volume of positive reports about the 7 from Vought-affiliated media has increased by 300% within 24 hours. As expected, Qin Tian opened his eyes, his pale golden pupils seemingly burning in the sunlight. They won't sit idly by. Based on my understanding of them, they should have even bigger moves. Yes, sir. We have intercepted internal encrypted communication fragments from Vought with the keywords Sky, Rescue, Passenger Plane, Global Live Stream. Combined with the abnormal mobilization of their media resources, it is speculated that Vought is planning an extremely astonishing rescue operation led by Homelander, aimed at achieving absolute prestige suppression. It may happen within 48 hours. Also, in the Brooklyn Industrial Zone, the municipal pipeline maintenance plan originally scheduled for next week has been taken over and cleared by Vought under the pretext of a security exercise. At the same time, a dangerous prisoner codenamed the Butcher, John Krieger, has been secretly transferred from a Vought-affiliated correctional facility, destination unknown. There is an 87% probability that Vought is planning a performance to combat a vicious superhuman, and the target may be Krieger. It is expected to take place shortly after the Sky Rescue to maintain the heat. Qin Tian sat up, walked to the viewing window, and overlooked the city. Homelander saving a plane. He had some impression of this script, although the details were different. Vought liked to pull off these kinds of shocking, grand scenes to consolidate their authority. He had to admit, if Homelander successfully performed this miracle, the heat and public opinion advantage accumulated previously would likely be wiped out. Stop him head on. Confronting Homelander in public, given his current growth speed, had slim chances of success and would prematurely trigger an all-out war, which was not a wise move. It seems I need to add some unexpected ingredients to their carefully prepared script. A cold arc curled at the corner of Qin Tian's mouth. You want to play the savior. Then I will create a real disaster for you that you can't handle. You want to perform heroic law enforcement. Then I will make your actors lose control, turning them into a mess that you need someone else to clean up. Thinking of this, Qin Tian immediately summoned the system. System, how much influence points do we have left? Current total, 72,311 points. Very good. Qin Tian's gaze was sharp. Open the system store. Exchange for 5 blue canisters and 1 purple canister. Consumed 20,000 influence points, obtained 5 blue canisters. Consumed 10,000 influence points, obtained 1 purple canister. 6 jar phantoms emerged. Without hesitation, Qin Tian ordered, open all blue jars. First blue light burst out, revealing a hideously styled metal glider with smooth lines, a demon-like decoration at the front, and jet ports at the rear. Obtained. Goblin glider, Norman Osborn original version. Attached are blueprints for basic weapon modules like pumpkin bombs and machine cannons. An aerial mobility and firepower platform from the Spider-Man world. Second blue. The light subsided, and a set of futuristic individual combat equipment emerged, including a strangely shaped large-caliber rifle, several multi-functional grenades, and a set of light armor with exoskeleton assistance. Obtained. IMC Vanguard Class Titan Pilot Standard Equipment Set includes smart pistol, arc grenade, data knife, etc. Elite individual technology from the Titanfall world. Third blue. A constantly wriggling, dark red tumor that seemed alive appeared in the jar, emitting an ominous aura. Obtained. Monster Cell Tiger Level. From the One Punch Man world, it grants the consumer powerful monsterization abilities but greatly distorts the mind and is full of uncontrollability. Fourth blue. A scroll tanned from some kind of biological leather and written in strange silver-white script. Obtained. Lesser Strengthening Magic Scroll, Strength, Agility, Endurance triple buff. From a certain magic plane, it applies a strengthening spell to a single target for several hours with no significant side effects, though the target must have a certain level of physical fitness. Fifth blue. A cube device with an exceptionally complex structure emitting a blue energy glow. Obtained. Portable energy shield generator covers a 5-meter radius area. From an interstellar civilization, it generates a shield to resist high-intensity energy and physical attacks, but energy consumption is extremely high. Looking at the 5 items before him, Qin Tian's face showed a hint of disappointment. The 5 items opened this time were clearly not as high quality as the last. It seems my luck has run out, but it's not too bad. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the most valuable of the 5 items, the monster cell. If it weren't for its poor controllability, he would have wanted to use it himself. After a moment's thought, a brilliant idea struck him. Bot International, you're in trouble this time. Having said that, his gaze landed on the final purple jar, and he thought, open. The purple jar spun silently, bursting with a light countless times deeper and more vast than the blue jars. Within the light, it wasn't a specific item, but countless tiny nano units frantically assembling and transforming, eventually condensing into a red diamond-shaped metal key the size of a fist, its center flickering with the glow of a faint blue reactor, accompanied by a massive stream of data. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the purple jar and obtaining Veronica's system Hulkbuster armor, summoning permissions and partial key technologies. Includes Low Earth Orbit Veronica Satellite Platform, Basic Functions, Hulkbuster Armor, Mark 44 Remote Deployment and Assembly Protocols, and Heavy Armor Cushioning and Structural Technology for handling massive impacts. Note: in the current dimension, the Veronica Satellite Platform must be built and launched by the host. The Hulkbuster armor must be manufactured locally based on existing technology. The system provides core protocols and solutions for key technical difficulties. Hulkbuster armor. Although it was a blueprint requiring self-manufacturing, it was exactly the trump card needed to deal with large, powerful targets. More importantly, it represented another possibility, crushing heavy firepower when Iron Man's agility and skill were insufficient. Perfect. Qin Tian took a deep breath and quickly organized his thoughts. The Goblin glider and pilot equipment could arm that butcher Krieger, turning him into a high-mobility, heavy firepower nightmare. The monster cell was a risky move, but it was enough to give Krieger the power to rival or even suppress average bot heroes for a short time. The lesser strengthening scroll and energy shield could serve as insurance or bargaining chips. And the Hulkbuster armor would be the final key to suppressing everything. A complete plan quickly formed in his mind. Friday. Mobilize all resources and begin analyzing the Hulkbuster armor technology with the highest priority. Coordinate with the Thor's Hammer project team to start the reverse engineering and component trial production of the Mark 44. Quote. The Veronica satellite platform project starts simultaneously. Use our existing aerospace launch channels, and keep it covert. Yes, sir. Now, give me John Krieger's detailed information and the exact location where he is being secretly held. Also, find the specific location and schedule of the stage Vought has prepared for that performance. A day later, in the outskirts of New York, at a secret underground prison belonging to Vought's Superhuman Behavioral Correction Center. John Krieger, a former Marine thug, was imprisoned for causing serious casualties after losing control while drunk. Later in prison, trace amounts of unstable compound versus metabolites were detected in him, and his personality became increasingly violent. He was currently bound by a special alloy in a transparent cell, his eyes bloodshot, breathing heavily. A day ago, people from Vought International found him and asked him to cooperate in a performance, promising that if he played along, he would be freed afterward. But he knew very well that Vought International would not keep their promise. Whether he cooperated or not, there was only one outcome: death. But he had no choice. He was unwilling, yet he felt despair when facing Vought. Just then, the prison's security system suddenly paused for 0.3 seconds, and all surveillance footage froze. A figure wearing a dark robe, a hood, and a metal mask appeared before Krieger's cell like a ghost, passing through one closed electronic door after another. The eyes of the mask were two glowing blue orbs, making it impossible to see his face. Who? Krieger growled warily. Someone who can give you a real choice, John Krieger. A processed voice, low and raspy, came from beneath the mask. You can call me Dr. Mysterious. Vought told you your end would be to pretend to be killed in a performance, becoming material for them to promote the theory of superhuman threats. But I know they won't let you live in this world. I also know that the pathetic trace of compound V in your body makes you crave real power more than anyone, rather than being treated like disposable trash. Krieger panted, staring at this mysterious figure. What are you trying to say? The Dr. Mysterious didn't answer but gently waved his hand. The thick special glass wall of the cell actually rippled like water, subsequently melting into a hole large enough for a person to pass through. This wasn't technology, but a wall-passing effect simulated by Qin Tian using preliminary fine control of his bio-force field, combined with light refraction to create a sense of mystery. Seeing this, Krieger's pupils shrank. Qin Tian stepped into the cell, ignoring Krieger's wary retreat, and placed a palm-sized metal box on the floor, opening it. Inside were three things: a wriggling, ominous tumor, a leather scroll with silver script, and a device resembling a tablet. This fruit can give you power beyond the mundane, enough to tear those so-called heroes apart, but the price is that your mind may be eroded by wild desires. Qin Tian pointed at the monster cell. This scroll can temporarily strengthen your body, making you better able to withstand power, or run away. And this, he tapped the tablet, which immediately played a cool demonstration of the goblin glider howling and the pilot equipment firing, is the equipment that will allow you to master power, soar through the sky, and pour down a rain of fire. They are near the place where you are about to perform, at a coordinate only you know. Krieger's breathing was heavy, his eyes fixed on the tumor and the footage of the equipment, a rasping sound coming from his throat. The temptation of power, hatred for Vought, and the desire for survival fought a fierce battle in his mind. Vought arranged an ending for you. Qin Tian's voice was like a demon's whisper, but I'm giving you the script. Eat it, gain power, and go to that place to find the equipment. Then, under the spotlight, on the stage they built for you, vent your anger to your heart's content. Let those who arranged your fate see what kind of brilliance the trash they treat as a prop can explode with. Why help me? Krieger asked hoarsely. I'm not helping you. The doctor slowly retreated, his figure gradually merging into the shadows of the cell. I'd just like to see arranged scripts go wrong. The choice is yours, John Krieger. Will you die as a puppet, or go crazy as the one who flips the chessboard? With that, the shadows completely swallowed his figure, and the glass wall of the cell returned to its original state, as if no one had ever been there. Only the metal box remained quietly at Krieger's feet. He stared at the wriggling tumor, the last trace of sanity in his eyes swallowed by frantic hatred and greed for power. He reached out a trembling hand and grabbed it. 3 days later, Homelander's Firmament rescue operation was broadcast live globally, making a shocking debut. Under the gaze of hundreds of millions of viewers, like Atlas from mythology, he carried a massive Boeing 787 passenger jet on his shoulders and slowly landed on the calm surface of the sea in the glow of the setting sun, saving everyone on board. At that moment, he truly resembled a deity descending upon the mortal realm, and Vought's prestige reached a new peak. All discussions about Iron Man and Captain America seemed to be suppressed by this miraculous scene. Inside Vought Tower, there was a wave of jubilation, and a long-absent, genuine smile appeared on Madeline's face. Homelander enjoyed the global praise, feeling even more disdain in his heart for that tin can and costume kid. However, just as the buzz around the Firmament rescue reached its peak, Vought's carefully prepared next show quietly veered off script. In an abandoned industrial area in Brooklyn, a stage had been cleared in advance and set up with multiple hidden camera angles. Impact and Lamplighter were already in position. According to the script, Butcher Krieger, who had been intentionally let go and lured here, would appear. A fierce battle would ensue, and the heroes would ultimately have no choice but to gun him down. However, when Krieger's figure appeared amidst the ruins, the hearts of all the Vought directors watching through the internal channel skipped a beat. That was not the brute force prisoner they had anticipated. He wore a never-before-seen, sleek, and aesthetically pleasing gray-black light armor, carried a jetpack on his back, and held a bizarrely designed large-caliber rifle with electric arcs flickering at the muzzle. Even more unsettling was his appearance. His stature had ballooned to nearly 2.5 meters, his bulging muscles tearing his prison uniform apart. His skin was an unnatural dark red, mapped with twisted veins, his eyes were bloodshot, and saliva dripped from his mouth as he let out low, inhuman growls. Beneath his feet, he stepped on a menacingly styled green metal glider, hovering a meter off the ground. What on earth is that? Where did his gear come from? No. His state is wrong. Did the compound versus residue go wild? That's impossible. The internal channel was in utter chaos. Proceed as planned. There might be a slight mishap, but take him down all the same. Prepare to cut in the live broadcast signal. The field commander ordered, forcing himself to remain calm. Impact summoned his courage, stepped forward, and shouted at the camera, Krieger. Put down your weapons and surrender immediately. You can't escape. Answering him was an inhuman roar from Krieger, along with a sudden burst of flames from the tail of the goblin glider beneath his feet. The glider carried him, skimming the ground at an incredible speed as it charged straight toward Impact. At the same time, he raised the smart pistol in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Several high explosive rounds streaked out with trails of fire. Fire. Terrified, Impact quickly rolled away to dodge, leaving several large craters blasted into the ground where he had just stood. Lamplighter's hands glowed as he fired 2 scorching beams, but Krieger easily dodged them with a sharp turn. The kinesthetic perception and auxiliary mobility provided by that pilot armor far exceeded those of an ordinary human. Krieger laughed maniacally, maneuvering the goblin glider at high speed through the ruins like a specter. He occasionally fired bursts with his smart pistol and threw sizzling arc grenades, leaving Impact and Lamplighter scrambling in a pathetic state. Their attacks were either agilely dodged or deflected and weakened by the faint energy shield on Krieger's body. Even more troublesome was Krieger's strength after his monsterization. At one point, he crashed straight through a low wall, grabbed concrete blocks, and hurled them like cannonballs, forcing the 2 heroes to do nothing but dodge. The pre-arranged fierce battle had turned into a one-sided suppression and mockery. The faces of the Vought staff watching internally turned pale. This was not a performance at all. Krieger's strength, speed, and equipment completely exceeded expectations. He was like a real killing machine from the future. Cut the live feed. Now. Madeline roared from headquarters. But it was already too late. Just as the Vought technicians were preparing to cut the preset live broadcast signal, they discovered to their horror that the signal source had been hijacked. And not just from one source. Several media outlets that had kept Vought at arm's length or were even somewhat adversarial, along with the official livestream room of the Flash Shadow platform, showed the footage here simultaneously. High definition, multi-angle, and even drone bird's-eye views. The scene of Impact and Lamplighter being chased around like headless chickens by a monster, and the industrial area being trashed into a complete mess, was broadcast in real time. It's Titan. It must be Qin Tian's doing. Madeline trembled with rage. Viewers around the world, who were still savoring Homelander's heroic feat, were suddenly pushed to new, even more explosive live broadcast. Vought heroes encounter a terrifyingly powerful enemy and are locked in a bitter struggle. People stared in astonishment at the subversive images on their screens. The supposedly invincible Vought heroes were actually being suppressed by an unidentified monster riding a green glider. And the scene looked so pathetic. Amidst the ruins, Krieger grew even more frenzied. Leaping off his glider, he used his monsterized colossal strength to lift an abandoned car with his bare hands and hurled it violently at Lamplighter, who was hiding behind a broken wall. Lamplighter barely managed to deflect it with his light beam, but he was also sent flying by the blast wave of the explosion, left disheveled and covered in dirt. This guy is not right. We need backup. Impact shouted into his communicator, his voice laced with panic. At this moment, as the Vought heroes lost all face and the global audience watched dumbfounded, two sharp whistles echoed from the sky. One gold and red, one blue and white, two figures pierced the sky like meteors, diving down to land steadily in the center of the battlefield, blocking the path between the pathetic Impact and Lamplighter and the rampaging Krieger. Iron Man. Captain Federation. It seems this party needs some real professionals to clean it up. A processed, steady electronic voice came from beneath Iron Man's visor. He raised his arm, the repulsor in his palm glowing with a faint blue light, aiming directly at the roaring Krieger. Captain Federation did not speak, silently raising his shield to block in front of him, his gaze fixed steadfastly on the monster opposite. His appearance silently epitomized a steady and reliable guardian posture, completely different from that of the Vought heroes. Snatched from the jaws of death, heroes descend from the heavens. The livestream room was instantly flooded with a massive wave of bullet comments and exclamation marks. The people who had just been cheering for Homelander were instantly gripped by this far more dramatic and impactful real-life scene. Titan's heroes appeared at the critical moment when the Vought heroes couldn't handle the situation. It's Iron Man and Captain Federation. They're here. That's awesome. Look at their timing. What on earth are the Vought guys doing? This monster is too terrifying. Even Impact couldn't beat him. In the end, does it really have to rely on technology and real training? The tide of public opinion reversed in an instant. Seeing the two newcomers, especially that gold and red armor, Krieger let out a roar mixed with confusion and rage. He remembered that the doctor had mentioned potential variables, but at this moment, his brain, flooded with power, held nothing but a desire for destruction. Stomping hard on the ground, his massive monsterized body lunged like a cannonball toward the seemingly smaller Captain Federation, his fist raining down with a vicious wind. Huey's eyes narrowed. Without dodging, he firmly raised his shield in front of him. Clang! A deafening, bell-like crash resonated. Krieger's fist, powerful enough to crush a car, slammed hard against the vibranium composite shield. A visible shockwave rippled out from the point of impact, kicking up dust all over the ground. The ground beneath Huey's feet cracked, but his body only swayed slightly, he didn't take a single step back. A perfect block. What? Krieger and all the viewers were shocked. This human, who only looked slightly stronger than average, actually blocked a monsterized strike. In the brief moment Krieger was stunned, Iron Man moved. His foot thrusters fired as he flanked around. Raising both arms, his palm repulsors and shoulder micro-missile pods fired simultaneously. Several blue-white energy beams and micro-missiles precisely targeted Krieger's vital spots. Krieger shrieked and tried to dodge, but his speed was ultimately no match for the energy attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted on and around him. Although mostly neutralized by his shield and powerful physical body, they still blasted him backward, stumbling as his shield flickered violently. Roar. Completely infuriated, Krieger abandoned Captain Federation. The Goblin glider whistled over beneath his feet, and he leapt onto it, grabbing the large-caliber magnetic cannon hanging from the side, which originally belonged to Pilot Gear, and fired a shot straight at Iron Man. A thick blue magnetic beam roared out. Its power far exceeded that of the previous smart pistol. Behind Iron Man's visor, Qin Tian's eyes were calm. Friday. Energy shield status. An impact is projected to deplete 17% of the Mark III armor. Evasion is advised. Qin Tian chose not to fully evade. Instead, he turned slightly, absorbing the glancing blow with his chestplate and arm guards, which had the strongest defense on his armor. Boom! The armor was blasted backward, sliding several meters and plowing a trench into the ground. A clear scorch mark appeared on the chestplate, but overall, it was undamaged. It's time to end this. Qin Tian's voice broadcasted through the public channel, echoing across the scene in the livestream. Captain, pin him down. Initiate the Veronica Protocol. Hearing this, Captain Federation immediately brandished his shield and charged at Krieg, using his agile footwork and sturdy shield to engage in close-quarters combat and buy time and space for Iron Man. Qin Tian soared into the sky, while the arc reactor on his armor's chest flared with brilliant light as a special encrypted signal shot straight into the sky. What is that? Everyone watching the live stream, including those at Vought headquarters, looked up at the sky. Just a few seconds later, outside the atmosphere, a recently launched, unrevealed Titan Industries communication test satellite suddenly changed its orbit, and its bottom hatch opened. In the next second, under the terrified, shocked, and unbelieving gazes of countless people, several massive metal pods burning with crimson tail flames plunged straight from space toward the Brooklyn Industrial Zone battlefield like space-based kinetic weapons. They fell at extreme speed, accompanied by a piercing screech. My god. What is that? A meteorite. It's an attack. Did Iron Man call in a space-based strike? The live stream chat exploded, and the bot personnel at the scene turned pale. Only Qin Tian's calm voice rang out through the external speakers, echoing in all directions. Titan Industries, Veronica countermeasure protocol initiated. Target locked. Just as the burning metal pods were about to slam into the ground, they suddenly decelerated, transformed, and disassembled in midair. Countless red and gold armor parts, as if they possessed lives of their own, rapidly assembled and locked together in midair. Clank, 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 clang. Amidst the blood-pumping and spine-chilling sounds of giant machinery combining, a massive, heavy, red and gold heavy armor over 3 meters tall and brimming with absolute power, like an iron giant stepping out of mythology, landed heavily in front of Iron Man, crashing onto the ground and leaving a shallow crater. It was a whole size larger than the Mark III, with arms as thick as cannon barrels, obvious heavy weapon modules mounted on its shoulders and back, and its chest arc reactor glowing even more intensely. The Hulkbuster Armor Mark I prototype makes its debut. Hulkbuster Armor, online. Qin Tian's voice came from inside the Iron Giant, carrying a metallic rumble. The monster that Krieg had transformed into also seemed to sense a fatal threat, letting out an uneasy roar and aiming its magnetic cannon at the newly arrived Iron Giant. Your farce ends here. The Hulkbuster armor raised its right arm, and the armor on the outer side of its arm slid open, revealing a multi-barrel rotary Gatling cannon inside, the barrels beginning to spin frantically to spin up. In the next second, a metal storm, accompanied by a deafening roar, instantly covered Krieg along with everything around him. At the same time, the Hulkbuster armor raised its left arm, and an arc pulse blast, fired later but arriving first, accurately struck the Goblin glider beneath Krieg's feet. Boom. ZZZT. The Goblin glider exploded into a fireball, and Krieg was sent flying by the explosion with a scream. The shield on his body flickered a few times before going completely dark, his armor was also torn open by the metal storm, and his monsterized body was riddled with holes, crashing heavily onto the ground, gasping for breath, and completely losing his ability to fight. The entire crushing process took less than 10 seconds. Silence. Only the faint hum of the armor's operation and the crackling of the burning flames remained at the scene. Live streams across the globe went briefly blank, before being overwhelmed by an even more frenzied barrage of bullet comments and reviews that nearly crashed the servers. My god. What is that? An iron giant. A god descending to Earth. This is real power. The power of technology. The bot heroes got crushed, while Iron Man summoned a mech to insta-kill the monster. The difference is clear as day. Just how much black tech is Titan Industries hiding? Deploying a mech from space. Has their tech tree gone completely off the rails? The Hulkbuster armor took heavy steps, walking over to the fallen Krieg and confirming he had lost consciousness. Then, it turned toward the camera, the eyes beneath its faceplate flickering with light. Threat neutralized. Titan Industries is always committed to protecting this city in the most effective way, no matter where the threat comes from. Qin Tian's voice came through the armor, steady, powerful, and highly persuasive. We believe that power should be used to protect, not to put on a show. These words, like a final dagger, stabbed deeply into the heart of Bot International. Contrasting the Bot hero's previous pathetic state with Iron Man's crushing victory at this moment, as well as that sarcastic remark about putting on a show, the effect was outstanding. Just then, a sonic boom echoed from the sky, and a figure flew in at high speed wearing a star-spangled cape, landing heavily not far away and kicking up a cloud of dust. It was Homelander. His face still wore that perfect smile, but his cold eyes swept across the messy battlefield, the dying Krieg, the highly oppressive Hulkbuster armor, and Captain Federation standing nearby with his shield. It seems I'm a bit late, Homelander smiled, his tone betraying no emotion. A very wonderful performance, Iron Man. However, dealing with such dangerous superhumans is still safer left to us professionals. After all, we understand them better. He was trying to save some face, emphasizing Bot's professionalism. The Hulkbuster armor turned around to face Homelander directly. Although it was a head shorter, its heavy plating and solemn, lethal aura were not lacking in the slightest. Professionals. Qin Tian's emotionless voice came from inside the armor. Do you mean professional at being chased all over the place, or professional at almost letting things spiral out of control? Protecting citizens is about results, not who has more seniority. Besides, the armor raised its arm, pointing at the unconscious Krieg on the ground. We need to take this man with us. Some technical residue on him might explain why he became like this, and why he has equipment that doesn't belong to this era. I believe the public has a right to know the truth, rather than another covered-up accident. The smile on Homelander's face stiffened slightly, and a red light faintly flickered in his eyes. He stared intently at the Hulkbuster armor, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of making a move. The atmosphere at the scene instantly dropped to freezing point, and viewers worldwide held their breath. A few seconds later, Homelander suddenly burst into laughter, his smile becoming bright once again, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. Of course, the truth is very important. Since you have the situation under control, let's go by the book. However, I hope Titan Industries can really find the truth instead of creating more mysteries. He gave Iron Man and Captain Federation a deep look, and without another word, soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. He couldn't make a move here, as that would confirm Vought was in the wrong and acting out of embarrassment and anger. But he would remember today's humiliation. Watching Homelander leave, Chin Tien let out a soft sigh of relief inside the Hulkbuster armor. His gamble paid off. No matter how arrogant Homelander was, he wouldn't dare do anything under a global live stream, as he cared too much about his image in front of the public. He bent down and carefully picked up the unconscious Krieg with the armor's massive palm. Let's head back, he gestured to Captain Federation. Followed by countless cameras, the two of them slowly rose into the air. Iron Man's massive armor cast a long shadow in the setting sun, like a triumphant giant flying toward Titan Industries with his spoils of war. The live stream screen froze on this scene. The two major shows carefully planned by Vought International to consolidate its reputation had ended in contrast. Though one was successful, its spotlight was completely stolen, while the other completely devolved into a disastrous public relations crisis, establishing the supreme reputation of Titan Industries and its heroes. After this battle, the reputations of Iron Man and Captain Federation reached their peak, and the shocking debut of the Hulkbuster armor pushed Titan Industries' technological strength to an awe-inspiring height. Meanwhile, Vought International was labeled as slow to react, having questionable combat capability, and putting on a show over actual substance, causing its reputation to take a heavy hit. Inside Titan Industries' laboratory, the unconscious Krieg was properly contained for research. Just as Chin Tien disengaged from the Hulkbuster armor, a clear and coherent system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has successfully disrupted Vought International's major promotional script, causing the Vought heroes Impact, Lamplighter to make fools of themselves in public and dealing a heavy blow to their reputation. Ding! The host's heroes turned the tide during a global live stream, successfully neutralizing a high-intensity threat target and gaining immense reputation. Ding! The host's cutting-edge technological creation, Hulkbuster Armor Mark I prototype made its public debut, causing a global sensation and greatly enhancing the influence and recognition of the concept of technological protection. Ding! Comprehensive assessment. The host's action has caused a significant shift in the world line, public opinion, balance of power, and public perception. Beginning calculation of influence points. Main event influence, plus 98,000. Secondary dissemination and derivative influence, plus 45,120. Total influence points gained, plus 143,120. Current total influence points, 215,430. Listening to the series of prompts echoing in his mind, an unprecedented smile appeared on Chin Tien's face. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
The person in the black robe starts by unlocking an Iron Man suit. Part 2. The smoke over the Brooklyn industrial zone had not yet fully cleared from the news headlines, but the low pressure in the top floor conference room of the Vought International building had already lasted for over 24 hours. The long table in the center of the conference room was polished to a mirror shine, reflecting several gloomy faces. Seated around the table was Vought's true core decision-making body, CEO Stan Edgar, several powerful directors, Madeline Stillwell, the Senior Vice President of the Superhuman Affairs and Brand Management Department, the Chief Legal Officer, the Head of the Government and Strategic Relations Department, and sitting to Edgar's right with a gloomy face, Homelander. The giant screen on the wall was frozen on several images, the shocking moment of the Hulkbuster armor's descent, Lamplighter's pathetic state as he was blown away by the explosive blast wave, Impact's terrified face hiding behind cover, and the heart-stopping, steeply declining red line on the online public opinion monitoring chart representing Vought's public approval rating. 18 hours, Stan Edgar finally spoke, his voice as calm as if he were discussing tomorrow's weather. However, his eyes, hidden behind rimless glasses, swept sharply over everyone present, finally lingering on Homelander's face for half a second. 32 billion in market value evaporated. The core brand image damage index is the highest in the past 5 years. 3 Class A partners have suspended contract renewal negotiations. Negative social media sentiment accounts for 68%. Every single statistic was like a cold slap in the face to the attendees. Madeline's face was pale, and her hands resting on her lap clenched slightly. Homelander's jawline was tensed hard. He stared at the screen, where the glorious footage of his mid-air rescue was juxtaposed with the ruined scene where the Hulkbuster armor had completely stolen his spotlight, molten lava seemingly churning in the depths of his blue eyes. Impact's retraining has already been scheduled at the closed center in Idaho, the director of the Superhuman Affairs Department reported, bracing himself, his voice dry. His emotions are very unstable and he requires psychological intervention. As for Lamplighter. Lamplighter is no longer a member of the Seven, nor is he Vought's asset, Edgar interrupted him, his tone completely flat, as if stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. His retirement announcement will be released in an hour. The reason is physical and mental exhaustion from long-term high-risk missions, requiring indefinite recuperation. The Foundation will provide him with the best medical support. Public relations, I want to see public sympathy, not skepticism. Turn his image from a loser into a tragic hero, injured in the line of duty, retiring with honor. Can you do that? The chief public relations officer immediately nodded. Yes, Mr. Edgar. We have already prepared the press release and accompanying documentary clips, highlighting his early contributions and sacrifices. We will guide public opinion to focus on the physical and mental health issues of heroes. Not enough, the head of the Government Relations Department, a former senator with meticulously combed hair, said in a deep voice. This only limits the damage, it cannot reverse the decline. The public, especially those on Wall Street and Capitol Hill, now see a gap in Vought's power. They see another challenger with terrifying technology who dares to tear up our script to our faces. Titan's Qin Tian, if he can steal the spotlight today with that giant armor we've never seen before, he might bring out something even more dangerous tomorrow. We must strike back, and we must do it quickly and ruthlessly. We cannot give him time to continue developing. How do you want to strike back? A director asked with a frown. With the law. He just saved New York in front of the whole world, even if he stepped on us to do it. With public opinion. Our current public opinion situation is not good. With superhuman means. He glanced at Homelander and didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was obvious. Homelander personally intervening under the current circumstances carried too high of a political risk. Homelander's lips curled into a cold arc, and his voice was low. That tin toy, and that Joker holding a shield, they really know how to pick their time. But toys are toys after all. If Mr. Edgar permits, I would be more than happy to pay a friendly visit to their Titan Technology building. He placed special emphasis on friendly, the threat in his words self-evident. No, Edgar flatly rejected. He didn't even look at Homelander, his gaze remaining fixed on the tablet in front of him, which displayed Titan Industries' public information and Qin Tian's resume. Homelander, you are the banner of Vought. Your power should be used for grander, more irreproachable occasions, not to tear down a building. That would drag you down to the level of a street brawl just like them, and it would confirm the image of us being angry and bullying. Right now, what we need is to rebuild order and reclaim control of the narrative. He looked up at Madeline. The vacancy in the Seven must be filled immediately. We need a new, clean, attractive face to divert public attention and reshape the image of the Seven. Madeline took a deep breath, mobilizing all her professional expertise. After comprehensively evaluating all second-tier heroes and candidates, Annie January from Iowa is currently the best choice. She has a bright and healthy image, highly visual abilities, a clean background, and a good popular base in the Midwest. Most importantly, she paused. She is young, idealistic, still holds an almost naive enthusiasm for the identity of a hero, highly malleable, and easy to guide. We can craft a perfect story of an American sweetheart counter-attacking to become a top hero, quickly diverting public attention from the Brooklyn incident. Several directors exchanged whispered opinions and nodded slightly. This was indeed a safe choice. Very well, Edgar made the decision. Launch the Starlight Shine program. Use the fastest speed and the greatest resources to push her up. The press conference must be grand, the story must be touching, and we must make her a new symbol of hope. At the same time, we can coordinate with the warm-up publicity for the selection of the new member of the Seven, but the final result must be her, and the process must be under absolute control. Madeline, you will personally take charge of this. Yes, Mr. Edgar, Madeline let out a sigh of relief. However, Edgar changed the subject, his gaze becoming incredibly sharp. This is not enough. Titan Industries, that Qin Tian, and the technology he possesses, that kind of rapidly deployable, highly powerful individual armor, as well as other things he might be hiding, is a more fundamental threat than a single failed mission. He is trying to arm ordinary people with technology. This blurs the line between superhumans and ordinary people, shaking the value system we established based on natural talent and compound versus. He turned to the chief legal officer and the head of the government relations department. Law and politics are our domains. I want you to act immediately. Gather any legal loopholes that Titan Industries might have, environmental, labor, tax, intellectual property, anything. Unite all partners who feel threatened, military industrial enterprises, traditional security companies, file class action lawsuits, and apply for investigation warrants to keep them too busy to cope. On the political level, contact the Department of Defense, the Department of Homeland Security, and committees and members of Congress who have doubts about the proliferation of untested individual heavy weapons and unregulated private military technology. Emphasize the national security risks of private companies possessing such offensive technology. I want to see pressure, continuous pressure from Washington. Understood. The two immediately responded, fighting spirit igniting in their eyes. This was the battlefield they were familiar with. As for the media, Edgar looked at the public relations officer, activate it fully. Shift the focus of public opinion from Bot's failure to questioning the dangerous technology of Titan Industries. Emphasize that their armor is a weapon of war, not a tool of protection, and play up the risk of it being abused or spiraling out of control. Highlight one key point. Bot represents a proven, responsible superhuman power system, dream. While Titan represents the uncontrollable, profit-driven proliferation of dangerous technology. Muddy the waters. Homelander, Edgar finally cast his gaze formally on Bot's strongest weapon, his tone calm yet carrying unquestionable majesty. I need you to remain perfect. More public charity events, more interactions with the public, more showing your human side. Your image is more important now than ever. Do not take the initiative to provoke Titan for the time being, but be prepared. If legal and political means force them to show a weakness, or if they have an accident of their own. He paused meaningfully, then, an intervention on the grounds of maintaining stability and stopping the abuse of dangerous technology will be perfectly logical. Homelander stared at Edgar, the standard smile on his face slowly widening, but his eyes remained ice cold. Of course, Mr. Edgar. I have always been perfect. I look forward to seeing what new tricks these guys relying on tin and toys can pull off in the face of true power. He had already begun to calculate how to cause enough trouble and fear for Titan and those two heroes without taking direct action. One last point, Edgar leaned back in his chair, his fingertips touching. The technical department must fully analyze all the data collected from the Brooklyn scene regarding that giant armor. I want to know its limits, weaknesses, and energy form. Madeline, in the process of contacting Annie January, also pay attention to evaluating her stability. I do not want the rising star we are investing resources in to have any tendency to go off track. The meeting ended in a heavy and solemn atmosphere. The behemoth of Bot was completely infuriated, beginning to mobilize the vast political, legal, media, and superhuman resources it had accumulated over decades, preparing to launch a silent strangulation against Titan Industries and Qin Tian from multiple dimensions. The lights in the Titan Industries underground base were constant and soft, illuminating Qin Tian's calm face. On the holographic screen in front of him, a split-screen display showed the follow-up reports from major global media regarding yesterday's anti-Hulk incident in Brooklyn, the cliff-like plunge in Bot International's stock price, and the explosively growing discussion heat on the Flash Shadow platform concerning topics like hashtag Titan Industries hashtag Mortal Hero and hashtag Tech Guardian With these news stories continuing to ferment, his total influence value had reached a new height, currently breaking through the 300,000 mark. Friday, is there any movement within Bot? Sir, Bot International's stock price has fallen by 18.5% over the past 18 hours, with a market value evaporation of over $30 billion US. Several partner brands have expressed concern, and 3 long-term sponsors have suspended renewal negotiations. Online public opinion monitoring shows that Bot Heroes Combat Power in Doubt and Bot Script Backfire have become new popular negative tags. The Bot Public Relations Department is trying its best to put out the fire, but the effect is limited. As expected, Qin Tian walked to the window, looking at the still brightly lit Bot Tower in the distance. After losing such face, they won't just let it go. How are Lamplighter and Impact? Impact has been given a major demerit by VOT, suspended from all public activities, and transferred to retraining. As for Lamplighter, Friday pulled up an encrypted internal notice. He has been officially retired by VOT, with the reason being that physical and mental health issues make it impossible to continue assuming hero duties. A small press conference will be held tomorrow to announce this. VOT is urgently scouting for a new candidate to fill the vacancy left by Lamplighter in the 7. Qin Tian's eyes flickered slightly. Lamplighter was a pawn sacrificed to save the rook. This was VOT's customary method of damage control. In selecting a new member for the 7, according to the original work, this vacancy is very likely the opportunity for Starlight, Annie January, to enter the inner circle. It seems they want to use this method to alleviate public pressure and, by the way, generate another wave of hype. However, this is indeed a pretty good idea. Also, if I were to poach Starlight to Titan Industries, they would definitely be very uncomfortable. As this thought arose in his mind, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of Qin Tian's mouth. Friday, in the name of Titan Industries, draft a future star project for superhero selection. It will be global, not limited to those with superpowers, with a focus on character, willpower, the belief in protection, and growth potential. We will provide, including but not limited to, cutting-edge individual exoskeleton technical support, biological enhancement technology adaptation, special ability development guidance, as well as systematic combat, legal, ethical, and public relations training. The final selectees will become official members of the Justice League under Titan Industries, enjoying top-tier treatment and resource support, while shouldering corresponding responsibilities. Qin Tian slowly articulated his concept, his train of thought becoming increasingly clear. The selection process will be as open and transparent as possible, accepting public supervision. We are not just selecting heroes, we want to show the world how heroes are forged through effort, technology, and correct values, not by a vial of compound V and hypocritical performances. Additionally, he added, in my personal name, send an encrypted invitation to Ms. Annie January. Attach the full draft of the Future Star project. Tell her that if she feels lost about the path of heroism depicted by VOT, she might want to look at another option. The doors of Titan are always open to those who truly wish to protect others. Command recorded. Future Star Project Draft in Generation. The encrypted invitation will be sent simultaneously after the project is officially announced. Friday executed the command efficiently. Qin Tian nodded and looked at the system interface again. He wanted to make the upcoming Future Star Project possess an irresistible appeal. System, redeem 2 purple canisters and 5 blue canisters. Consumed 20,000 influence points to obtain purple canister times 2. Consumed 10,000 influence points to obtain blue canister times 5. Open 5 blue canisters. The first blue, a silver-gray metal ingot the size of a fist, gleaming with a dim metallic luster, appeared in the blue light. It looked inconspicuous, but vaguely held a strange energy fluctuation. Obtained. Vibranium, Wakanda raw ore ingot, 10 kg. From the Marvel Universe, one of the hardest metals in the known universe, with excellent kinetic energy absorption properties. The second blue, a delicately designed device resembling a monocular telescope, with lenses glowing green. Obtained. Power level detector, Dragon Ball Universe basic model, design blueprints and core components. Can roughly detect biological energy intensity and display it numerically, with an effective range of 500 meters and a certain resistance to energy camouflage. The third blue, a dark red tumor that kept wriggling and exuded an ominous aura. Obtained. Monster Cell Tiger level. From One Punch Man, it contains dangerous substances that transform living beings into monsters, with powerful effects but severe mental contamination. The fourth blue, an ancient parchment scroll written with complex formulas in Latin. Obtained. Super Soldier Serum Complete Formula, Dr. Erskine Original Version plus Optimization Notes. Contains all preparation processes, material purification methods, and stability enhancement schemes. The fifth blue, a data chip and matching holographic blueprints, displaying precise surgery for human-machine integration. Obtained. Cyborg Mechanization Surgery Basic Technology Package. From worlds like Ghost in the Shell, containing non-invasive modification technologies such as neural interfaces, prosthetic connections, and basic reinforced exoskeleton implantation. With 5 items opened in succession, the expression on Qin Tian's face changed again and again. If the previous round of 5 blue canisters had disappointed him slightly, then this batch of 5 canisters was a total surprise to him. Not to mention anything else, just the 10 kilograms of vibranium opened from the first canister was of extraordinary value. One must know that the technological system of Wakanda is built based on vibranium. 10 kilograms of vibranium could not only upgrade his battle suit but also help Titan Industries' existing science and technology achieve new breakthroughs. The power level detector was also quite practical. The combat power system in The Boys was very vague, and there were no levels among superheroes, so it was very difficult to judge the opponent's strength. With the power level detector, he could accurately detect the opponent's strength. Qin Tian was very curious about exactly how much combat power Homelander had. As for the value of the monster cell, it had long been verified. Although it could not be used to cultivate superheroes, it could be used to cultivate supervillains. Since Vought International could fabricate scripts, why couldn't he? However, if one had to say which item opened this time had the highest value, it would definitely be the Super Soldier Serum formula. With it, Titan Industries could mass-produce Super Soldier Serum. Whether used to enhance Titan Industries' strength or for commercial value, it far exceeded other items. The Super Soldier Serum was not as unstable as Compound V. The final mechanical modification technology was also of extraordinary significance. Qin Tian believed that many people would have relevant needs. My luck is so good today, let's strike while the iron is hot and see what can be opened from the purple canisters. Now, open the purple canisters. First purple. Within the purple light, a massive amount of experimental data, cultivation tank blueprints, and a fist-sized pink artificial fruit sample covered in spiral patterns emerged. Obtained. Artificial devil fruit, smile, basic production technology data and sample. From the One Piece world, a combination of Caesar Clown and Vegapunk's technology. It can mass-produce fruits that grant zone-type abilities, but the success rate is low, about 10%. Those who fail will lose all facial expressions except for smiling, and the abilities are unstable. Second purple. The light condensed into a palm-sized, bull-headed, orange-yellow jade talisman, warm and heavy. Obtained. Ox Talisman of the 12 Talismans. From the Jackie Chan Adventures world, it grants the holder immense strength. The degree of amplification depends on the user's base strength and their compatibility with the talisman. It has no side effects and requires no charging. Note: the talisman is bound to the host, others using it will experience halved effects in a time limit. Looking at the two purple glowing items floating before him, Qin Tian's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. Artificial Devil Fruit, Ox Talisman. It seems my luck today is indeed amazing. The power of the Ox Talisman was unquestionable. It could grant the user incredibly immense strength. The stronger the user's base strength, the greater the amplification it provided. When Qin Tian gripped it in his palm, an unspeakable, explosive power instantly surged into his body. At this moment, he felt as if he could demolish an entire building with a single punch. It's a pity there's only one Ox Talisman. If I could collect all the talismans, Homelander would be nothing. Having said that, Qin Tian put away the Ox Talisman and turned his gaze, reaching his hand toward the purple light representing the artificial devil fruit technology. The moment he touched the purple light, a massive influx of information flooded his mind, all of which was about artificial devil fruits. After fully absorbing all the information, Qin Tian's heart swelled with excitement once again. Although the artificial devil fruit technology could only produce zone-type artificial fruits and the effects were somewhat unstable, it was undoubtedly a channel through which superhuman beings could be mass-produced. By combining artificial devil fruits with the Super Soldier Serum, he could completely build an army of superhumans. Adding the Mjolnir-powered assault armor to the mix, Vought International would be nothing more than a joke by then. No, not just Vought International, by then, the entire world could be mine. At this moment, a crazy idea suddenly popped into Qin Tian's mind. If Homelander could do it, why couldn't he, who possessed even greater power, do the same? Friday, arrange for someone to deliver the vibranium to the materials lab for full analysis. Prioritize its use in reinforcing the critical parts of the Mark III and the important joints of the Thor's hammer armor prototype. Put the blueprints for the scouters into production immediately. I want to see a prototype as soon as possible. The monster cells, serum formulas, cyborg technology, and artificial devil fruit data are all to be classified as top secret. Establish independent research groups and have them sign the strictest non-disclosure agreements. Command recorded. Also, Sir, Vought has begun to make their move. Lamplighter's retirement announcement has been released, and public opinion is being guided. Vought's Government Relations Department has been frequently contacting the Department of Defense and Congress. Miss Annie January has been officially listed as a candidate for the 7, and Bot has already begun contacting her. Understood. According to the original plan, send out the invitations and hold the press conference. I'm going to intercept them. That afternoon, Titan Industries officially sent out invitations to global media, announcing that a major press conference concerning the future protective force of humanity would be held in 48 hours at the Titan Industries headquarters plaza. The invitation was grandly worded and filled with confidence, instantly attracting the attention of the entire world. Everyone wanted to know what major move Titan Industries, which had just dealt Bot a heavy blow, would pull off next. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, the Titan Industries plaza was once again packed with people. The scale of cameras and microphones far exceeded any previous event. Hundreds of media outlets from around the world gathered, and live stream channels on major platforms started preheating early. Qin Tian was still dressed in a well-tailored suit, but his demeanor was more composed and reserved. He walked to the front of the stage and, without any pleasantries, got straight to the point. Thank you all for coming. Over the past period, the appearance of Iron Man and Captain Federation, along with the recent events, has sparked a worldwide discussion about what a hero is, the source of power, and who should protect ordinary people. Today, Titan Industries stands here not to argue, but to give our answer and offer a new possibility. He turned slightly, and the huge circular screen behind him lit up, beginning to play a meticulously produced video. The video began with a concise and powerful voiceover: anyone can have the heart of a hero. But the path of a hero should not be a single plank bridge, and it certainly should not be monopolized. The scene cut, first showing sets of silver gray, powerful-looking Mjolnir-powered assault armor undergoing various jaw-dropping demonstrations on the testing grounds. Easily withstanding heavy artillery fire, executing high-speed maneuvers, providing precise fire support, and conducting coordinated tactical assaults. Combined with the stirring music, it was full of industrialized, standardized, powerful, and reliable aesthetic appeal. The Mjolnir-powered assault armor system, Qin Tian's voice sounded, is an individual tactical platform painstakingly built by Titan Industries. It does not require its users to possess supernatural talents. With rigorous training, courage, and conviction, anyone can harness this power and become an iron fortress protecting the city. We promise to provide the most advanced armor and training support to those qualified candidates who pass the selection. Gasps of admiration and the sound of camera shutters rippled through the venue. This concept of a mass-producible Iron Man had a massive impact on the military, the security industry, and even ordinary people. The video changed again, showing an even more fantastical scene. A figure bathed in lightning, looking just like Thor descending upon the world. A figure scaling walls and leaping across city buildings at a speed exceeding that of a cheetah. Another even more muscular figure displayed terrifying brute force and defense. Finally, the screen froze on a close-up of 3 fruits sealed in transparent display boxes, emitting a faint glow and strange fluctuations: the golden, lightning-streaked rumble fruit, the streamlined indigo leopard fruit, and the heavy, dark red Spinosaurus fruit. And for those who might possess special potential, or who long to explore a different path of power, Qin Tian's voice took on a hint of mystery and solemnity. Titan Industries, besides exploring technology, has also discovered and verified certain extremely rare and special primordial wonders existing in nature. He walked to the side of the stage, where 3 open, specially made display cases were placed. Under the spotlights, 3 devil fruits lay quietly inside, their energy fluctuations perfectly simulated, causing hearts to flutter even from a distance. We call them devil fruits. Each one contains a unique, rule-based power that rivals or even surpasses top-tier superpowers, but they do not come without a price, and they are by no means a joke. Qin Tian's tone grew serious. We have mastered the preliminary technology for safe identification, adaptation, and guided usage. In the Future Star Project, for a very select few candidates who pass the most rigorous screening, whose character is absolutely recognized, and who have extremely high compatibility, we will provide the opportunity to access and attempt to guide this power. But this will be a choice made with the utmost caution. Here, power and responsibility will be bound in the strictest manner. The entire audience erupted. This was immediately followed by exclamations and discussions that almost blew the roof off the plaza. Devil fruits. Surpassing superpowers. Safe guidance. This was practically subverting the compound versus system that Bot relied on to survive. If the Thor's hammer armor gave ordinary people hope, then the emergence of the devil fruits was practically opening a door to a new world for those who did not trust Compound V, or who yearned for stronger, more unique powers. And it was a door claimed to be safer and more controllable. Therefore, Qin Tian raised his voice, drowning out the clamor of the venue, his voice carrying clearly to every corner through the loudspeakers. I hereby officially announce that Titan Industries' Justice League Future Star Superhero Global Selection Project starts today. Detailed selection regulations instantly appeared on the large screen. Online preliminary selection, multiple rounds of comprehensive evaluation, combat simulation, and final review. No restriction on nationality, gender, or age. Regardless of whether one has superpowers, we will select only based on talent and virtue. The selection process will be as open as possible and subject to supervision. The final selectees will become members of the Justice League and receive Titan's full range of support and cultivation. We believe that true heroes are born of choices and forged through trials. Titan Industries is willing to be the shield and beacon for all who hold the light of protection in their hearts. The registration channel is now open. As his voice fell, the applause, cheers, and discussions became deafening. Countless young people watching the live stream, especially those with weak or unstable abilities, those who felt alienated from the bot system, or ordinary people who simply harbored dreams of being a hero, felt an unprecedented light ignite in their eyes. Backstage, watching the press conference live stream via an encrypted channel, Starlight, Annie January, tightly covered her mouth, her eyes filled with excitement. On the tablet in her hand was the sincere invitation letter Qin Tian had sent her, along with the detailed Future Star Project proposal. Looking at Qin Tian's confident and resolute figure on the screen, hearing his words about how heroes are born of choices, and comparing it to the hypocritical and scheming Starlight Shining promotion plan being tailored for her within bot, the scale in her heart tipped violently. Titan's press conference was like a super bomb, detonating worldwide. Bots meticulously prepared, upcoming promotional preheating for Starlight joining the Seven was completely swallowed by this monstrous wave. The Future Star Project, especially the concepts of devil fruits and no threshold selection, attracted almost all eyes. Bots' stock price plummeted once again, while Titan Industries' attention and potential influence soared to unprecedented heights. Inside Bot Tower, in Edgar's office, Madeline stood before him with a grim face, alongside the head of the Government Relations Department. Useless. Edgar was utterly furious. Although his voice remained steady, his cold gaze made one's skin crawl. They moved too fast and too ruthlessly. The devil fruit, regardless of whether it's real or fake, the concept has already been marketed. We must counterattack immediately. We cannot let them actually host this selection. Mr. Edgar, General Robert Singer, the Under-Secretary of Defense, along with several key members of the Senate Armed Services Committee, have already received our briefing. They have expressed serious concerns regarding Titan Industries' potential high-risk technology proliferation and unidentified biochemical weapon-grade items. The head of government relations quickly reported, they have agreed to exert pressure. As early as tomorrow, a congressional hearing subpoena and an inquiry letter from the Department of Defense will be delivered to Titan Industries. Very good. Edgar's eyes darkened. What about the legal front? We have partnered with several military-industrial complexes with whom we have deep ties. We filed a class action lawsuit in federal court on multiple charges, including endangering national security, illegal possession and intent to proliferate weapons of mass destruction technology, and commercial fraud. The court has accepted the case and may issue an asset freeze order at the same time. Madeline added, on the media front, we have mobilized all our resources to launch an overwhelming campaign questioning the authenticity of the devil fruits. We are hyping up the risks of uncontrollable mutations they might cause, and portraying Titan's selection plan as dangerous populist incitement and a fatal disruption to the existing superhuman security system. Apply pressure from all sides. I want to strangle Titan simultaneously on 3 fronts: public opinion, legal, and political. Edgar issued a strict command. The next morning, just as the number of applicants for the Future Star project broke the 1 million mark and global discussion reached its peak, several black federal government vehicles, accompanied by a squad of uniformed, solemn-faced FBI agents, arrived outside the headquarters of Titan Industries. Leading the group was a special assistant to the Under-Secretary of Defense, an arrogant lieutenant colonel, along with 2 federal marshals. They barged straight into the building and, under the astonished gazes of countless employees, arrived outside Qin Tian's top-floor office. Mr. Qin Tian, the lieutenant colonel flashed his badge and documents, his voice booming to ensure everyone around could hear. I am Lieutenant Colonel Charles, Special Assistant to the Under-Secretary of Defense. This is a federal marshal. Under the Defense Production Act and relevant national security regulations, the Department of Defense demands that Titan Industries immediately cease all technology proliferation and demonstration activities related to the Mjolnir-powered assault armor, and submit to a comprehensive investigation and seizure of your so-called devil fruit items. This is an inquiry order. Meanwhile, the federal court has accepted multiple major charges against Titan Industries. This is a subpoena. Please come with us to cooperate with the investigation. Behind him, the two federal marshals took a step forward, hands resting on their holsters, watching like hawks. Titan Industries security guards and employees who rushed over upon hearing the news looked furious, but they were blocked by even more flooding FBI agents. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point, as countless media lenses hidden in the shadows frantically recorded everything. Inside Vought Tower, Edgar, Madeline, and the others, watching via live feed, wore long absent, cold smiles. Let's see how you handle this one. In the office, Qin Tian put down his coffee, calmly looked at the inquiry order and subpoena before him, and then looked up at Lieutenant Colonel Charles, who had a look of triumph on his face. Lieutenant Colonel Charles, and you as well, Mr. Marshal. Qin Tian slowly stood up, his voice not loud but exceptionally clear. Regarding the Department of Defense's inquiry and the court's subpoena, Titan Industries naturally respects legal procedures and will fully cooperate. However, before we discuss whether sensitive technology has been proliferated, I would like to show you a document first. He gestured to his secretary beside him. The secretary immediately took a thick folder with military top-secret markings out of the safe and respectfully handed it to Lieutenant Colonel Charles. Lieutenant Colonel Charles frowned as he took it, opened the folder, and pulled out the documents inside. After scanning just a few lines, the arrogance and coldness on his face instantly froze, turning into unbelievable shock, and his fingers even began to tremble slightly. It was a top-secret technical cooperation and advanced supply agreement, numbered, DARPA TT-07, jointly signed by the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, and Titan Industries. The signing date of the agreement was over a month ago. The agreement explicitly stated that as the chief technical partner and preferred prototype supplier for DARPA's next-generation individual soldier system project, Titan Industries enjoyed the right to conduct technical testing and limited public demonstrations within a specific framework, and was obligated to prioritize supplying customized Mjolnir armor systems to military-designated units once the project matured. As for the research related to devil fruits, it was listed as a special unconventional project in the appendix of the agreement, subject to the highest level of security oversight. Its demonstration and testing required joint approval from DARPA and higher authorities, and Titan's press conference had received this exact approval just a day ago. At the end of the document, there was DARPA's official embossed seal, along with joint filing stamps from several key departments, including the Department of Defense and the Department of Energy. At the very bottom was a signature that made Lieutenant Colonel Charles's scalp tingle, Robert Singer, Under-Secretary of Defense. Just then, another set of powerful, rhythmic footsteps echoed from outside the office. A lieutenant general wearing an army service uniform, with graying hair, eyes as sharp as an eagle's, and two silver stars on his shoulder straps, strode in, accompanied by several officers of similarly high rank. Upon seeing him, the FBI agents and federal marshals on the scene immediately stood at attention and saluted. Lieutenant Colonel Charles, the lieutenant general, swept his gaze over the scene, his voice carrying the authority of a battle-hardened veteran. Put down the documents in your hand. I am Lieutenant General James Ross of the Army Materiel Command. Regarding the cooperation between Titan Industries and the Department of Defense, I believe I have more of a say than you. Lieutenant General Ross walked up to Qin Tian, proactively extending his hand, his tone carrying a rare, business-like warmth. Mr. Qin Tian, my apologies. There seems to have been a delay in some procedural communications, which has caused unnecessary trouble for your company. The DARPA TT-07 project is one of the Department of Defense's highest priority projects. The technological foresight and reliability shown by Titan Industries have left a deep impression on us. The Under-Secretary has asked me to convey his regards and looks forward to the follow-up technical seminar at the Pentagon next week. Qin Tian smiled as he shook hands with Lieutenant General Ross. Thank you for coming in person to clarify, General, and thank you for the Department of Defense's trust. Titan Industries has always been committed to contributing to national defense modernization with the most advanced and reliable technology, while strictly abiding by all safety and confidentiality regulations. As for the court subpoena, Lieutenant General Ross turned his head to look at the two federal marshals and the pale Lieutenant Colonel Charles, his tone turning cold. Regarding the groundless accusations against our department's vital technology partner, I will personally inquire with the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Until the investigation is cleared up, any action that interferes with the progress of the TT-07 project will be deemed a threat to national security interests. Lieutenant Colonel Charles, take your people and leave immediately. I am taking over here. Why yes, General. Cold sweat broke out on Lieutenant Colonel Charles's forehead. He hurriedly packed up the copy of the agreement that had chilled him to the bone, saluted Lieutenant General Ross, and then, thoroughly disheveled, quickly retreated with the FBI agents and federal marshals under the contemptuous and mocking gazes of the Titan employees. Lieutenant General Ross nodded to Chin Tien again, said no more, and left with his men. He had come specifically to publicly back Titan in the most powerful manner possible and nip any subsequent legal harassment in the bud. A sudden, fatal crisis vanished into thin air in an instant, thanks to the intervention of higher-level military forces. And the news of the deep, top-secret cooperation between the Department of Defense and Titan Industries instantly spread across the globe, driven by the breaking news alerts that the media on site couldn't wait to publish. Inside Vought Tower, Edgar watched the screen showing Lieutenant General Ross personally bailing Titan out. Hearing his subordinates report that the Department of Defense had officially acknowledged its cooperation with Titan, he snapped his antique fountain pen in half with a loud crack. His face was grim, and for the first time, shock and a trace of hard-to-detect wariness appeared in his eyes. Chin Tien, he had actually quietly made connections with the highest levels of the military. He had secured an immunity card. This move had completely pulled the rug out from under Vought, utterly crushing their attempts to strangle Titan through administrative and legal means. In the Titan Industries office, Chin Tien walked to the window, his gaze deep as he watched the government vehicles quickly departing below. His cooperation with DARPA was a hidden move he had set up long ago, using some non-core technologies and the future prospects of the Mjolnir armor to trade for the military's support and a protective talisman. Now, this card had worked wonders at the critical moment. Friday, what is the status of the registrations? Sir, the number of applicants for the Future Star project has seen a new surge following the military's statement. Currently, the number of global applicants has surpassed 5 million. Among them, about 30,000 have documented, identifiable superpowers. Additionally, Friday paused, Miss Annie January officially submitted her application 10 minutes ago, along with the encrypted invitation verification code you gave her. Very good. Send her a reply welcoming her. I will personally conduct her preliminary interview. Also. Chin Tien's gaze was profound. In the name of Titan Industries' Strategic Cooperation Department, send private invitations to the following individuals, along with an introduction to the Future Star Project's Special Ability Adaptation and Cutting-Edge Exoskeleton Support, former Marine Marvin T. Mother's Milk, Milkhouse. And Weapons and Intelligence Expert Serge, Frenchie, Lamy. Tell them that Titan is offering a choice, not just employment. Understood. Recorded and sent encrypted. The storm had temporarily subsided, but Chin Tien knew this was only temporary. Vought International would not let him off, because he had now completely shaken Vought's core interests. However, he didn't care anymore, because very soon, he would possess the ability to confront Vought International head-on. Right, according to the original plot, Kimiko should still be locked up at this time. Her abilities are very powerful. If nurtured properly, she could become a decent combat asset. Thinking of this, he immediately issued an order to Friday. Friday, help me locate Kimiko's current position. At the headquarters of Titan Industries, the lights in the top floor office remained unlit throughout the night. Chin Tien stood before a massive digital map of the city's night view, his fingertip tracing the glowing dot representing Vought Tower, his eyes cold and sharp. Sir, the current coordinates of the target, Kimiko, have been located, Friday's voice sounded calmly. A 3D structural map of Lower Manhattan unfolded, with a flashing red dot situated 15 meters underground. Vought International's Special Containment Facility Number 44. The guards include 3 armed guards, a dynamic motion capture defense system, and at least 1 resident Tier 2 superhuman supervisor. According to intelligence, this superhuman supervisor should be a train of the 7. Next to the structural map, Kimiko's profile appeared. The Asian girl in the photo had hollow eyes and was covered in scars, but the files showed she possessed extraordinary strength, speed, regenerative abilities, and a beast-like desire to attack. Her crime was annotated next to it, an out-of-control superhuman weapon. Vought's internal evaluation of her read, high value, high danger, uncommunicative, and can be used to manufacture superhuman crimes. Uncommunicative. The corner of Chin Tien's mouth curled up slightly. He gently held the ox talisman he wore close to him in his palm. A steady and vast sense of power spread through his entire body, reflecting the steadily growing sun energy within him. That's because they never gave her a choice. Prepare the Mark III. We're going to pay a visit tonight. Command issued, sir. The Mark III armor and support equipment are ready. Do we need to notify Captain Federation? No need. Huey is to continue his training. This is a private invitation. At midnight, in Lower Manhattan, a seemingly ordinary street-facing shop quietly turned off all its external lights. Underground, past several heavily guarded iron gates, lay the real facility number 44. Kimiko was locked in a massive metal cage. She stood barefoot on the cold metal floor, her clothes tattered, looking utterly disheveled and wretched. Her head was hung low, her long hair covering most of her face. Only her occasionally trembling fingertips showed that she was not asleep. Suddenly, the entire facility plunged into darkness. Emergency red lights flashed shrilly, and the piercing alarm abruptly cut off. Immediately following were a few muffled thuds and the sound of heavy bodies hitting the ground. The lock of the metal cage suddenly melted into a pool of molten iron, and the door popped open with a bang. Kimiko snapped her head up, a glint of vigilance and instinctive ferocity flashing in her eyes. Arching her back like a startled beast, she silently leapt out of the cage, her back hunched high. In the corridor, 3 armed guards lay on the ground, having not even had the time to draw their weapons. A faint smell of ozone and the burnt scent of high-frequency energy overload lingered in the air. A tall, red and gold figure stood at the end of the corridor, the electronic eyes on his faceplate calmly watching her. Without any communication, Kimiko moved. Like a silent bolt of black lightning, she crossed the distance of over 10 meters in an instant, her hands turned into talons, thrusting straight at Iron Man's faceplate. This strike was fast, fierce, and precise, far exceeding the reaction limits of ordinary superhumans. An ordinary person's skull would likely have been torn to shreds. However, in the face of this fatal blow, Qin Tian beneath the Iron Man suit merely tilted his head slightly. Clack! Kimiko's nails scraped past the faceplate, sending a shower of sparks flying. Seeing this, Kimiko's pupils contracted sharply. Her full-strength strike had actually been dodged so effortlessly. Before she could change her move, a hand covered in red and gold armor firmly grabbed her extended wrist like an iron vice. Kimiko felt an irresistible, colossal force surge over. Her hand could not advance even a fraction of an inch further. She growled, her other hand thrusting at a trickier angle toward the gaps in his armor's joints, while her legs tensed up in an attempt to grapple and strangle him. Iron Man, or rather, Qin Tian beneath the faceplate, felt the majestic power brought by the Ox talisman and the precise control enhanced by his Kryptonian bloodline. He released his grip on her wrist, spreading his fingers, and without dodging or evading, met her incoming claws head-on. Clang! The explosive screech of metal clashing echoed through the narrow corridor. Kimiko watched in horror as the opponent actually used his palm to catch her claws with sheer force. Her hands, which were strong enough to tear through steel plates, were locked tight by that metal palm, unable to budge even an inch. The immense recoil numbed her arm. Good strength, a processed voice came from beneath the faceplate, devoid of emotion. But your technique and judgment are still at a beast-like level. Is this how Bot trained you? The ferocity in Kimiko's eyes surged. Giving up on attacking with her hands, her body contorted with unbelievable flexibility as her legs swept toward his head and chest like steel whips, whipping up a fierce wind. Qin Tian didn't even move his feet this time. He simply raised his arms, using the outer sides of his forearm armor to precisely block the heavy, consecutive kicks. Bang! 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 The dull thuds sounded like the beating of a drum. Kimiko felt as if she had kicked the sturdiest alloy wall. The recoil sent her blood boiling, while the opponent remained completely unmoved. The gap was too vast. This man gave her a sense of oppression even greater than those bot supervisors. A long-forgotten fear, mixed with the anger of being imprisoned, exploded in her heart. Letting out a hoarse, tuneless roar, she lunged forward once more regardless of the cost, her hands swinging frantically as she completely abandoned all defense. Yet, every single one of her attacks was dodged by a hair's breadth or deflected with the simplest of blocks. The red and gold armor stood as solid as a rock amidst her tempestuous onslaught. Anger stems from weakness. Hatred stems from seeing no way out. Qin Tian spoke while easily handling her attacks, his voice passing clearly through the faceplate into Kimiko's ears. Bot took away your voice, turned you into a weapon, and locked you up here. They told you that everyone outside is an enemy, and that you can only obey or be destroyed. Kimiko's attacks faltered slightly. But look, Qin Tian parried one of her thrusts and pointed to the unconscious guards and the destroyed system around them. I didn't hurt you, I only subdued them. I didn't come here to drag you back, nor did I come to put a new collar on you. He took a step back, voluntarily stopping the fight. Letting his arms hang naturally, he made a stopping gesture. I'm here to give you a choice, Kimiko. A choice Vought would never give you. Kimiko panted heavily, her talons still pointed at Qin Tian, but the madness and despair in her eyes receded slightly, replaced by deep vigilance and a hint of confusion. Unable to speak, she could only glare deathly at him with fierce eyes. You can choose to stay here, continuing to be Vought's prisoner and weapon until you lose your value one day and are disposed of. Qin Tian's voice softened. Or, you can choose to come with me, leave this cage, and I will treat you and try to restore your voice. You will have food, clothes, and a real room. You can learn, you can train, and use your power to do what you want to do and protect those you want to protect, instead of being used as a tool for slaughter. I know you loathe your superpowers and believe they changed you. As long as you are willing to come with me, I can find a way to rid your body of those superpowers. He paused, his tone becoming even more solemn. But I need your loyalty and trust. Not blind obedience to a master, but trust in a companion. Are you willing to believe in me? Willing to give yourself a chance to see what the world outside the cage is truly like? Kimiko's hands began to tremble slightly. She looked at the mysterious and powerful armored man before her, then at the cold cage and the unconscious Vought guards around her. Fragments of memory churned in her mind. The pain in the laboratory, the beatings on the training grounds, the repeated orders to kill, and deep down, her longing for sunlight, freedom, and normalcy. Ah. She tried hard to open her mouth, but could only produce a hoarse, airy sound, tears welling up in her eyes out of sheer frustration. Qin Tian seemed to understand her meaning. He slowly raised his hand, and under Kimiko's tense gaze, gently pressed it next to the reactor on his chest. With a click, the faceplate flipped upward, revealing Qin Tian's young but resolute face, and his pale gold eyes that glowed faintly in the dim light. Without the cover of the armor, he looked just like a handsome young man. Perhaps because they were both Asian, the vigilance in Kimiko's heart instantly diminished by a lot. My name is Qin Tian. He looked into Kimiko's eyes, his voice returning to its original clarity, carrying a strange, reassuring power. I promise you, as long as you choose to follow me, you will regain your freedom and dignity. Your power will only be used to protect, not to slaughter. Kimiko looked into Qin Tian's eyes. In those eyes, there was no pity, no greed, and none of the cold, calculating evaluation with which the people from Vought looked at her as if she were an object. Finally, the ferocity and vigilance in her eyes melted away like ice and snow. She lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. Then, under Qin Tian's calm gaze, she slowly, and somewhat clumsily, dropped to one knee and bowed her head, indicating her choice with a warrior's posture of allegiance. Qin Tian reached out and gently placed his hand on her trembling shoulder. Welcome aboard, Kimiko. Let's go home. The next day, at 10 in the morning, in a medium-sized conference room on the top floor of Titan Industries. Sunlight spilled in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, making the room bright and quiet. On one side of the long table sat 4 people, each with a different expression. Annie January, wearing a simple beige sweater and jeans, had her hands tightly clasped in nervousness, glancing toward the door from time to time. She wore no makeup today, and her eyes were slightly red, clearly having gone through an intense mental struggle last night. Marvin T. Mother's Milkhouse, tall and heavily built, was wearing a faded denim jacket. He sat upright with a calm face, his sharp eyes scanning his surroundings with the distinct vigilance of a former Marine. Serge, Frenchie, Ravarot, on the other hand, was much more casual. Leaning back in his chair, he wore a t-shirt with an abstract print, his fingers idly tapping the table, a cynical yet inquisitive smile playing on his lips. And Kimiko, sitting quietly in the shadows of the corner, now changed into a clean, well-fitting dark tracksuit, her hair tied up simply, her eyelids lowered. Her presence was faint, but the other 3 could vaguely sense a dangerous and quiet aura emanating from this Asian girl. The conference room door slid open silently. Qin Tian walked in, still wearing a well-tailored dark suit, but today he wasn't wearing a tie, making him look a bit more casual. He held a thin tablet in his hand. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. Qin Tian walked to the head of the table but did not sit down. His calm gaze swept over the 4 of them. Annie, Marvin, Serge, and Kimiko. Hearing their names spoken in such an equal and solemn tone, the other 3 straightened their backs slightly, except for Kimiko, who had already lowered her head. I know you have many questions in your minds, about me, about Titan Industries, and about why I invited you here. Qin Tian placed the tablet on the table, and the screen lit up automatically. Before I answer those questions and present my proposal, I would like you to take a look at something first. The screen began playing a compilation of edited videos, audio clips, and scanned documents. These included laboratory records of Compound V, lists of infant injections, and side effect reports. Details of numerous civilian casualties caused by superhero operations that Vought had covered up, along with internal gag orders. Files and torture records of involuntary superhuman test subjects, including Kimiko. Secret deals and lobbying records between Vought executives, politicians, and military personnel, aimed at pushing for the militarization of superhuman privileges. Recordings of private atrocities and discriminatory remarks by heroes like Homelander and Stormfront. And, an in-depth investigation report on the disappearance of Becca Shaw, pointing directly at Vought and Homelander. The visuals and audio assaulted everyone's nerves. Starlight's face grew increasingly pale, her fingers clenching together so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. She had thought Vought was merely hypocritical and commercialized, but she never expected such a dark abyss of crime to lie beneath the surface. Mother's Milk's face was terribly grim. Looking at the covered-up casualty lists and Vought's collusion with high-ranking military officials, his fists clenched until his knuckles popped. This crossed his red line as a soldier. Frenchie cast aside his cynical smile, his gaze turning serious and sharp. He carefully evaluated the authenticity of the transaction records and audio clips. As an intelligence expert, he could tell the weight of this evidence. Although Kimiko couldn't understand much of the text, the snippets of experimental footage, the familiar equipment, and the white rooms made her body tremble slightly, and she lowered her head even further. When the playback ended, a dead silence fell over the conference room, broken only by heavy breathing. This is not all, only the tip of the iceberg. Qin Tian's voice broke the silence, calm and powerful. Vought International, this empire packaged as hope and dreams, is built on lies, blood, human experimentation, and an endless greed for power. They use compound verses to manufacture heroes, and then turn both these heroes and ordinary people into tools and bargaining chips to maintain their rule and reap profits. He looked at Starlight. Annie, do you want to be a true hero, or a puppet controlled by them to cover up their crimes? He looked at Mother's Milk and Frenchie. Marvin, Serge, are you willing to stand by and watch such a monster continue to corrode this country, hurting more ordinary people like your families and comrades? Finally, he looked at Kimiko, his gaze softening slightly. And Kimiko, you have experienced hell firsthand. Now, there is an opportunity to drag down the very people who pushed you into that hell. Qin Tian leaned forward with both hands on the edge of the table, his eyes burning like torches as he scanned everyone. I invited you here today not just to expose the truth, but to make a proposal. Join me, join the Justice League. The Justice League. Starlight murmured in repetition. Yes. An organization independent of Vought, uncontrolled by any conglomerate or corrupt politician. A league whose true mission is to protect the innocent, expose the darkness, and fight injustice. Qin Tian's voice carried an unquestionable conviction. We will use our own methods, using technology, strength, and wisdom, to rip away Vought's disguise, protect those harmed and ignored by Vought, and establish a new, true heroic order. This is very dangerous, and it might even cost you your lives, Qin Tian said bluntly. Vought will not sit idly by. Homelander, Black Noir, Stormfront, they will be our most terrifying enemies. But if we do nothing, the darkness will continue to spread until it consumes everything. He paused, then reached under the table to retrieve several pre-prepared metal cases of various designs, placing them on the tabletop one by one. Therefore, I am not only inviting you to join the League, but I am also going to grant you the power to match it. Qin Tian opened the first case. Inside were 2 syringes, one of which was gold, along with a set of highly sophisticated individual equipment blueprints and a small green eyepiece. Serge, Frenchie, you excel at intelligence, infiltration, and demolitions, but your physical conditioning is too weak. This is the Super Soldier Serum, which will allow you to reach the peak of human physical potential. Combined with your skills, you will be unstoppable. This Ghost-customized Mjolnir-powered assault armor, enhanced for stealth, electronic warfare, and rapid deployment, will be your shadow. And this combat assessment eyepiece will allow you to see through your enemy's strengths and weaknesses. Frenchie looked at the items in the case, his breathing visibly quickening as a look of desire and sharp intelligence flashed in his eyes. The second case was opened, revealing a dark red, heavy, and menacing devil fruit, along with a golden serum. Marvin, Mother's Milk, you are calm and resilient, the cornerstone and strongest shield of the team. The Zone-type Dragon fruit, ancient model, Spinosaurus, will grant you terrifying strength, defense, and vitality comparable to an ancient overlord, making you an indestructible fortress on the battlefield. The serum will further enhance your foundation, allowing you to better master this power. Mother's Milk stared at the fruit, feeling the primal aura emanating from it. He looked up at Qin Tian and nodded slowly, his eyes burning hot. The third case contained a golden yellow fruit crackling with lightning, and a golden serum. Annie, you have light in your heart, and your abilities also stem from light. But that is not enough. The Logia-type Rumble fruit will give you control over the power of lightning. It will completely unleash your potential, allowing you to not just emit light, but to command a mighty force of nature. The serum will strengthen your body to withstand a much greater energy output. Starlight reached out with trembling hands, gently touching the surface of the golden fruit. A bizarre sensation flowed into her heart, as if something was resonating within. She looked up at Qin Tian, the confusion in her eyes gradually replaced by a newfound determination. The final case held a golden serum, an indigo devil fruit, and a pair of beautifully crafted, sleek alloy steel claws gleaming with a dark, silvery gray luster. Kimiko, you possess beast-like instincts, speed, and recovery. The zone-type cat fruit, leopard model, will push your agility, explosive power, and perception to their absolute limits, making you the most lethal assassin in the dark. The serum will optimize your constitution, and these vibranium talons, forged from the hardest metal in the world, can tear through any defense. They will replace your bare hands to become your new fangs and claws. Kimiko silently picked up the steel claws, which were lighter than she could have ever imagined. Yet when she instinctively applied a bit of force, the air around the edges of the claws seemed to be sliced open. She looked at Qin Tian and nodded vigorously. From this day forward, Qin Tian stood tall, his voice ringing out with the weight of a proclamation. Serge Frenchie, your codename is Ghost, the eyes, ears, and sharp blade of the Justice League. Marvin Milkhouse, your codename is Fortress, the shield and heavy hammer of the Justice League. Annie January, you will keep the name Starlight, but it will represent a new hope and a pure power, the beacon and purifier of the Justice League. And you, Kimiko, your codename is Huntress, the silent guardian and vanguard of the Justice League. His gaze swept over the four of them as he extended his hand. Welcome to the founders of the Justice League. Our path will be long and difficult, but with every step, we will crush the darkness and march toward the light. Are you willing to stand by my side? Qin Tian's words carried a powerful, magnetic allure. Starlight was the first to reach out, placing her hand over Qin Tian's, her eyes resolute. I am. For the path of a true hero. Mother's Milk's thick, calloused palm slapped down heavily on top. His voice was as steady as iron. For those covered up sacrifices, count me in. Frenchie curled his lip, but his hand joined them without hesitation, speaking in his signature teasing tone. Well, looks like my exciting retirement is going to be postponed. But becoming a superhero seems like a pretty good alternative. Finally, Kimiko hesitated for a moment before placing her slender, scar-covered, and calloused hand gently yet firmly at the very top. She looked up, for the first time actively and clearly meeting Qin Tian's eyes. Then, slowly, she revealed a somewhat awkward, yet incredibly genuine, tiny smile. The Justice League is officially founded today. Get yourselves ready. In 3 days, I will hold an official press conference to announce the establishment of the Justice League. After receiving the items gifted by Qin Tian, the four were led into separate, independent enhancement and adaptation chambers. Annie January held the translucent Logia-type Rumble fruit, which crackled with violent lightning inside. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and took a bite. In an instant, an indescribable, bizarre taste that felt as if her very soul was being electrocuted made her almost vomit, but immediately after, a violently peerless power of thunder exploded within her body. Her body floated up uncontrollably, and dazzling golden lightning serpents burst from her every pore, leaping and hissing wildly inside the chamber. She felt as if every single one of her cells had turned into a miniature lightning generator, and her perception of electromagnetism reached an unprecedented level. Trembling, she extended a finger, and a tiny arc of electricity leapt out, easily melting a small hole in the specially made alloy tabletop. It was no longer gentle, controllable light, but a violent, swift thunder filled with the power of destruction and rebirth. Under Friday's guidance and the stabilization of the serum, it took her several hours to barely suppress the electrical arcs running wild on her skin, initially confining this heaven-like power within her body. Already powerful, she became even stronger. Marvin, Mother's Milk, Milkhouse's choice was even more decisive. He first injected the super soldier serum, feeling the surging power fill his entire body, pushing his already robust physique to the true peak of humanity. Then, he picked up the dark red zone-type dragon fruit, ancient model, Spinosaurus, and swallowed it in a few bites. A power more violent and primal than the serum instantly reconstructed his body. His muscles expanded wildly, his bones grew and deformed, and his skin became rough and thick, faintly showing a texture akin to rock and scales. His back rose to form a row of bony spikes, and a powerful bony tail extended from his rear. He let out a muffled growl, his voice laced with the primal aura of ancient times. He felt he could easily flip a tank, and his thick skin was enough to withstand heavy machine gun fire. Serge, Frenchie, Levasseur was most satisfied with the effects of the super soldier serum. He did not rush to inject it. Instead, he first carefully studied the blueprints of the customized ghost armor and the principles of the combat assessment eyepiece, marveling at them. As a master of weapons, he knew the value of this equipment better than anyone. In his eyes, this was simply not a product that should exist on Earth. After admiring the ghost armor, he picked up the super soldier serum without hesitation. Out of the four, he was the only purely ordinary person. To be precise, he was even worse than an ordinary person. His long-term drug abuse in his early years had left his physical fitness significantly worse than average. After injecting the serum, what he felt was not just an increase in strength, but a leap in neural reaction speed, dynamic vision, and brain information processing capabilities. He felt like a precision instrument with all its hardware upgraded. Many actions that previously required complex calculations and risks now seemed performable by instinct. He instantly fell in love with this feeling of absolute control. Once he adapted to his new body, he immediately put on the ghost armor. Frenchie, once an ordinary man, was instantly transformed into a super soldier brimming with futuristic technology. Kimiko's adaptation process was relatively quiet. The serum optimized her already powerful self-healing ability and metabolism. When she ate the zone-type cat fruit, model, cheetah, the change occurred silently. Her physique became more slender and agile, her muscle lines as smooth as a cheetah's, and sharp keratin talons slid out from her fingertips. Her senses were heightened to an unbelievable degree. She could hear heartbeats from extremely far away, capture the subtlest airflow changes, and see in the dark as if it were day. Most notable was her speed. With just a slight movement, she left faint afterimages inside the training chamber. Feeling the immense power within her, she stroked the pair of alloy steel claws made of vibranium gifted by Qin Tian with a complex expression, carefully snapping them onto the adapters on her wrists. The next 48 hours were a literal hellish training camp. In the near-realistic virtual reality training ground generated by Friday, the four underwent brutal training in extreme environmental survival, high-intensity combat, team tactical coordination, basic armor control, and most importantly, mastering and developing their new abilities. Qin Tian personally served as the chief instructor. Combining the insights of divine strength from the Ox Talisman, the Kryptonian lineage's extraordinary understanding of bodily control, and the massive combat data provided by Friday, he tailored a training plan for each of them. Starlight learned how to finely control the power and form of her lightning in high-voltage electrical shocks and complex electromagnetic environments, from simple discharge to condensing lightning spears, forming electromagnetic barriers, and even attempting short-distance lightning teleportation and bodily elementalization. While withstanding simulated heavy firepower bombardment, Fortress practiced how to combine the Spinosaurus's brute strength and heavy defense with his own military literacy, becoming an unshakable pivot and battering ram for the team. Ghost immersed himself in complex scenarios of infiltration, hacking, sniping, and demolition, familiarizing himself with the physical changes brought by the serum, and initially learning the modular interfaces and tactical electronic warfare systems of the Ghost armor. Huntress's training was the most unique. Qin Tian focused on training her in stealth, one-hit kills, high-speed harassment, and evacuation, combining her cheetah-like speed, agility, and perception with the destructive power of the vibranium claws to forge the most lethal shadow assassin. Injuries and near exhaustion were inevitable during training, but the powerful recovery of the super soldier serum and their respective devil fruit abilities allowed them to always stand back up at an astonishing speed. In just 2 short days, the four underwent a complete transformation. On the evening of the second day, training was paused, and Qin Tian gathered them in the design center. Heroes need power, but they also need a symbol. Qin Tian brought up a holographic design interface. These are the suits designed for each of you, combining protection, functionality, and compatibility with your abilities. See if you are satisfied. Starlight's suit was dominated by white, gold, and blue, with an elegant design that was full of power. The white main body symbolized purity, with golden lightning patterns spreading from the chest to the limbs. There was slightly upturned armor resembling lightning wings on her shoulders, and a deployable light cape on her back for short-distance gliding and guiding lightning. The mask was exquisitely designed with glowing light blue eyes. The overall look retained feminine grace while exuding the majesty of thunder. Fortress's suit, on the other hand, was full of heavy armor aesthetics. Dominated by dark gray and dark red, the armor was thick with tough lines and reinforced armor at the joints. The spine spikes on the back integrated perfectly with the suit and could even be launched as single-use weapons. He had thick curved armor on his chest, and his helmet resembled an ancient knight's full-face helm, exposing only an eyepiece flashing with red light. The overall appearance was like a steel behemoth walking out of antiquity, brimming with an imposing presence. Ghost's suit was matte dark gray, covered with various ridges for stealth and radar-absorbing coatings. The shape was extremely sleek and form-fitting, with almost no redundant protrusions, making it convenient for infiltration. The helmet was a combination of a multifunctional tactical eyepiece and a respirator mask. The shoulders, arms, and legs had interfaces for special equipment like deployable grappling hooks and micro-drone launch ports. The suit featured a built-in basic optical camouflage system, allowing for a semi-stealth effect when stationary. Huntress's suit was in a pure shadow style. It was matte black all over, fitting like a second skin to minimize wind resistance and noise to the greatest extent. There was no helmet, only a multifunctional eyepiece covering half her face that enhanced night vision and thermal imaging, with her long hair tied into a neat ponytail. The pop-out mechanism for the vibranium claws was cleverly hidden at her wrists, and her boots enhanced silent movement and grip. In the shadows, she practically merged with the darkness. Looking at their respective suits, all four showed amazement and delight in their eyes. This was not just equipment, but a symbol of their new identities and new paths. Very well, it seems you are all satisfied. Qin Tian nodded. The suits will undergo final calibration tomorrow. For now, go back and rest. Tomorrow. Before he could finish his sentence, Friday's voice rang out with unprecedented urgency. Sir, highest priority alert. The Federal Aviation Administration has issued an emergency notice. United Airlines Flight UA 1547, a Boeing 777 passenger plane, has lost contact over the North Atlantic Ocean. Transponder code 7500. Radar shows its heading is abnormal, and its altitude is continuously dropping. There are 123 people on board. Hearing this, Qin Tian's face darkened, and he immediately pulled up the relevant data and flight path map. It's that plane, he muttered. In the original story of the boys, that was the passenger plane abandoned by Homelander for political leverage, leading to the death of everyone on board. The time, location, and aircraft model matched perfectly. Friday, simulate all possible rescue scenarios. Use everything at our disposal. Mark III, the Hulkbuster armor, and even calculate the possibility of my direct intervention in my current state. Simulation running. Sir, the results are not optimistic. Friday's voice carried a cold rationality. The last known location of UA 1547 is approximately 1,500 kilometers off the coast of New York, right on the edge of a storm. The maximum speed of the Mark III can barely get it there before the plane crashes. However, given the structural strength and thrust of the Mark III, it cannot stabilize, lift, or perform an internal rescue while the airliner is potentially rolling out of control or descending at high speed. The probability of the plane disintegrating due to forced external contact is as high as 73%. Even with successful contact, the likelihood of safely transferring all 123 passengers is less than 0.1%. What about the Hulkbuster armor? The Hulkbuster armor does not have the capability for such long-range rapid deployment, and its maneuverability cannot cope with aerial dynamics. What if I use the power of the Bio-Force field and the Ox Talisman, combined with the Mark III? Calculating. Even if you output at maximum power, the overall probability of successfully delaying the plane crash and securing a rescue window is assessed to be below 9.8%. Furthermore, you face an extremely high risk of injury due to overload, and there is a high probability that the Mark III will be destroyed. A success rate of less than 10%. The cold numbers made Qin Tian's heart sink. In the original story, because of Homelander, all 123 passengers who could have been saved perished. What seemed to be an inadvertent mistake by Homelander was actually calculated by him long ago. It was impossible for his X-ray vision not to see that the cockpit was right behind the hijackers. It was even less possible that he couldn't control the power of his Cyclops to kill both the hijackers and the pilot. Therefore, looking at the big picture, all of this was planned by him in advance. His goal was to use this as leverage to officially enter the military system of the United States. If he allowed this event to unfold according to the original plot, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Titan Industries and for himself. At the same time, if he could save those 123 passengers abandoned by Homelander, it would deal a heavy blow to Homelander's reputation in VOD International. It seems I have no choice but to save them. And I have to save them after Homelander abandons them. His gaze fell upon the remaining 315,430 influence points on the system interface. He had originally wanted to save them for a safer layout, but now. Qin Tian's gaze became resolute. System, exchange for a golden jar. Consumed 100,000 influence points, obtained golden jar times 1. That noble and blazing golden phantom emerged once more. Open the golden jar. The golden jar spun violently before finally exploding into a rain of brilliant golden light. Within the light rain, it was not a single item, but an entire dazzling set of red and gold nano-armor units filled with futuristic aesthetics, accompanied by a vast, ocean-like stream of complete technical data. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the golden jar and obtaining Mark L Nano-Armor Technical Blueprint, Nano Swarm Manufacturing and Maintenance Center, and Friday AI Synchronous Upgrade Core. Mark 50. Tony Stark's Nano-Armor from Avengers, Infinity War. Instant equipping, free-form shifting, super self-repair capability, modular weaponry, space survival. This was a next-generation individual combat system in the truest sense. Its performance completely crushed the Mark III. More importantly, nanotechnology meant infinite possibilities. For rescue missions, nano units could instantly form large buffer nets, temporary sealed cabins, and even assist in stabilizing the aircraft's structure. Friday. Highest emergency directive. Suspend all non-essential projects, concentrate all cutting-edge resources left behind by Titan Industries and Stark Industries, and establish a nanoswarm production line at the fastest speed to analyze the Mark 50 blueprint. Within 12 hours, I want to see combat-ready nano unit reserves and a basic armor framework. Qin Tian practically roared his command. Directive confirmed. Project initiated, resources are being allocated to the limit. It is estimated that the preliminary cultivation of nano units and the integration of the basic armor can be completed in 9 to 11 hours. Friday's efficiency was pushed to the absolute limit. Change of plans. Rescuing UA 1547 will be the Justice League's first public operation, and our first battle to declare our existence to VOD in the entire world. Continue your final synergy training and stand by. Having said that, Qin Tian turned and left. He was going to upgrade his armor. He looked forward to seeing what kind of power the upgraded armor would possess. Perhaps with this suit, he would have the ability to confront Homelander head-on. Just as Titan Industries entered a race against the clock state of extreme manufacturing, the atmosphere inside the Global Rapid Response Center of the VOD International building was also exceptionally solemn. Madeline Stillwell, Stan Edgar, and several core executives were communicating with the Department of Defense and the Federal Aviation Administration through encrypted channels. On the massive situation map, the light dot representing UA 1547 flashed with an ominous red light. Has it been confirmed? The status of the plane, and whether that senator's family is on board? Edgar's voice was flat and devoid of emotion. Confirmed, Mr. Edgar, a technical supervisor reported. The aircraft's transponder system was sabotaged from within. The preliminary assessment is that someone in the flight crew was infiltrated by extremist ideology and intended to hijack the plane. The targets, Senator Robert Singer's wife and daughter, are indeed on the passenger list. Senator Singer is a key swing vote for the upcoming Superhuman Registration Act. He previously opposed our military oversight clauses. Madeline chimed in, her tone as calm as if she were analyzing market data. This is a crisis, but also an excellent opportunity. Homelander has finished his testing, and Queen Maeve is also on standby. If they can arrive in time and save Senator Singer's family at the very last moment before the crash, and even rescue as many passengers as possible, this will be another indisputable, shocking heroic feat following the Sky rescue. It will be enough to completely reverse the negative impact of the Brooklyn incident, making those fence-sitters on Capitol Hill realize once again who the true guardian angel of this country is, and the price of offending VOD. Edgar nodded slightly. Arrange for Homelander and Maeve to set off. But remember, timing is key. Too early, and it won't show the shocking effect of turning the tide. Too late, and it truly becomes a tragedy. The public relations department must be prepared. Once the rescue is successful, I want to see praise covering every corner of the globe. The legal team, prepare to use the rescue of a national hero's family and acts of sheer bravery as leverage to exert political pressure on Senator Singer, forcing him to support our bill's clauses. Yes, Mr. Edgar. However, in his private lounge in the Seven Tower, Homelander looked at the icon of the teetering plane on the screen, a smile that was a mix of cruelty and amusement appearing on his face. He had just returned from testing, and his mood seemed quite good. Save the senator's family. Turn the tide. He whispered to the air, as if mocking Madeline and Edgar's plan. No, 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 that's far too boring. If the rescue succeeds, they will only be grateful to me for a while, and then continue bargaining on Capitol Hill. A red gleam flashed in his eyes. Only if all 123 of these people die will they realize how important it is to allow superheroes into the military defense system. Having said that, he smoothed out the non-existent creases on his Star-Spangled Banner uniform, a flawless, sunny smile returning to his face. The underground core manufacturing area of Titan Industries was currently like a futuristic factory with the fast-forward button pressed. All non-critical production lines were completely suspended, and energy and resources were being funneled to their limits into the central closed chamber that glowed with a faint blue light, resembling a giant hive, the Nano Cultivation and Assembly Center. A faint smell of ozone and special coolant filled the air, along with the hum of a high-frequency energy flow. Countless robotic arms moved at dizzying speeds inside the transparent chamber walls, dropping trace amounts of vibranium powder, special alloy substrates, and the original nano units Qin Tian had obtained from the system as seeds into a specific cultivation fluid. Qin Tian stood in front of the central console, his eyes fixed on the data cascading down the holographic screen like a waterfall. The super senses brought by his Kryptonian bloodline allowed him to clearly hear the microscopic sounds of the nano units dividing, programming, and self-assembling in the cultivation fluid. It was a subtle, lively rustling sound, like billions of metal seeds sprouting at the same time. Sir, the first phase of hive unit basic cultivation is 87% complete, and it is expected to reach the standard in 23 minutes. The forging of the gold titanium vibranium composite substrate is complete, and the third stability test for the miniaturized version of the new arc reactor has passed, with the peak energy output reaching 105% of the design value. Friday's voice maintained absolute precision despite the urgency, but time is still tight. According to the analysis of Vough's internal communication monitoring fragments, Homelander and Queen Maeve are expected to set off in 2 hours and 18 minutes. UA 1547's fuel and structural limits can only support it for about 3 hours and 45 minutes. That's enough. Qin Tian's voice was deep, a faint golden light swirling in his eyes. Initiate the symbiosis protocol. Use my existing Mark III as the basic framework for an in situ nanotechnology upgrade. Prioritize structural strength, thrust, energy conduction, and buffering systems. Command confirmed. Please enter the preparation chamber. Qin Tian stepped onto the nearby preparation platform. His casual clothes automatically slid off, revealing a lean and perfect physique. The ox talisman on his chest glowed faintly. Several robotic arms, already on standby, gently attached themselves to key nodes on his body, beginning biosignal synchronization and basic exoskeleton docking. Meanwhile, inside the cultivation chamber, the first batch of mature nano-clusters, resembling silver mercury, were guided by a special force field and injected through pipes into a transparent storage tank beneath the preparation platform. That was the reserve reservoir prepared for the Mark 50, but now, they had a more urgent task. Begin injection. The silver nano flow surged through the pipes, quickly covering the basic sensor grid on Qin Tian's body surface, and then spread upward as if it were alive. Instead of simply covering him, they fused and reconstructed at a molecular level with the remaining wreckage of the original Mark III armor, the sensors, and the basic neural interface Qin Tian wore. Qin Tian felt a subtle itchiness and warmth spread through his body, as if billions of tiny sappers were crawling and working under his skin. He could see the nano units building more complex energy channels along his arms, condensing a brand new triangular arc nano reactor with a more elegant curve and a pale golden glow at its center on his chest, and weaving a more reinforced thruster array and hidden weapon interfaces on his back. The entire process was quiet and swift, without the clanging sound of the Mark III assembling, only a subtle sound like the flowing of liquid metal. In just 5 minutes, a brand new suit of armor in a red and gold color scheme, yet filled with the streamlined aesthetics of the Mark 50 and a sense of nanotechnology in its details, fit Qin Tian perfectly. Compared to a pure Mark 50, it might be simplified in terms of total nano reserves and certain extreme transformation functions, but the core nano repair, energy output, instant donning, localized reinforcement, and modular weapon interfaces had all been realized. Most importantly, reinforced by vibranium and gold titanium alloy, its basic structure was far sturdier than the original Mark 50, and the energy core's output was sufficient to support longer bursts of power. Qin Tian gently clenched his fist, the knuckles of the nano gauntlet making a smooth mechanical friction sound. He felt his connection with the armor reach an unprecedented level of closeness, as if it were an extension of his own body. Friday, status report. The Redeemer prototype Mark III Nano integration is complete. Nano unit activity is at 99.8%, reactor output is stable, structural strength is increased by 320%, overall thrust is increased by 280%, and the energy buffering and distribution system optimization is complete. It is equipped with basic nano repair protocols and an emergency configuration database, Friday reported. Additionally, per your instructions, 4 wing-type external propulsion modules have been deployed by low Earth orbit satellites and are expected to stand by above the area where UA 1547 might crash. The modules are pre-programmed to receive your commands and attach to key parts of the aircraft to provide temporary stabilizing thrust. Very good. A hint of excitement flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. Meanwhile, over the North Atlantic Ocean, dark clouds hung low, and wild winds whipped up towering waves. United Airlines Flight UA 1547, like a giant steel bird, bumped and navigated through the turbulent air currents. Inside the cabin, crying, prayers, suppressed sobs, and the terrified screams of children blended into a chaotic mess. A pungent smell of smoke drifted from the direction of the cockpit, accompanied by the crackling of short-circuiting wires. At the front of the economy class, 3 men with stockings over their faces and crazed looks in their eyes brandished ceramic knives obtained from who knows where and a suspected homemade taser, roaring at the terrified passengers, demanding contact with the ground to meet their incoherent political demands. In a corner of first class, the wife of Senator Robert Singer held her 10-year-old daughter tightly, her face as pale as paper, yet she still tried her best to maintain her composure, whispering words of comfort to the trembling child. After learning of the news through an encrypted line in Washington, Senator Singer almost fainted. He was currently mobilizing all his power, but distant water could not put out a nearby fire. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. VOT International has received our distress signal, and superheroes are on their way. A flight attendant summoned her courage to broadcast in a trembling voice, but this comfort seemed incredibly hollow amidst the violent turbulence of the plane and the roaring of the hijackers. Superheroes. Ha ha ha. The leader of the hijackers kicked a nearby seat and laughed maniacally. Let them come. Let's see if they are faster, or if we go to hell together faster. Pull up. I told you to pull up. He roared toward the cockpit, where apparently their accomplices were still trying to control the plane. The plane once again made a teeth-gritting metallic groan, and its altitude plummeted. The sensation of weightlessness made even more people scream. Despair, like an icy tide, submerged everyone's heart. At this darkest moment, bang, bang, the emergency exits at the front and rear of the cabin were suddenly torn open and ripped away from the outside by an incredibly brutal force. The biting wind and torrential rain poured in instantly, but following them were 2 figures, descending like gods. Homelander. Queen Maeve. Homelander hovered outside the breach, the howling wind whipping his blonde hair and star-spangled cape. Yet, the bright, calm, and reassuring smile on his face seemed to possess a magical quality, instantly dispelling some of the chill and despair inside the cabin. Queen Maeve, on the other hand, stood firmly inside the cabin. Her immense strength completely ignored the turbulence of the plane as her sharp gaze swept over the 3 hijackers. Good evening, gentlemen. Homelander's voice carried clearly through the wind and rain into everyone's ears, bearing a strange, comforting power. The party's over. Homelander. The hijackers were shocked and enraged, but even more so, driven to a desperate madness. Stay back, or I'll kill. The leader brandished his blade and lunged at the nearest passenger. However, before he could finish his sentence, a figure flashed and appeared right in front of him. With a sharp snap, Queen Maeve easily snapped the hijacker's neck. The other 2 hijackers didn't survive for even 5 seconds. Soon, the 3 hijackers had become 3 corpses. Homelander hadn't even moved. Silence. After a second of deathly silence, deafening cheers and cries of survival erupted in the cabin. Homelander. It's Homelander. We're saved. Oh my god. Queen Maeve. Thank you. Tears streaming down their faces, the passengers hugged one another, and some even tried to kneel. Senator Singer's wife held her daughter tightly, weeping with joy as she repeatedly thanked Homelander outside the window. Homelander offered the cabin an even warmer, perfect smile filled with compassion and responsibility, and gently winked at the terrified little girl. Then he looked at Maeve. Keep things under control. I'll go check the cockpit. Maeve nodded and began helping the flight attendants comfort the passengers and check for any injuries. Homelander flew toward the damaged cockpit door. The cockpit was a complete mess. The pilot and co-pilot slumped in their seats, clearly having been subdued or killed by the hijackers. But Homelander's X-ray vision saw through it instantly. Cowering behind the co-pilot's seat, a figure clutched a detonator-like device. His body trembled violently with fear, yet his eyes were filled with grim resolve. This was a straggler, or perhaps the hijackers' final contingency plan. The smile on Homelander's face faded slightly, and a cold calculation flashed in his eyes. He needed an accident. An accident severe enough to make everyone, especially Senator Singer, feel a bone-deep despair and powerlessness, thereby craving the intervention of an even greater power. He pushed open the damaged cockpit door and stepped inside, intentionally blocking the view of any passengers behind him. Put it down, kid. You have nowhere left to run, Homelander said to the trembling figure, his voice remaining steady. No. Stay back, or we all die together. The man shrieked hysterically, his thumb pressed against the detonator button. What a shame, Homelander sighed softly, as if lamenting a life gone astray. The red light flared in his eyes once more, but this time, the trajectory of his heat vision did not seem to be calculated perfectly. Sizz. The crimson beam shot out, precisely striking the detonator in the man's hand and instantly melting it. However, the residual energy of the beam, or rather, a tiny, imperceptible scattering, happened to graze a dense cluster of wires beneath the pilot's control column, and the pilot's body. Bang! Crackle! The short-circuited wires erupted in a shower of sparks, and the last few functioning indicator lights on the entire control panel went dark. At the same time, the pilot's body was swept by the residual heat vision, a charred hole instantly burned through his chest. Oh, no! Homelander let out a perfectly timed, low cry of regret and surprise, not loud, but just enough for Maeve and a few passengers near the cockpit to hear. He quickly checked the instruments, then turned around to face Maeve and a few brave passengers who had rushed over at the sound. His face wore a perfect expression that mixed gravity, regret, and a touch of helplessness. I'm so sorry. The hijacker made a desperate final stand, causing an electrical failure and catching the pilot in the crossfire. Most of the plane's control systems are offline. Autopilot won't engage, and manual control is extremely difficult. His tone was heavy with grief as his gaze swept over the passengers who were once again gripped by terror, lingering for a brief moment on the face of Senator Singer's wife and daughter. His eyes were filled with a pity that said, I did my best, but this is the will of heaven. Homelander, can you control the plane? Or find a way to make a crash landing? Maeve asked urgently, trying to fiddle with the unresponsive control sticks. Homelander shook his head and walked to the window, looking out at the churning dark clouds and the pitch-black sea drawing closer below. His voice, deliberately controlled, carried to every corner of the cabin. The plane's attitude is spinning out of control. We're falling too fast. My strength can destroy, but it's very difficult to completely stabilize a massive passenger jet spinning out of control without causing further structural damage. Moreover, there's nothing but ocean below. There is no landing strip. He turned around to face everyone, his blue eyes filled with the pain of an agonizing choice. I want to save everyone, I really do. But the reality is, the structure of this plane probably cannot withstand strong external intervention. Forcing it might cause it to disintegrate instantly. He paused, his voice growing deeper and more resonant, as if delivering the most difficult farewell speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Homelander, and Queen Maeve, have done everything we could. We eliminated the hijackers, but unfortunately, we could not save this plane. Please remember the faces of your loved ones, and tell them that you love them. With that, he shot a look at Maeve, his tone strained yet decisive. Maeve, we have to go. Staying here won't change anything. We must preserve our strength to prevent more tragedies that may happen in the future. But, Maeve looked at the despairing, pleading, and weeping faces in the cabin, especially the little girl clutching her mother, her large eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Her heart felt as though it were being squeezed in a vice. She knew part of what Homelander said was true, the rescue was incredibly difficult, but, just giving up like this. Watching over 100 people die right before her eyes. Homelander grabbed her arm. His grip wasn't tight, but it carried an unquestionable authority as he whispered quickly, think of the failure in Brooklyn, Maeve. If we fail here again, even if we only fail after trying, Vought is truly finished. Leaving now makes this an unavoidable tragedy. Staying to take a risk and failing makes us incompetent. Let's go. His voice carried a hypnotic persuasiveness, along with a cold calculation of the bigger picture. Maeve struggled, but ultimately, under Homelander's seemingly grief-stricken yet warning gaze and the increasingly desperate cries echoing through the cabin, she closed her eyes in pain. When she opened them again, they were filled with a numb coldness. "We can't do anything," she heard her own dry voice say. Homelander took one last look at the cabin, his gaze freezing on Senator Singer's wife and daughter for a second, as if to deeply imprint this final regret. Then, he suddenly turned and grabbed Maeve's arm. "No, Homelander. Please don't leave. Save us. Mommy. I'm scared." Amidst the heart-wrenching cries, curses, and pleas of the passengers, Homelander and Maeve rushed resolutely out of the damaged cabin door like two shooting stars, vanishing into the howling storm and dark clouds outside. With their departure, the last sliver of hope was completely extinguished. Inside the cabin, a deathly silence fell, broken only by the shrill howl of the plane frictioning against the air as it plummeted, and the faint sound of what could have been wind and rain or the sighs of the god of death. People slumped in their seats, their eyes hollow, waiting for the final moment to arrive. Some wept silently, some hugged tightly, and some began to pray in low voices. Senator Singer's wife buried her daughter's face in her arms, shielding her from looking at the dark ocean surface drawing closer outside the window. Tears streamed down her own face as she stared in the direction Homelander had disappeared, her eyes filled with the despair of betrayal and a bone-chilling coldness. In the corner, a little boy of about 7 or 8, tears still staining his face, was still tightly clutching a red and gold Iron Man toy. He stared blankly at the churning dark clouds outside the window, seemingly searching for something stubbornly amidst that chaos and despair. Suddenly, he blinked, threw himself toward the cabin window, his little face almost pressed against the cold glass. "Mom, look. What is that? It's a light. A red light." The little boy screamed excitedly, pointing in a certain direction outside the window. The doomed passengers subconsciously followed his gaze. Through the gaps in the dark clouds, deep within the howling storm, a brilliant, golden red light was piercing the darkness at an incredible speed, flying rapidly toward them. The light grew brighter and closer, and a sleek, red and gold humanoid silhouette became faintly visible. Was it an illusion? A final burst of consciousness before death? Yet, that light was so real, so blazing hot. Just as the plane hurtled toward the ocean at an even steeper angle, and many had already closed their eyes in despair to await death. A calm, clear, electronic voice, patched directly into the cabin's broadcast system via some technology and even drowning out the wind and alarms, rang in everyone's ears. "Attention all passengers and crew of Flight UA 1547, this is Iron Man. Hold on, you are going to be fine. Repeat, hold on, you are going to be fine. Iron Man. The Iron Man who fought crime in New York and battled monsters in Brooklyn." A faint, unbelievable warmth was suddenly injected into the cold, despondent hearts of the passengers by this unexpected voice. The passengers looked out the window once more. The gold and red light had already flown to a height parallel to the cabin windows, trailing slightly behind, seemingly observing and calculating. Through the curtain of rain, they could more clearly see that futuristic, streamlined armor. It was somewhat similar to the Mark III they had seen in the news, but it seemed more refined and powerful, with the triangular light on its chest glowing steadily and brilliantly. "It's Iron Man. It's really him." Hope, like wildfire, suddenly flared up on the dead wasteland. Even though this hope still seemed incredibly slim. "Mom, it's Iron Man. Iron Man has come to save us." The little boy patted the window excitedly, his tears flowing again, but this time they were tears of joy. Senator Singer's daughter also raised her head timidly, looking at the figure outside the window that resembled a torch in the dark. Underneath the faceplate of the armor, Iron Man's gaze rapidly scanned the plane. Friday projected all the data, including the plane's real-time 3D model, structural stress points, falling trajectory, speed, and altitude, into his field of vision. The situation was even worse than he had anticipated. The plane was already entering the precursors of a tailspin, sparks seemed to be coming from the left engine, and alarms were blaring from multiple parts of the structure. "Friday, take over the plane's external communications and keep reassuring them. Initiate the flight wing module's positioning and attachment protocol. Calculate the optimal entry point and thrust distribution plan. Synchronize my bio-force field, and prepare to maximize buffering at the moment of contact." Command confirmed. Flight wing modulus locked, beginning approach. Calculation complete. Optimal entry point, beneath the main fuselage spar. Plan transmitted. Bio-force field synchronization rate rising to 65%. 70%. Chin Tien hesitated no longer. He maxed out his thrusters, instantly accelerated, and dove beneath the plane, then flew upward, precisely positioning himself slightly forward of the center of the plane's underbelly. Now, he thrust his arms out. The arm structure of the nanotech armor instantly fine-tuned, forming a geometric shape optimal for bearing and dispersing the pressure. At the same time, he fully mobilized the solar energy and the power of the Ox talisman within him. A layer of invisible yet incredibly resilient, pale gold bio-force field expanded outward from him, gently but firmly enveloping the parts of the fuselage he was about to contact. In the next second, his hands pressed firmly against the cold, wet skin of the plane's underbelly. Boom! The massive sound of impact and the groan of deforming metal reverberated through the fuselage. The plane shuddered violently, and its downward plunge seemed to momentarily stall. Inside the cabin, the passengers were tossed up and down by the violent jolt. Screams rang out once more, but this time they were less filled with despair, replaced instead by astonishment and anticipation. Qin Tian let out a muffled groan, feeling as if he were catching a falling mountain. The immense impact sent violent vibrations through his arms. The contact point between the nanotech armor and the plane's skin instantly triggered an overheat warning, and the internal dampening systems worked frantically. The power of the Ox talisman surged through his entire body, helping him withstand this first wave of impact through sheer force. The bio-force field, acting like a highly precise elastic web, absorbed and dispersed the terrifying impact layer by layer. Thrust. Lift. Qin Tian roared. Every thruster nozzle on his back and feet fired at full capacity, their deep blue plasma flames cutting brilliant trails of light through the torrential rain. He no longer tried to completely stop the plane's descent. Instead, he exerted all his strength to alter the trajectory from a vertical plunge into the ocean to a relatively gentle glide toward the coastline. At the same time, high in the sky, 4 rectangular metal crates, cushioned by small parachutes, flew precisely toward the out-of-control plane. Upon reaching a certain distance from the plane, the crates automatically disassembled, revealing the precision-engineered wing propulsion modules inside. Driven by small attitude control thrusters, these modules flew autonomously toward critical aerodynamic control points, such as the tips of both wings and beneath the tail fin, as if they possessed lives of their own, extending mechanical arms to clamp and secure themselves firmly. Flight wing modules attachment complete. Ignite. Hum. Deep blue plasma flames erupted simultaneously from the rears of the 4 wing thrusters. Although their thrust was far inferior to Qin Tian's main thrusters, the additional lift and control torque they provided instantly stabilized the nearly out-of-control plane, slowing its descent further. It's working. Keep going. Calculate the optimal glide crash landing point toward the nearest coastline. Qin Tian's spirits rose as he felt the pressure ease slightly. Calculating. Based on current speed, altitude, remaining thrust, and wind direction, the nearest controllable crash landing point is a public beach near Montauk Point at the eastern end of Long Island. Distance is approximately 85 kilometers. The estimated success rate has increased to 41%, Friday reported quickly. That's the spot. Guide the plane and adjust its attitude. Like a giant propping up the heavens, Qin Tian used himself as a fulcrum and engine, physically carrying this 70-plus ton steel bird. High above the storm-swept North Atlantic Ocean, he traced a difficult yet hopeful arc, struggling forward toward that faint glimmer on the distant coastline. Inside the cabin, passengers gripped their seat armrests tightly. They felt that although the plane was still bumpy, it was no longer in an endless vertical plunge. Instead, it had transitioned into a directed, thrilling, yet seemingly controlled glide. Looking out the window at the red and gold figure beneath the plane, like Atlas from mythology holding up the sky, tears blurred their eyes once more. But this time, it was the ecstasy of surviving a disaster and unspeakable gratitude. He's underneath. Iron Man is holding up the plane from below. Oh my God. He did it. We're saved. We're really saved. Over the broadcast, Iron Man's processed electronic voice rang out once more, still calm, but carrying a barely perceptible hint of tension. Remain calm, fasten your seatbelts, we are heading to a safe location. We can do this. This single word bound the hearts of all the passengers tightly together. Long Island, Montauk Point Public Beach. Despite the terrible weather, there were still many photography enthusiasts, surfers, and a few media reporters who had staked out the area early after receiving anonymous tips, hiding in their cars or sheltered spots, trying to capture the spectacular storm. Suddenly, someone pointed toward the horizon and cried out, "Look! What is that? A plane! Oh my God! It looks out of control. It's falling. Wait, there's something underneath it. It's a light. Someone is under the plane. It's a superhero. Someone is saving the plane." Telephoto lenses, phones, and video cameras were all aimed in that direction. The scene became clearer and clearer, A massive Boeing 777 passenger jet, emitting smoke and in an extremely unstable posture, was being held up by a gold and red figure radiating thruster light. It struggled through the curtain of rain, flying toward the beach. That figure was Iron Man. The crowd on the beach was stunned, and then burst into massive gasps and shouts. It's Iron Man. Titan Industries' Iron Man. He's saving a plane. Oh my god. Quick, take a picture. This is a historic moment. The media reporters went wild, rushing out regardless of the wind and rain, their lenses locked onto the sky. The plane drew closer and closer, its altitude dropping lower and lower. People could clearly see the red and gold figure beneath the plane's belly, the blazing trails left by his thrusters at full blast, and the extra small thrusters on the sides and tail of the plane working desperately. He's going to make a crash landing on the beach. Someone realized the intention. The beach was wide and flat enough, but it was full of wet sand and debris. The risk of the crash landing was still extremely high. Qin Tian could feel the armor's energy depleting rapidly, and the repair speed of the nano units was beginning to lag behind the damage caused by local overload. But his gaze was incredibly firm, and Friday's marked crash landing route was crystal clear in his field of vision. Now, prepare for landing impact. At the exact moment the plane's landing gear was about to touch the wet, soft sand, Qin Tian suddenly directed all of his remaining thrust upward while maximizing his bio-force field to envelop the front of the plane. Boom! The massive fuselage slammed heavily onto the beach, kicking up a storm of sand and waves. The fuselage jolted and skidded violently, plowing a deep trench into the beach. The screech of twisting and scraping metal was deafening. Yet, the landing gear did not break, and the main structure of the fuselage remained relatively intact. At the final critical moment, just as the sliding plane was about to crash into the reefs and the crowd ahead, Qin Tian controlled the four-wing thrusters to blast in reverse with all their might. At the same time, he flew to the front of the nose, pressed his hands against it, and combined with his bio-force field, physically forced this out-of-control steel beast to a halt. The plane, at long last, came to a complete standstill. The roar of the engines and the howl of the thrusters gradually subsided, leaving only the sound of wind, rain, waves, and a dead silence. Then, from inside the cabin came the faint, uncontrollable sounds of weeping and cheering. It was a success. Qin Tian slowly descended onto the beach, standing beside the massive plane. He panted slightly as the power of the Ox talisman slowly subsided, and the solar energy in his body, depleted rapidly, needed replenishing. But he stood straight and tall. The cabin doors were opened from the inside in an emergency, and the inflatable slides deployed. With the help of the flight attendants and crew, the terrified and limp passengers stumbled, wept, and laughed as they rushed off the plane, stepping onto solid ground. They then turned to look at the steel bird that had snatched them from the clutches of the god of death, and at the red and gold figure standing silently beside it like a guardian deity. The crowd on the beach erupted into deafening, prolonged applause, cheers, and shouts. Iron Man! Iron Man! Iron Man! A hero! A true hero! Long live Titan Industries! The media lenses frantically captured this scene, passengers weeping and embracing after surviving the disaster, the towering figure of Iron Man, against the backdrop of the scarred but safely landed airliner, and the storm-filled sky. The image was filled with unspeakable power and emotion. Senator Singer's wife walked off the plane holding her daughter. The tear stains on their faces were not yet dry, but their eyes were filled with the light of rebirth. They looked at Iron Man and bowed deeply. In the distance, Senator Singer, who saw his wife and daughter safe and sound through the live broadcast, wept tears of relief. Meanwhile, high above the cheering crowd on the beach, far above the clouds, Homelander and Queen Maeve hovered there, looking down coldly through a rift in the clouds at the jubilant sea of people below. The perfect smile on Homelander's face had long since vanished, replaced by an icy gloom and a surging, almost uncontrollable crimson rage in his eyes. His plan, the perfect tragedy he had painstakingly orchestrated to gain Sky Shield clearance, had been completely ruined by this Tin Man in such an almost brutal manner. Not only did he fail to get the clearance, but he also made Vought and himself look like helpless jokers who abandoned passengers and might have even made a misjudgment, all in front of the entire world. Meanwhile, Titan Industries and Iron Man stepped on their failure to ascend to the absolute peak of prestige. Beside him, Queen Maeve let out a long sigh of relief. Disgrace. An unprecedented disgrace. And the fury of a failed plan. Qin Tian. Homelander squeezed the name out from between his teeth, his voice as low as a cold wind from hell. He stared at the figure on the beach, the red light in his eyes growing brighter and brighter, and the surrounding clouds seemed to begin churning and rolling uneasily because of his emotions. What happened on the beach of Montauk Point, Long Island was like a giant boulder thrown into a calm lake, the ripples evolving into a global public opinion tsunami in just a few short hours. One news story after another related to the event topped the headlines and hot search lists of major media outlets. Iron Man turns the tide in the storm, single-handedly saving 123 people from an out-of-control airliner. Miracle landing. Titan Industries hero performs an impossible rescue. Iron Man vs. God of Death. A life relay spanning 1,500 kilometers. Exclusive footage. Iron Man lifts Boeing 777 with his flesh and blood to force land on the beach. Major media outlets around the world, regardless of their stance, had their front-page headlines almost entirely occupied by this shocking news and the highly impactful live photos and videos. Social networks crashed completely and restarted. Topics like hashtag Iron Man saves plane #UA1547 miracle hashtag real hero and hashtag Titan Industries dominated the charts at an astonishing speed, with views quickly surpassing 10 billion. On the Flash Shadow platform, various angles of video uploaded immediately by tourists on the scene, reporters, and some shaken passengers spread like wildfire. People replayed over and over the shocking moment when that golden red figure broke through the dark clouds, lifted the giant bird, and finally landed safely. The image of Iron Man standing to the side, with the rescued passengers and the massive fuselage behind him, was set as wallpaper by countless people and hailed as the anchor of hope. Titan Industries' stock price soared to a circuit breaker immediately after the market opened, subsequently triggering multiple consecutive limit ups. Inquiries from companies interested in cooperating with Titan flooded in like snowflakes. General Singh, the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Defense, issued a public statement praising Iron Man's extraordinary courage, superb technology, and firm conviction, and once again emphasized the importance and correctness of cooperating with Titan Industries in safeguarding national security and people's lives. And amidst this overwhelming praise, a high-definition surveillance video with audio, titled, "The Truth: What Happened Inside the Cockpit of Flight UA1547, quietly circulated on Flashgram and several highly credible independent investigative journalist websites, and was immediately shared like crazy. The video angle came from a hidden backup recorder inside the cockpit. The footage clearly recorded the entire process after Homelander entered the cockpit, how he precisely killed the last hijacker, how the aftermath of his heat vision just happened to burn the critical wiring and accidentally injure the pilot, the fleeting expression on his face that was by no means regret but rather near indifference, and his perfect performance of instantly switching to gravity, compassion, and helplessness when he turned to face the passengers. The audio clearly captured his line to Maeve, "If we fail here again, bot is truly finished," and his commanding whisper, "Go." The video had no edits, no narration, just laid bare the brutal truth. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. If the previous rescue erected a monument for a hero, then this video was a Molotov cocktail thrown at the altar of a false god. Solid proof bot abandoned passengers. Was Homelander's mistake accidental or intentional? The 7 broadcasted giving up on 123 lives. Are these the heroes you worship? Queen Maeve, a silent accomplice. Bot International's cold calculations. We need the truth. Bot must give the world an explanation. Public opinion instantly did a 180-degree turn, and with a momentum even more violent than the previous praise, it lunged at Bot International and the 7. Anger, disappointment, and the fury of being deceived burned wildly across the internet. Interviews with UA 1,547 passengers and their families, along with the survivors, desperate memories of Homelander's helpless words as he left, poured oil on this fire. Bot Tower's public relations department had its phones ringing off the hook, its official website was crashed by angry comments, and its social media accounts were filled with questions and condemnation. The reputation accumulated from the previous Sky Rescue, along with the perfect hero image carefully crafted over the years, cracked open with a massive, irreparable rift. Multiple brands cooperating with Bot urgently issued statements, expressing high concern over the incident, suspending related advertising, and conducting evaluations. Within Capitol Hill, several members of Congress jointly demanded an emergency hearing on the responsibilities and regulation of soups in crisis events, with Bot bearing the brunt of it. And at the center of this storm sweeping the globe, on the top floor of Titan Industries, Chin Tien slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. In his mind, the system's prompt tones had been ringing non-stop since the successful rescue, and only now did they finally quiet down a bit. Ding! The host has completed an ultra-high difficulty rescue mission, successfully saving 123 passengers on the brink of death. causing a global sensation and deep emotional impact, greatly shifting the worldline's perception of heroes. Obtained influence points, plus 188,000. Ding. The host has published key evidence, exposing the hypocrisy and conspiracy of bot Homelander, triggering a global trust crisis and public opinion tsunami, heavily damaging the opponent's reputation. Obtained influence points, plus 125,000. Ding. Iron Man's personal reputation has reached a new peak, with his total followers across the web surpassing 80 million, topping the global superhero popularity chart at number 1, officially surpassing Homelander. Obtained influence points, plus 50,000. Due to the host's performance, the attention and number of applicants for the Future Star project have surged once again, expanding its potential influence. Obtained influence points, plus 30,000. Current total influence points, 598,430. Nearly 600,000 points. And it was still slowly growing as the event continued to ferment. Looking at this number, Qin Tian felt a surge of pride and enthusiasm in his heart. This not only meant a massive amount of resources, but also represented that everything he was doing was truly changing this world. Friday, monitor the reactions of Bot and Homelander. Sir, Bot International's stock price has dropped by 25% in the past 3 hours, with over 50 billion in market value wiped out. The comment sections of Homelander and Queen Maeve's personal social media accounts have been closed. Bot's PR department is trying to conduct crisis public relations using rhetoric such as the situation inside the cockpit being complex, Homelander having done his best, and being deeply saddened by the outcome, but the effect is weak. An increase in Bot's internal communication frequency has been detected, and the encryption level has been raised, suggesting that a highest level emergency meeting is currently being held. Qin Tian sneered. Saddened. Done his best. In the face of solid evidence and 123 living souls, these pale words had absolutely no power. In addition, Friday added, Senator Singh's office sent an encrypted letter of thanks, written in extremely earnest terms, stating they will forever remember Titan Industries' kindness, and hinting that support will be expressed on appropriate occasions. On the Department of Defense's side, Lieutenant General Ross hopes to conduct an informal exchange regarding the cutting-edge aircraft docking and stabilization technology demonstrated in this rescue. As expected, saving the family members of key political figures sometimes had a value far exceeding that of saving 100 ordinary people. This political capital would be very useful in the future. Reply to Senator Singh, just expressing greetings is enough. The exchange with Lieutenant General Ross can be arranged, but core technologies will not be involved for now. Understood. At the same time, Bot International Building, top floor emergency conference room. The atmosphere could no longer be described as solemn, it was practically frozen. Stan Edgar sat in the main seat, his face dark as water, without saying a word, but the slight sound of his fingers tapping on the table made the hearts of everyone present tighten in unison. Madeline's face was deathly pale, and even her carefully applied makeup could not hide the dark circles under her eyes. The Chief Public Relations Officer, Legal Officer, and Head of Government Relations, among others, all looked as if they were mourning their own parents. The screens on the wall played condemnations from major news channels, as well as wave after wave of denunciations from the internet. The cockpit video released by Qin Tian was played and analyzed repeatedly, like a blunt knife plunged into Bot's heart, still slowly turning. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Edgar finally spoke, his voice not loud, but it caused the room temperature to plunge. A simple, planned crisis has been turned by you into a disaster sweeping the entire conglomerate. Where are the PR contingency plans? Where is the guidance of public opinion? Why was that foolish surveillance footage allowed to leak? What on earth is the tech department doing? The head of technology broke out in a cold sweat. That recorder is the aircraft's built-in, independently powered ultimate safety backup. Its location is extremely hidden, and theoretically, only the manufacturer and the air crash investigation team can retrieve it at the final stage. We didn't expect Titan, no, Qin Tian, to be able to get it, and so quickly. Didn't expect, is your greatest dereliction of duty. Edgar slammed the table hard, and the solid hardwood tabletop actually cracked with a web of fissures. Now, tell me, how are we going to clean up this mess? The conference room was dead silent. After a long time, Madeline finally spoke hoarsely, her voice carrying weariness and a trace of barely perceptible trembling. Mr. Edgar, public opinion has completely spiraled out of control. Simple excuses and suppression will only trigger a greater backlash. We need a public, sincere response to mitigate the damage. How do we respond? Admit that Homelander made a misjudgment. Admit that we abandoned the passengers. A director said excitedly. Then the 7, bot's trademark, will be completely ruined. AI model. Gemini 3.1 flashlight. No. Madeline Stillwell took a deep breath, her eyes regaining the sharpness of a top public relations expert, though this sharpness carried the desperation of burning her bridges. We cannot admit to abandonment or conspiracy, that would be suicide. We can only admit to accidents and regrets. She looked at Stan Edgar. We need a press conference. Have Homelander come forward and personally offer his most sincere apologies to the public, especially to the passengers of UA 1547 and their families. The posture must be low, the attitude must be sincere, and he must express immense pain and self-reproach. Emphasize the critical situation in the cockpit at the time, the difficulty of the split-second judgment, and the inner torment and regret he felt after leaving. Shift the focus from his personal mistakes to the human perspective, that even the strongest hero can face the pain of helpless choices during an extremely complex crisis. At the same time, she added quickly, announce that VOT International will establish a special fund to compensate all UA 1547 passengers for emotional distress and to sponsor aviation safety research. Temporarily remove Queen Maeve from the front lines for psychological evaluation and rest to show that we value the mental health of our heroes. We must also proactively contact Senator Singer to express our deepest condolences and promise to provide support in every way possible, although he has likely already turned to Titan Industries. In addition, mobilize all our media resources. From now on, stop trying to argue, instead, push a massive amount of Homelander's past rescue footage, charitable contributions, and interactions with the public. Use an overwhelming amount of positive information to wash away and dilute this negative impression. Time will dilute everything, as long as we survive the initial shockwave. Stan Edgar listened in silence, his finger tapping gradually stopping. He knew this was the only viable strategy to cut losses and survive. Sacrifice a part of the image to preserve the foundation. But making Homelander publicly apologize, this was undoubtedly cutting a deep gash into the heart of this god. Will Homelander agree? He asked slowly. Madeline Stillwell's lips curled into a bitter smile. He must agree. If the ship that is VOT International sinks, no matter how bright his flag is, there will be nowhere for it to fly. And she lowered her voice, we can make him understand that the root of this accident lies with Chin Tien of Titan Industries. It was that Tin Man who stole the glory that should have been his, ruined his plan to enter the Sky Shield system, and humiliated him in public. His anger should be directed in the right direction. Stan Edgar closed his eyes, opening them a few seconds later, his eyes already filled with cold determination. Do it. Madeline Stillwell, go prepare for the press conference and make all contingency plans. I will go talk to Homelander. The 7 Tower, Homelander's private domain. The lights were not turned on here, only the neon lights of the city outside the window cast his figure like a lonely silhouette. On the holographic screen in front of him, the image of Chin Tien holding up the plane to land was frozen, along with the countless cheering crowds below. There were no angry roars, no sounds of objects being smashed. There was only an extreme, hair-raising silence, and a cold, murderous intent permeating the air that was almost solid. His blue eyes were now as deep as the ocean before a storm, with a speck of scarlet in the center, like a volcano about to erupt. When Stan Edgar's holographic image appeared and informed him of the press conference and the apology plan, Homelander slowly turned his head. On his face, that iconic, perfect smile slowly emerged. But this smile was cold, without a trace of warmth, and the scarlet in his eyes seemed as if it were about to drip blood. Apologize, to those ants. For the mess that Tintoy caused. His voice was soft, yet it carried a texture like metal rubbing against metal. This is for VOT International, and for you, Homelander. Stan Edgar's voice was calm and waveless, a temporary boaz for a better counterattack. Chin Tien and Titan Industries have become obstacles we must eradicate. But before that, we need to stabilize our base. Your image needs to be repaired. This apology is not admitting defeat, it is a tactical adjustment. Homelander laughed, his laughter echoing in the empty room, carrying a chilling implication. Tactical adjustment, very good. Mr. Edgar, you are always so rational. He walked to the window, his back to Stan Edgar's holographic image, overlooking the brilliant yet tiny city at his feet, his voice so soft it was as if he were talking to himself. I will apologize. I will appear incredibly painful and full of self-reproach. I will make everyone believe that I am heartbroken. He paused, slowly raised his hand, and looked at his palm, as if examining that power capable of destroying everything. But you must remember, Mr. Edgar. This humiliation, this anger, the place that needs to be appeased is not on the podium, not in front of those stupid cameras. He clenched his fist abruptly, his knuckles making a sound like popping beans, and the air around him seemed to distort. But at Titan Industries, with Qin Tian, and his toys, I will use their blood to wash away everything today. At this moment, the hatred in Homelander's heart for Qin Tian had reached its peak. One day later, at the scene of the VOT International press conference, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly heavy. Homelander was in a dark suit, without a cape, his expression heavy, with intentionally created fatigue and haggardness under his eyes. He stood on the stage, facing countless cameras, and read the carefully prepared apology script in a low, slow, and regretful tone. He admitted that his judgment might have deviated under extreme pressure, expressed lifelong regret and pain for failing to save everyone, and offered his deepest apologies to the passengers, their families, and the entire nation. He announced that he would temporarily reduce public appearances to engage in deep reflection. Beside him, Madeline Stillwell announced the compensation fund and Queen Maeve's rest. The press conference was broadcast through channels controlled by VOT International, and the ratings hit a new high, but the reaction on the internet remained polarized. Some accepted the apology, believing that heroes are human too, but more people believed this was just a PR performance, and that the cockpit video was the truth. VOT International's reputation was undoubtedly severely damaged and would be difficult to recover in a short time. In just 3 hours after the VOT International press conference ended, a press conference with a completely different style, full of vitality and hope, opened grandly at the Titan Industries headquarters plaza. There was no heavy repentance, only passionate music, bright lights, and 5 figures slowly descending over the plaza: Iron Man, Starlight, Fortress, Ghost, and Huntress. They were dressed in brand new, stylish combat suits, shining in the sun, exuding a powerful, confident, and approachable unique aura. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Iron Man. Qin Tian stood in the center, his mask opening to reveal a smiling face. His gaze swept over the boiling crowd below and countless cameras, his voice clearly reaching every corner through the loudspeaker. Thank you all for coming, and thank you to the whole world for your trust and support. We have been through a lot in the past few days. But today, we are standing here not to look back at the shadows, but to proclaim the light. He turned to the side, gesturing to the people beside him. Please allow me to officially introduce to the whole world the superhero team under Titan Industries, with the mission of protecting the innocent, fighting injustice, and pursuing the truth, the Justice League. I am Iron Man, the founder and technological support of the team. Qin Tian introduced himself first. I am Starlight. Annie January stepped forward, with fine electric light faintly flowing around her, her voice clear and firm. Fortress, Mother's Milk spoke in a deep voice, his voice thick, standing on the stage like a small mountain. Ghost, Frenchie waved his hand lazily, his figure flickering under the optical camouflage, carrying a cynical smile. Huntress. Kimiko said only 2 words, but she disappeared from the spot in an instant and reappeared on the other side of the high platform, her vibranium claws flashing with cold light, silently demonstrating her characteristics. The 5 stood side by side, with different styles, yet they exuded a wonderful harmony and powerful cohesion. This scene was broadcast globally, instantly igniting a discussion even more enthusiastic than when the rescue was successful before. The Justice League. So cool. Starlight is so beautiful. Fortress is so manly. Ghost is so sassy. Huntress is so cool. This is a real superhero team. It has technology, superpowers, tactics, and belief. Compared to those hypocritical the 7 of VOT International, the difference is clear. The world should be protected by people like this. What kind of name is the 7? That name is terrible. Justice League sounds much better. Titan Industries' reputation reached a new high, and the search volume and fan count for the Justice League and related heroes skyrocketed exponentially. And when the executives of VOT International saw this news, they were furious once again. They had realized that the rise of Titan Industries had become inevitable, and it wouldn't be long before Titan Industries might be able to compete with them. In the top floor conference room of the VOT International building, the lights reflected faces that were gloomy yet filled with new calculations. Stan Edgar, Madeline, the chief strategic officer, along with several key allies from Capitol Hill and military liaisons joined via holographic projections, were reviewing the latest data reports. On the screen, 2 curves were displayed side by side. One was VOT International's stock price. After a brief, small rebound following the apology press conference, it had fallen back into a slow decline, with public favorability recovering slowly. The other curve represented the popularity of topics related to Titan Industries and the Justice League, which remained high. In particular, the shocking footage of the Justice League's debut was still being repeatedly played and praised across major platforms. Apologizing is just damage control. It can't reverse the situation, the chief strategic officer, a former general with eyes as sharp as a hawk, said while pointing at the screen. The public is forgetful, but they are also pragmatic. They worship Iron Man and that newborn Justice League now because they saw a tangible, perception-shattering power and salvation. To reclaim dominance, we can't rely solely on apologies and past footage. We must use more aggressive and sustained actions to tell them who the true and only guardian of this city and this country really is. Madeline nodded, her makeup once again meticulous, her eyes regaining their shrewdness and sense of control. Public opinion guidance has been fully launched, using a massive influx of heroic deeds from Homelander, Black Noir, The Deep, and A-Train to wash away negative memories. But it's not enough. We need the public to see that bot heroes are in action every single second, and their efficiency far exceeds that of that flashy Justice League. We must leave them with no cases to handle and no spotlight to steal. What is your plan? Edgar asked. Total integration. Madeline pulled up a new draft agreement. We have utilized all our political resources to reach a new memorandum of understanding for intelligence sharing and rapid response collaboration with key figures in the Senate Armed Services Committee, the Homeland Security Committee, as well as the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Central Intelligence Agency. According to this memorandum, in events involving national security, major public safety threats, and high-hazard superhuman incidents, BOT International's Global Rapid Response Center will gain intelligence access at the same level as the FBI and CIA, and even priority access in certain situations. A cold light flashed in her eyes. This means that in New York, and even nationwide, any malicious crime, terrorist plot, or high-threat superhuman activity that could draw attention or have performance value, its intelligence will be synchronized to our command center immediately. And our heroes, under the guise of receiving tips, discovery during patrols, or perfect coordination with law enforcement, will resolve them with thunderous force before Titan and that so-called Justice League can even react. The footage will be broadcast immediately and comprehensively through the media networks we control. We want to fill every news cycle and social network with one clean, decisive victory after another, making bot heroes are protecting you every day the new background noise. As for that Justice League that can only stop petty thieves or strike poses on a beach, they will be quickly marginalized, forgotten, and even questioned. Where were they when a real crisis happened? What did they have besides that one stroke of luck? Edgar pondered for a moment. And the risks. Such a deep intelligence system will alert certain people. Moreover, ensuring we are first every time requires extremely high operational efficiency and absolute control over the targets. The risks are manageable, the military liaison's hologram spoke. The signatories of this memorandum include heads of key departments, interests are already tied together. As for efficiency and control, he looked toward Homelander's hologram. The latter wasn't personally present today, but in the projection, he wore a flawless smile with a hint of sharpness. Homelander, along with Queen Maeve, who has recovered her status after psychological evaluation, and Black Noir, are enough to handle the vast majority of situations. Homelander spoke with a smile, his tone light, but the scarlet tint deep in his eyes seemed a bit thicker. We will be the sharpest blade and the strongest shield of this city. As for control, if some targets aren't very cooperative, or the scene isn't exciting enough, we can make slight adjustments to make the performance better meet the audience's expectations, can't we? His words carried an unspoken ruthlessness. If necessary, they wouldn't mind creating or guiding more suitable villains to highlight the greatness of the heroes. Let's do it then, Edgar finalized. Madeline, coordinate all resources to ensure intelligence channels are clear and media coverage has no blind spots. Homelander, you will lead the operations. I want to see efficiency, and I also want to see results. As you wish, Mr. Edgar. Homelander nodded slightly. Before his image vanished, his gaze seemed to pierce the boundary between virtual and reality, looking toward Titan Industries from afar with a cold and cruel smile. Over the next 2 weeks, the night sky of New York seemed to be completely illuminated by BOT's Star-Spangled Banner logo. Almost every day, even several times a day, BOT's news channels and online platforms would suddenly break in with emergency news. The 7 strike with lightning speed. Homelander destroyed an international arms deal at the Brooklyn docks, seizing countless heavy weapons. Black Noir solo infiltrated a terrorist stronghold, rescuing kidnapped hostages and wiping out all enemies. The Deep, in coordination with the Coast Guard, successfully stopped a maritime drug smuggling operation, seizing drugs worth tens of millions. Queen Maeve subdued an out-of-control soup on the streets, preventing large-scale destruction. A train sets a new rescue record, transporting a heart patient to the hospital within 1 minute. Every action was accompanied by high-definition, impactful live footage. The heroic, decisive, and powerful images of the heroes became deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Vaught's PR department fired up all its engines, packaging every success as a textbook heroic action and a perfect manifestation of the Vought system's efficiency. They also distanced themselves from the previous UA 1547 regret, emphasizing that true heroes always rise from setbacks even stronger. In stark contrast, the Justice League seemed to have suddenly vanished from New York's stage. Almost no new news about them could be seen in the media besides their debut ceremony. Occasionally, sparse and blurry videos of Shadow supposedly stopping a convenience store robbery late at night, Starlight using weak arcs of electricity to light up a faulty streetlight, or Fortress helping push a stalled car circulated on Flashgram, but their popularity was negligible compared to Vaught's earth-shattering operations. Public opinion, under Vaught's intentional guidance, began to shift quietly. Where are the Justice League people? Why is there no news? Was that one rescue their only trick? Are they actually useless normally? It seems that for maintaining public order, we still have to rely on professional teams like Vought. Maybe their technology is only suited for those specific big scenes. For daily crime fighting, we still have to look to Homelander. I heard they are still training and coordinating internally. It seems they are far from forming real combat effectiveness. Although these voices had not yet become the mainstream, they were like tiny poisonous thorns, beginning to prick the newly established image of the Justice League. Titan Industries' stock price growth also slowed down significantly. Titan Industries' top floor, training command center. Qin Tian stood before a massive circular screen, which displayed a grid of New York maps, real-time news feeds, online public opinion summaries, and real-time data of the 5 Justice League members in the virtual training field. Captain Federation's combat skills were becoming increasingly proficient. Although he had only been injected with the super soldier serum and had no other abilities, he had truly pushed his own physical fitness to its peak. The lightning controlled by Starlight became more condensed, Fortress's strength and defense improved steadily, Shadow's infiltration and electronic warfare skills grew more refined by the day, and Huntress's speed and assassination precision were terrifying. Their individual strengths were growing rapidly, and their team synergy was being forged in brutal simulated battles. But, they had no stage. Sir, over the past 14 days, a total of 27 incidents categorizable as requiring superhero intervention occurred in the New York area. Among them, 24 were handled first by Vaught's heroes at the onset or simultaneously with the event. The remaining 3 were small-scale street conflicts or accidents, which were properly resolved by the police without needing our intervention, Friday's voice reported calmly. Vought has connected to a higher-level intelligence network, their reaction speed is more than an order of magnitude faster than the NYPD's. Furthermore, there is reason to suspect that at least 5 of the arms deals and terrorist strongholds showed traces of being artificially planned or amplified in scale and timing to be discovered. Qin Tian looked at the replays of those events perfectly resolved by Vought heroes on the screen, his gaze deep. He wasn't at all surprised that Vought would strike back, he just didn't expect the opponent's methods to be so seasoned, directly cutting off the source by using intelligence superiority and media hegemony to isolate them from real battles. This was an invisible encirclement, more uncomfortable than a direct confrontation. The impression we have in the minds of the public is being rapidly diluted and redefined. Qin Tian said slowly, if this continues, the Justice League will become a flash-in-the-pan joke, or, an immature control group occasionally mentioned in Vaught's hero stories. Do we need to take a more proactive stance? Shadow's, Frenchie's, voice came through the communication channel, carrying a hint of annoyance. For example, next time those Vought fools head out, should we go join the fun too? See who's faster. AI model. Gemini 3.1 flashlight. It's not feasible, Fortress Mother's Milk said in a deep voice. That would escalate into an open conflict, playing right into Vaught's hands. They are dying for us to lose our sanity and fight them in public, that would destroy our positioning as the Guardian. Are we just supposed to sit and wait? Watch those hypocrites act all high and mighty on TV every day. Starlight Annie January's voice carried suppressed anger. She could feel the subtle questioning from the outside world regarding her and the League's capabilities. Huntress Kimiko didn't speak, but the faint sound of her claws scraping against metal came through the communication channel, revealing her inner restlessness. Of course not. Qin Tian turned around, his gaze sweeping over the training footage of his 5 companions on the screen. Train hard, you will have your chance to shine. After saying this, he muttered to himself in his heart, since Vought has monopolized both the villains and the stage, I'll just create my own. He walked back to his private workspace, his consciousness sinking into the system. System, open 1 purple canister. Consumed 10,000 influence points, obtained purple canister X1. The purple canister spun open. Amidst the purple light, a dark red, viscous substance sample, multi-sealed and pulsing slightly as if it were alive, appeared before him. The sample was encapsulated in a specially made transparent container equipped with a suppression field. Just looking at it gave one a terrifying sense of chaos, violence, greed, and infinite proliferation. Information related to it flooded his mind. Obtained. Symbiote sample Carnage. From the Marvel Universe, it is one of the most vicious, powerful, and uncontrollable variants among Venom's offspring. It possesses immense physical strength, shapeshifting abilities, and regenerative capabilities. It can grant the host superhuman power, but it also greatly amplifies the host's negative emotions and desire for slaughter, often ultimately leading to the host being completely controlled by the symbiote, becoming a monster that knows only destruction and consumption. Carnage. Qin Tian looked at the restless dark red substance in the container, a cold arc curling at the corner of his mouth. What a fitting gift. Doesn't Vought love high-threat targets to highlight their heroes? Then I'll send them one that is truly high-threat. Friday. Retrieve data on all superhuman prisons, mental institutions, and secret detention facilities in and around New York. Filter for potential targets that meet the following criteria. 1. Harbor deep hatred for Vought. 2. Have a twisted mind with a strong tendency to retaliate against society. 3. Possess a certain baseline of power or uniqueness that can react well with the symbiote. 4. The detention location has relatively lax security, making it convenient for us to visit. Filtering. Target locked. Cletus Cassidy. Former Army Special Forces soldier. Suffered severe psychological trauma after accidentally killing civilians during a mission. Later abused illegally obtained Compound V in an attempt to gain power to make amends, but it caused his mental state to collapse completely. He gained the ability to manipulate his own blood to form weapons, but it is extremely unstable. 3 years ago, after causing multiple casualties in Manhattan, he was subdued by Black Noir and imprisoned at the Staten Island Special Ability Detention and Research Center. The center's security level is B+, relying mainly on automated defenses and remote monitoring. Cassidy is assessed as high risk, uncontrollable, and having no value for modification, long kept in a state of heavy sedation and restraint. He harbors deep-seated hatred for Vought, especially for Black Noir, who captured him personally and called him a pathetic failure. Very good. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. Prepare for a visit. He changed back into that dark robe, put on the metal mask, and became the Dr. Mysterious again. He carefully packed away the special container holding the Carnage symbiote sample, and also brought a strong stimulant and a forged copy of an encrypted file regarding Vought's plan to use Cassidy for high-risk experiments. Late at night, Staten Island, the third basement level of the Special Ability Detention and Research Center. Inside the deepest isolation chamber, Cletus Cassidy was spread-eagled and secured to the cold wall with heavy special alloy chains, with multiple tubes inserted into his body to sustain life and deliver sedatives. His hair was messy, his eye sockets sunken, his gaze murky, and he was unconsciously muttering something. Long-term imprisonment and drug control had left this former elite soldier gaunt, but the violence and despair in his bones were like magma sealed under ice. The electronic locks and surveillance of the isolation chamber failed after 0.5 seconds of interference. The robed Dr. Mysterious appeared in the chamber like a ghost. Cassidy's murky eyes moved, focusing on the newcomer, a rattling sound coming from his throat. Cletus Cassidy, the doctor's voice was processed, raspy and full of temptation, an abandoned soldier, a reviled monster, thrown here to wait for death like trash after Vought squeezed out your last bit of value. Is this the ending you wanted? A glint of ferocity suddenly erupted in Cassidy's eyes as he struggled, the chains clattering. The doctor walked up to him, took out the forged file, and waved it before his eyes. Look at this. Vought's final assessment of you, high-quality experimental material, to be used for testing the neural destruction effects of new biological weapons. They aren't satisfied with just locking you up. They want to squeeze dry your brain, your pain, and your last shred of utility. Cassidy's breathing grew heavy, and bloodshot veins filled his eyes. But I don't want to see that. The doctor put away the file, his voice lowered like a devil's whisper. I think a failure like you deserves a second chance. A chance to prove those who abandoned you, defined you, and prepared to dismantle you, wrong. He took out the container with the dark red symbiote sample and slowly opened the suppression field in front of Cassidy. An aura of primitive, wild, and consuming desire spread out, making Cassidy instinctively feel a shudder, yet there was also a morbid attraction coming from the depths of his soul. What is this? He asked hoarsely. Power. The doctor said slowly. Pure, destructive power capable of tearing apart all shackles and venting all your pain and anger onto this world. It will amplify everything about you, including your hatred. It will turn you into a true monster, making those who turned you into a monster tremble in their nightmares. But the price is. Cassidy wasn't stupid, he could feel the danger of that thing. The price is that you might no longer be you, the doctor said candidly. But who are you now? A number. A piece of meat waiting for dissection. Or, a ghost of vengeance. He picked up the strong stimulant and injected it into Cassidy's neck. This serum will temporarily clear your mind, giving you the strength to make a choice. The container is here, the interface for the link, I leave to you. The choice is yours, Cassidy. Do you die silently as an experimental subject, or embrace this power, even if you eventually turn to ash, and make this world, especially Vought, remember what you looked like when you burned? After finishing, the doctor placed the open symbiote container within Cassidy's reach, gave him a deep look, and his figure slowly retreated, merging into the shadows, disappearing as if he had never appeared. Leaving behind only the dark red, viscous substance exuding an ominous aura, gently wriggling in the container, tempting, whispering. Cassidy panted violently. The strong stimulant allowed him to feel power flowing through his weakened limbs for the first time in a long while, and it also caused the hatred, pain, and humiliation suppressed by the drugs to erupt like a volcano. He remembered the disappointed looks of his teammates, the image of civilians falling, Vought's cold assessment, and Black Noir's gaze, which was like looking at trash. Arg! He let out a beast-like howl, using all his newly recovered strength to lunge his hand toward the container. His fingers touched the cold, slimy substance. The next moment, the dark red symbiote, like a living thing, instantly spread up his arm and quickly covered his entire body. Intense pain and an indescribable sense of powerful strength struck simultaneously. His body expanded and deformed under the wrapping of the symbiote, muscles bulging, fangs baring, twisted tentacles extending from his back, his eyes turning into a pure, dark red filled with hunger and the desire for slaughter. Power. This is power. Cassidy, no, now it was carnage, felt the surging, seemingly endless power within his body and let out a roar mixed with pain and ecstasy. The symbiote amplified all his negative emotions, especially his deep-seated hatred for Vought, for Black Noir, and for the entire order. He struggled violently. Bang, bang, bang. The special alloy chains securing him were easily snapped like paper. The various tubes binding him were also torn apart. Vought, Black Noir, I will tear you all to pieces. Carnage roared at the sky, and the dark red tentacles slammed into the heavy isolation chamber door. The special alloy door, capable of withstanding rocket fire, distorted and deformed under the terrifying strength of the symbiote, like sheet metal struck by a heavy hammer, and was then blasted away entirely. The piercing alarm instantly echoed throughout the research center. A terrifying nightmare, personally released by Qin Tian and far exceeding Vought's script, had officially broken out of its cage. And the show was only just beginning. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.